Page 59. Top on 9/13/2018. Now we're back to her. Right?
Right.
Before the incident.
Yes.
Yo, bro, do you fuck with Quando Rondo? He disrespecting the hood.
Okay.
Answer, when? And then Melly responds, nah, me and bruh fought. Well, I fought young boy. He fought my brother Sack.
Okay.
Right? So now Melly is talking just a month earlier that he fought Young Boy is another rapper.
Yes.
And that he fought Young Boy because Young Boy was fighting his brother, Sack.
He says he fought Young Boy and that Young Boy fought his brother Sack. He doesn't specifically say it's because he fought his brother Sack. So I don't know if he's defending his honor or if he was just involved in a 2-on-1 fight or a 2-on-2 fight. Like, it's not there. You're asking me to speculate again. Anytime I do, you say I can't. So,
do you have to speculate on the fact that he's calling Sack his brother?
No, so right there.
Okay. Now let's just go to, this is her, and this is page 60. At the bottom, 9/15/2018 to 10:05. What time does show start tomorrow so I can know when to push up? No response. About half an hour later, just bark at me when you free her. See that?
I see that.
Okay. Page 61. Yes, please. Yes, please. Being reminded the mic's right behind you, stop mumbling.
I'm being reminded too.
All right. Where were we? I think we're at page 61. Page 61. First message. Yo, I don't mean to keep hitting you up, bro, but what time do you want me boom up there? I don't know the place or time it starts. Right?
Right.
So this is 9:15 at 12:30. And we had seen that 2:10 a.m. is when he starts asking. He asked him to bark at him at 2:47. Now at 12:30 p.m., he's saying, yo, I don't mean to keep hitting you up, bro, but what time do you want me boom up there? I don't know the place or the time it starts. Right?
Sure.
So Melly responds to that one. I'm getting ready now, her. Most likely around 1 a.m. right?
Right.
Response. Where is it located at again? Where is it located at again? No response. 7 minutes later. Venue. No response. And then about 3 hours later, at 3:33 p.m., yo, bro, bro, I get down there around 8 or 9. Where you want to link at? See that?
See,
Okay. So he found out some kind of way where it is.
exactly what I was saying before. They're communicating outside of text messages.
I'll give you that.
Thank you.
No. Well, there you are speculating that they're communicating. If somebody's having a show, would Melly be the only person on planet Earth that knows where the show is?
No.
Okay, so when you say that they're communicating, that's where the speculation is.
When there's a photograph of them together, that means they linked up. So they must have communicated.
I know, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about him finding out where the venue is. That's what we're talking about.
So, yeah, he could have found the venue out any which way, but at some point they had to have communicated for them to get together and take photographs.
Okay. Give me. Page 62. It says, UFW, the perks hurt. If so, I'll grade you some. What does it say? What does that mean?
FW? Fuck with? He's asking if he fucks with perkies, perksets.
Okay. So you fuck with Percocets hurt? If so, I'll grade you some. Bring some.
Yeah.
Answer. I don't do no drugs hurt. What does he say right after that?
Bring some though, my Crips do.
His who's?
Crips.
Not his bloods?
Got it.
Okay. He can't, he's not even supposed to use a C there, right? Okay. And not only does he use a C, he refers to his buddies as his Crips. Did that happen? Yes or no?
He did.
Okay. Okay. Page 71. Start. This is her. Pass it out the tab. I'm going to be totally honest with you, bro. I had Gino, because everybody is professing to be of higher rank than the other. Herc is professing to be of higher rank than Gino, right? Or no?
No, he said he had Gino bend the rules.
Okay. So actually, he's not, strike that, I was wrong there. He actually petitioned Gino to bend the rules on behalf of Melly, right? I'm going to be totally honest with you, bro. I had Gino kind of bend the rules for you because I happen to be a huge fan of your music. But Gino's going to fall back for you, and I will deal with you until I feel like you're ready for Gino's presence. Right?
Yes.
So Herc is saying, look, I'm going to handle you and kind of bring you along because you're not ready to stand before Gino. Right?
Right.
Okay. This Gino, the same guy that he was ignoring time and time and time again? That guy?
Yes.
Okay. And the Godfather, who was waiting for him for a meeting, is over Gino and her, right?
Yes.
Okay. When he feels like you're ready, then you will be granted total access and acceptance. Until then, the Godfather will never acknowledge you. So he's not even acknowledged by the Godfather yet.
Right.
Okay. We still don't know you. But we see that you love the hood. Okay, he's saying we see you love blood, but we don't even know you, bro. Right? Okay. So we accept you with open arms. You gotta always communicate, bro. You family now. It's one of the 23 rules. I'm responsible for you, so we gotta make sure everything is on point. And you gotta work on your lingo. We will talk more when we push up Saturday. Right?
Right.
Okay. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Page 79. You went through this in your testimony as well yesterday with the state. There is a text at 10/26/2018 at 12:42:30. And the question is, yo, is this true? Right?
Right.
Day of the murders, right?
Yes.
And Kirk is asking Melly if it's true what he's seeing on social media. What we saw was a post about Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas being killed.
Right.
Unfortunately. Okay. And then he says, that's at 10/26, 12:42. Then at 10/26, 5:57:10. Damn, bro, I'm sorry for your loss. I know shit hard for you right now, but keep your head up. Yo, keep your head up, you. I wish I could have been there to guide you. If it's anything you need, bro, let me know. Don't hesitate to bark at me. Love you, bro. 110%. See that?
Yes, sir.
And you testified in your depo that you didn't see that as condolences. What you're saying is he was saying, I was hoping I would be there to guide you in killing people. That's how you interpret that.
I'm going to speculate again. Or do you want me to just give you my professional opinion?
Well,
because based off the way gangs operate, I can tell you why this makes sense.
How are you distinguishing your speculation from your professional opinion?
You're the one distinguishing it, sir.
Pardon me?
You're the one distinguishing it. I'm trying to get it out.
So your professional opinion is your speculation.
That's next. My expert opinion about gang testimony, about gang knowledge, is what I can testify to.
And that's only as good as this expertise that you profess to have.
Objection argument.
Sustained. Okay. But your interpretation of that communication was that he's saying, I wish I was there to guide you on how to do this, right?
Right. Because my grandfather died. No one called me and said, I wish I could have guided you. He said, I send my condolences. I hope you're okay. I wish I could guide you. Guide you how?
Hasn't Herc been trying to guide him the whole time in growing up, being a man, being a blood? Did you say that? Did we see that?
Yeah, we saw that.
Okay. And you are basing your professional opinion on the anecdotal example of what somebody said to you when your grandfather died.
Not just my grandfather, sir.
All right, let's look at page 83. We're panning out a whole bunch of texts from her that weren't responded to, right?
Right.
Okay, see they're from her. First one is 11/1/2018, 9:40:52. Bet, just checking up on you. And SL, and what does SL mean?
Shine love.
Shine love. All I know is stay 100%. And then we have on 11/4. This again is after the incident now, right? 11/4 is after the incident at issue in this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. Good show, Herc. You had me turn. Be safe on the road to fool. You know what that means? Shine love. Then 4 days later, yo, bro, hit me when he's free. Got to give you some food. Are you suggesting that is him saying I got to give you somebody to kill?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And then at 11:37 same day, send me, bro, IG, and I'm sending food now. Make sure you check it out. And 11/8/12:58, more or less East Side banging blood. I be the true and living, stand on ground with devotion outstanding and loyalty for cause. Ola repping the Shine family, cause real riders don't switch. Therefore it's platinum, gold, platinum, 001, G's up even when my mind, body, and soul depart, forever expanding the mind. Height line, black.
Yes, that would be the food he was referring to, the knowledge.
So the knowledge that he is sending him is this word salad right here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then it says, got a new scrap I want to show you. And then at page 84, it's bust at me when you free. At 11/11/12:33, and then 11/17. 11/13 at 11/17. 2 days later, add me back, you ugly ass. What do you interpret that?
Are you gonna allow me to?
How asked you?
Yeah. That sounds like he didn't accept his friend request.
Sounds like what?
He didn't accept his friend request.
And he's saying, add me back.
Yes.
Okay. Let me move on to the next page, 85. It says at the top, hit me BSAP. That's ASAP, right?
Correct.
Okay, hit me ASAP. And he sends that at 8:20 on 11/18. And at 8:20, he gets a return. So he gave him an ASAP or BSAP response.
And so give him 2 minutes.
Already 2 minutes. Okay. And then Kirk says, bet. And he says, hit me when you're free. Nothing major. And what does this Y001 mean again?
001 means blood love.
Okay.
So they just use it in their language. Throw out blood love.
Okay.
You spell your blood, you put 001 inside of it. It's just how they incorporate the signs and symbols into their writing.
Got it. I sent you a beat. Tell me what you think about it. I was hoping you can put a hook on it if you like. That one instead, let me know what you think. Right?
Yeah.
And you discussed that yesterday.
Yes.
And a beat is a music track.
Yeah.
And a hook is a rap or some lyrics.
Yeah, verse. Something like that. Yeah.
And he's like sending him a beat, and he wants him to put a hook on.
Sure.
Okay. This would be some self-serving effort to try and advance his own music career. Let's say.
Yep.
Okay. Page 93. That exchange starts on 10:25 at 12:04:09. What's it looking like? At 11:25 at 12:10, he responds, everything 05, they on the road, right?
Right.
Okay. And then on 11:25 at 2013, bet it up. Shine right, shine bright, shine love, bro. Right? According to what you say SL means, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then 3 days later at 10:03. Boy, I see your ugly ass on TV representing. Right?
Right.
Okay. And then 2 days later, at 10:57. Y001, rise up, her. See that?
I see it.
And then on 12:05, it's now 5 days later, 12:02. Damn, what's up, blood? We beefing or something? I know you view me barking at you. I just be trying to check up on you. That's one of the 31 rules of an N. Cause that fake rocking, we don't roll like that, bro. No, in this 5 we straight up with each other cause we gon' die about this GSF shit. You heard? Just let me know what's up. Right?
Yes, sir.
So he's just getting no responses. He's like, bro, beefing or something? What's up? Right?
Apparently. Yep.
Okay. So we don't know what calls were or were not made, but we know at least on this occasion, the communication was sufficiently lacking for him to be like, bro, are we beefing?
Agreed.
You are not barking back?
Right.
Okay. And now page 94, top of the page, he gets a response. Bro, did you really just we beefing? Looks like it's meant to say, bro, did you really just say we beefing? Right? Okay. And there's a status sent, whatever that is. And his response is from her, of course we're not beefing, bro, but you got to do better on your communication with your 5 dub. That's part of getting your stain together. Oops, can't see that. All right?
See it?
All right. His response, her, nigga dead busy. And he says, flight to flight, don't even see my mama don't even see my mama text on God, right?
Right.
So he's saying that my phone, I don't even see my mom's text coming, let alone yours.
Right.
Okay. And his response is, and I smell that, bro. I think you covered this yesterday. And I smell that, bro, but this GSF shit is a real, or R real?
Real right.
Real right. But hold on, don't the right R come before the real? Real right is R real?
They're doing a double R because double R stands for real right. It's just more like when they put the 001 inside the blood. It's just
okay. So that means real right. Okay. And I smell that, bro, but this GSF shit is a real right mob, regardless of how busy you are, how busy we all get. We always got to make sure we find time to check up on the bros, even trouble. Do it, bro. And he's a big artist like you. It's nothing personal. We're not saying we want all your time. Just text and let us know you're good. That's all, bro. You say your brothers. You say you brothers, but you be showing us different. We really got real love for you, Herc, 110%. Right?
Right.
So he's saying, look, man, I hear you.
Sorry?
Sure.
Good, John. We'll take a short recess. Don't discuss the case. Don't call any meeting about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence or any research. Just leave your notepads on your chairs and be back with you shortly. Thank you. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel remain all is defendant. I think Mr. Wilkie, Mr. Demings needs a restroom break. Take care of that for him. All right, counsel regarding the photographs. Is the doctor here yet?
She is not in the courthouse, and somewhere she was in the garage.
So let me know. I don't know exactly when we're going to get to her to talk about the photographs. So keep me apprised.
I'm fine. Jesus.
Thank you.
want to jump back into that Broward County courtroom. We're listening to the cross-examination of undercover detective Danny Polo about the connect.
What drew me to Santa Fe was the flexibility to be able.
Next page, 53.
Yes, sir.
Here comes another ask. 150, 45, and 128. This is all after the fact, right?
Correct.
By months, right?
Yes.
Hey, for real. Hey, for real though, I need to borrow 10 bands. I'll give you back 15. Remember that?
Yep.
Okay. Remember he told Melly, line up onto me because we got all this money and we're well resourced and we got all of that, right?
Right.
I need to borrow 10 bands. I'll give you back 15.
Right.
Okay. Did you get a response?
No.
Okay. And he says, and you went over this on direct, if I don't pay you back, you can have my stain and my life. Right?
Yes, sir.
Lend me 10 grand and you can kill me if I don't pay you back.
Right.
Okay. No response. For sure.
Yes.
Then 128, 219 at 1027. It's my job to bother you, little bro. Next day, almost 24 hours later, I'm trying to show you something. Response. Yo. See that?
See.
Okay. Let's go to page 59. Thank you. Page 59. Top on 9/13/2018. Now we're back to her. Right?
Right.
Before the incident.
Yes.
Yo, bro, do you fuck with Quando Rondo? He disrespecting the hood.
Okay.
Answer, when? And then Melly responds, nah, me and bruh fought. Well, I fought young boy. He fought my brother Sack.
Okay.
Right? So now Melly's talking just a month earlier that he fought Young Boy is another rapper.
Yes.
And that he fought Young Boy because Young Boy was fighting his brother, Sack.
He says he fought Young Boy, and that Young Boy fought his brother Sack. He doesn't specifically say it's because he fought his brother Sack. So I don't know if he's defending his honor or if he was just involved in a 2-on-1 fight or a 2-on-2 fight. Like, it's not fair. You're asking me to speculate again. Anytime I do, you say I can't. So,
Do you have to speculate on the fact that he's calling Sack his brother?
oh, says right here.
Okay.
Okay, so Janine, we kind of see the inroads that the defense is making here. What do you think the prosecution is going to do when they go on redirect? I feel like they have to rehabilitate this witness a little bit.
They have to rehabilitate him, and they also have to, really get in here that he's got a lot of experience with this, that he wasn't biased when he came up here, that he reviewed all of this, and it goes to show that this was gang related. He was part of a gang. I think it's going to be tough though, because some of the text messages that we're seeing, it's condolence. It's like, I heard about what you're going through. You're hurting. I've been through it. So it really is going to be a hard hurdle to overcome for the prosecution.
I can't help but think what the defense says, and I don't want this just to be in a show where we're attacking the prosecution, but I do want to think about what the defense said is that this was a botched investigation. There was immediately targeting their client because he's famous. And now I'm listening and thinking about the prosecution's case, and I'm wondering, was it a mistake to call this witness? They could have, I'm imagine, called a different expert in gang culture. He was already controversial with the mask. Do you think that this was a bad road for them to go down? They making more losses here because it seems like this witness is now not doing so well under cross.
Well, I think you needed somebody that had some experience in dealing with these types of criminal enterprises to be able to explain to the jury what these words meant. I mean, the jury's still going to be able to look at these communications and reach their own conclusions. So in that sense, they didn't have someone on the inside that could actually link the defendant to the gang, to the criminal activity.
That's true.
And that's where you usually get in these kinds of cases, but they didn't have that. So now they had to sort of circumstantially create that link. And I think that that's what they did right now.
It's almost like they're taking this language, they're taking these messages, they're taking these videos and translating it like it's Rosetta Stone for everybody to understand what the significance of it is. Janina Tamian, I know we got to sign you off. Thank you so much for taking the time. Really do appreciate it. Bob Hill is going to stay with me. We have a lot more for you here on Long Crime. We'll be right back right after this.
Almost.
Jury entering.
Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, the defendant's counsel, the assistant attorney, ladies and gentlemen, jury, or witness. Detective James Cole remains on the stand. Counsel, you're ready to proceed with minutes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, we're gonna wrap it up. Been led to believe I should have provided pillows with my cross. Putting everybody to sleep.
I'm awake.
All right, appreciate it. 97. Start at the top where it says here interview from the 9807 number, the event, and I you read that? Probably
Yeah, I can see, sir.
DL, let me know. Well, have it when you finish. Just bark at me. It's mandatory. That's at 12:15, 3:36. No apparent response. 5:10 on 12:15. We back in the meeting waiting on you. At 12:20, 5 days later. I'm Melvin. How long you gonna be in Atlanta? And then at 12:21, 5:28, hit me when you get time, bro. And then there's this one. 12:23 at 2:01. Me and Gino came up with an agreement. We trying to be in YNW Melly now. How you feel about that? See that?
Yep.
Okay. So they're trying to be in the music group YNW Melly, and they're trying to recruit him to their, or they've recruited him, as you say.
Yeah, they're two separate entities.
Did I tried to get him straight, now I messed it right back up. Okay, there's a few more things I want to show you. Here at 103, this message here from Goon. It starts with yo twin, right?
Yes.
And the response was bet twin Phoebe, right?
Right.
And what were you telling us twin means?
Just slang used between Keyshawn members. So like saying bro or dude or any term of endearment.
Okay. And you're aware that Anthony Williams is saved as twin in the 9807 phone.
I don't recall, but
Okay.
you can show it to me or just take the word for it.
Okay. All right. Just jumping, almost done, at 108 and 109. 9/7/2018 at 4:36:37. Goon says, "Damn, niggas had you out here all types of laws. The history of the hood important to know. I'm gonna send it. Make sure you get right on that shit, blood." Right?
Right.
Answer: I know who the founder is, blood. I'm saying you ain't send it. Julius B. Sonny. See that?
See it?
And then we go over, he's saying the founder is Julius B. Sonny, right?
Correct.
And we go over to now page 109. What is it?
Can we read it?
Yes.
Okay, but you know Julius B. Sonny is not a person, right?
He doesn't even know what he's talking about. He's saying the founder is somebody who's not even a person. Right? Okay. Okay. Looking at 114 and 115 for just a couple of references here. Right at the top, the 9807
Right.
person says, just ran into Boobon Herc.
I think there should be a comment here, like that period we missed on the other one. I just ran into Boobon, and he was referring to the other person's hurt. Boobon's the name of a Broward County Nitrate Gangster Club member.
Okay.
Ahmad Robbins.
But he's not saying he's Boobon Herc?
No, he's
You
a
don't
Nitrate
think so?
Gangster Club.
Okay. Because the person he's talking to on page 115 says, "Oh, I thought you said he was Herc." Right? But at least whoever Goon is thought he was saying Boobon is Herc.
Yeah.
Okay.
He explains he-
Almost there. You know what? We are there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Let me leave this up here. Thank you.
Councilor Zane, redirect.
Yes, sir.
You're ready to make a speech.
Thank you.
Detective Fuller, do you make your determination as to whether or not someone is a gang member based on just one factor?
No.
What do you base it on?
Multitude of factors, and I like to get more corroboration than just, like I said, with, in the case of Mr. Williams, where I had limited information. I don't want to come to court with that determination.
And in terms of, is Mr. Williams on trial today?
He's not.
And when a person becomes a member of a gang, is it a lifetime membership?
Depends on the game. Depends on circumstances, depends on the person. Sometimes they're allowed to be put on the shelf, and, stay out, or not be an active member.
Okay, so you mentioned put on the shelf. That's the term we haven't used before. What does that mean?
Just a term to state that the person's not actively involved in the criminal in the gang's activities, not necessarily just the criminal portion of it, but the gang activities. They might not be going meetings and stuff like that.
Okay. You also used the term meal ticket. Is that something that has a particular connotation in regards to gangs?
Yeah, so I think it's been going on for as long as I can think. Gangs have always used rappers, and rappers have always used gangs to promote each other. Gangs use rappers because rappers bring in money, fame, things of that sort. Women, as we saw in the text messages, and the rappers use the gang for support so they can get into certain venues because they might not be allowed to certain venues, as we saw in some of the texts, unless they have that support.
So you mentioned that they use each other.
Yes.
How is that reflected in the messages, and in your opinion, based on what you've seen?
Well, it appears that maybe Melly wasn't reciprocating as much as they were asking him to. But they were asking him to, right? Get me chains, get me to the show, post me on social media, minor asks, some minor asks. So asking for $10,000 maybe might not be a minor ask for Melly, but some people think that's a lot of money.
Okay. And is there a certain amount of latitude or give when the gang wants something?
Yeah, so I mean, especially if you have fame and they're trying to use that fame, and they're going to give you a little more space, a little more wiggle room because they don't want to lose you. This is evidence with other rappers who claim gang affiliations and who've been on trial for gang.
Okay, and State 70, council made a big deal about the lack of responses that he perceives in this.
Yes.
In terms of on page 47, there is no response from January 3rd to January 25th. Are there circumstances in which a person's not allowed to have possession of a cell phone without going into what those circumstances are?
Yeah, I didn't want to mention them.
Okay. So you mentioned as well that the messages don't show phone calls.
No, phone calls, FaceTimes, Instagram FaceTime, Facebook FaceTime.
And so in terms of the state, would like to publish at this point part of State 64, showing defense counsel. Yes, we could do it on your computer. We do. Thank you for asking. So Detective Polo publishing from what has been admitted into evidence is State 64, the extraction of the phone from the 9807 phone number. And this is one of the 10,963 images that are contained in this phone. What is this showing?
Missed FaceTime calls, messages received, more FaceTime calls.
Specifically, is there a missed FaceTime call from Gino?
Gino's there.
And is that one of the numbers in the contacts that we just went over?
That is, yeah, that's one of the text threads.
And there are messages from Gino. Are there messages from Gino on January 2nd?
I believe so. I would have to double check, but there's plenty of messages.
For example, page 47, Gino, January 2nd, 2019.
Yes.
Okay. So Detective Fuller, is there evidence to support that there was other types of communication other than what's reflected in just those messages?
Yes.
And in terms of the extraction report and things like that, is it able to recover all deleted messages?
Not all of it.
In any of those messages that we went through, or in any of the other messages you reviewed on this phone, does the defendant ever say, stop?
No, the complete opposite. Sends his email and says, feed me, send me more knowledge. I want these documents, basically. So.
Does the individual with the 9807 phone ever say, leave me alone?
No, I believe the only altercation of that sort was with Goon when he decided to not fall under that lineup.
So counsel asked you if the phone tells you when messages and things are received and who they're from.
Right.
Approximately how many emails are unread on this phone?
2072.
And how many text messages or iMessages are unread on this phone at this point?
195.
The phone has and shows that the defendant or whoever was using the phone, I should say, went and sought out the email from Jaquan Burton and opened it up.
Yes.
You mentioned as well, and there was a lot of things about that, the majority of the messages aren't from October 26th of 2018. You would agree with that?
Right.
Did you notice any change in spelling or word choice before, during, and after?
No, the language was consistent throughout.
Counsel asked you and brought up to your attention a message where Mr. Jennings, or the 9807 phone number, says that he has friends that are Crips. Could you explain a little bit of that, spelling, gentlemen, jury?
So I went into this during my direct, I believe, where we were talking about the gang history, blood gang history, where Bloods were created in the west coast of California to fight the Crips. That's why there's derogatory terms between the two sides. But there's been multiple rappers, multiple reformed gang members who have come out and have squashed these beefs, right? They've come out and they've united the community. And although they still use these terms towards each other, like anyone would if they're upset with someone else and they know that person's affiliation with something. Right now, there is no ongoing gang war between Crips and Bloods. There might be specific ones in certain cities where maybe one city is occupied by both Crips and Bloods and they're fighting for territory. But that could also be with blood on blood violence. There's plenty of cities in Broward County where there's 6 or 7 different blood sets all fighting for the same territory. And there's no allegiance toward each other because you belong to your set. Your set's going to fight the other set because it's about you, your collective, your group making money, not everyone else's. So the whole Crip versus Blood thing, historically, yes, that was a thing. Crips versus Bloods, Crips versus Latin Kings, Crips versus Bloods versus Latin Kings. UBN was created for protection against Latin Kings. The UBN now falls under People Nation. People Nation has the Latin Kings under it. So Latin Kings and the Bloods are now allies. So gangs evolve, allegiances evolve, wars happen, same way when countries are sometimes at peace and then sometimes countries are at war. It's the same thing. It's no different. These are just organizations motivated by money, and they're going to do what they can to make this money.
And you said in one of the statements defense asked you about that was read, you are family now.
Right.
What does that mean to you as an expert in gangs?
They're calling him family. It means he's been accepted as a member. And on top of that, the emails show that not only was he brought in as a member, as a foot soldier, at the low level, he was then bumped up to the next step in the G-Shine lineup. The G-Shine ranking system to the Ascari level. So that's one step above. That means he must have, or he did, not must have, he did. Because they're not just going to promote him to Ascari, because that would have taken approval from the top, right? Some guy at the bottom is not going to be like, hey, you're an Ascari now. You can just start giving out ranks. You can't give someone stain unless you're the guy that's handing out that stain. So he obviously was given the thumbs up to at least one step.
Okay. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mrs. Witness excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor, your next witness is?
Dr. McDougall?
Ladies and gentlemen, jury, I need a minute with the attorneys. Please do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in presence of my research. Seek no case on the chair. Place the jury stepped out. Counsel remain along with the defendant. Can you bring Dr. McDougall in, please?
There's been no legal ID, so I don't understand how she would testify, other than identify by a case number. So the court knows. So I would be objecting to her referring to any of the individuals other than the case number. So with no legal ID.
And so, Your Honor, this was the same issue we talked about previously. The state would disagree with us if the images have been shown of the victims that would identify them, and that there has been established by other evidence. In fact, Detective Polo just identified the victims during his testimony, Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas. There was no objection to that, and he was able to make that identification.
Thank you. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Just bring the doctor in.
Sure. Do you have hand sanitizer around? I just want to make sure it's up there. Look all in the- photographs from the number prior to your deposition that were circled at that time. And in terms of Ms. Smith, be so kind, the number on this, there were 136 photos in total in this taken at the time of autopsy. And so we're just seeking to use 28 of them.
And those 28 photographs have been identified, that's what the doctor is looking at now.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at the circles first, Your Honor, and then I'll look.
So if they have a tab on them, those are ones in which defense is objecting. If they have a sticky note on them. Your Honor, while the doctor's reviewing those, a case number provided to defense by a copy for Your Honor. It's Henderson v. State 463 7 second 196.
J.D. Williams, the state yesterday.
Yes, so I provided Henderson to Mr. Howard, you had left earlier. And so specifically on there, it says, those whose work products are murdered human beings should expect to be confronted by photographs of their accomplishments.
And in the other case that the state cited, which is Williams v. State, found at 77 3rd 726, the court said, where photographs are relevant, the trial court must determine whether the gruesomeness of the portrayal is so inflammatory as to create an undue prejudice in the minds of the jurors and distract them from a fair and unimpassioned consideration of evidence. When less graphic photos are available to illustrate the same point, the relevancy standard by no means constitutes a carte blanche for the admission of the gruesome photos. Judge, there's no question that the victims in this case died of gunshot wounds. Primarily one gunshot wound was fatal on each one of the alleged victims in this case. In fact, this doctor will testify, I believe, that this is a rather unusual case in that she could determine which shot occurred first in both of the victims, and they were the fatal shot in both of the victims. Therefore, the introduction of all these other photographs are irrelevant, prejudicial, and we would object to them.
Thank you. So, Doctor, my question, I guess, is the photographs were presented to you. They've been marked. How they've been marked, Madam?
So defense counsel has placed a sticky note on any that he is objecting to of the 28 that have been selected. Triple C for identification.
All right. So, if
Do you
we,
want to do them one at a time?
that's what I'd like to do. Is if you can show the photograph and.
May I approach?
Yes, you may.
this photo?
Doctor, you're not concerned or intimidated if the attorney.
Of course not.
come up to you?
I'd rather than see it here, so I don't have
Come
to
on up.
show it. Just stay 6 feet away.
That's fine.
So this first picture with the sticky note actually is the face shot with heat number, and the case number that is unique to this case. So what this does is it shows that this number will be in every single photo. Therefore, I think it's needed.
Thank you. And is there any duplicates of that photo showing the case number?
Every photo will have this case number,
Understood.
but this is the face of the decedent. That's how we identify him, and that's what this photo is for.
Thank you.
So this next series of photographs are the clean hand photographs. We take these photographs to document whether there are any injuries to the hands, were they in a scuffle? Is there any hemorrhaging, contusions? If that's a line of questioning, then I need these photos to show that.
And so Dr. McLeese, you can explain to his honor.
I can. So, in the course of a suspicious case, when we take photographs, we do what's called overall photographs initially. So those are usually bloody hands, right? Bloody defects, bloody body. When we clean them up, we take a second round of photographs that are clean photographs. So these photographs are the clean photographs. I don't see any blood on any of these photographs.
May I inquire as to how many photographs?
Once the doctor says.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so these are the clean photographs of the hands. So,
Are you done, doctor?
and
Yes, you have.
How many photographs of the two hands are in that file?
so there's a front and back. So there's one front, one palm, and a side to show every piece of each hand to show that there's no injuries.
The question is how many photos in total of the hands are?
So there are 6 photographs, one of the palmar surface of each hand, one of the other surface of each hand, and one of the side of each hand.
And there's no injuries on the hands.
That's correct.
We would object that it's duplicitous and it has no relevance.
Thank you. That objection is known as overruled. No photographs are, when you say clean photographs, there's no blood, there's no gruesomeness or anything like that associated with those photographs, counsel. So the objection noted is overruled.
Did your honor rule as to the face establishing
It's
shot?
overruled. I understand the purpose of it. It's not a gruesome photograph.
So these next 2 photographs are of the same wound. The difference is one is an orientation shot, which is this one, and then one is a close-up. If you show just the close-up so I can talk about the characteristics of that wound, there's no way for me to show where it is on the body. I can say where it is, but I can't show it. So if you want an orientation shot so you can show where it is, and then a closer shot so I can explain the characteristics of the wound, then I would say both pictures are needed.
And is that what you're suggesting, doctor, that you to show the orientation as well as the close-up of the injury, that you need those pictures to illustrate that?
I do.
Thank you. What's next?
So, there's 3. You can take one out.
Sure.
I don't need all 3.
And so doctor, which would be the best one to remove from that set?
Is that okay with you?
I haven't said a word.
I know, I'm just asking. So,
I understand those aren't objected to. There's no sticker on them, correct? Am I correct, counsel?
There's a sticker on one in the left hand, I believe.
so I would argue you can take one of these out because both of them I can see. I see the ear on the left-hand side, so
You're telling me you don't need both?
I don't need, no, sir.
So just eliminate them.
And in terms of the better the one with the scale or without?
Wait. Just a
Yeah, no sticker, so I don't know there's an objection to it.
same argument on the 2 pictures of D. One is an orientation shot, so it shows you where on the body this exit wound is. The second is a close-up, so you can describe the characteristics of the wound.
And are you telling me, doctor, that you need both photographs to illustrate or explain your testimony?
I would prefer both, because you can tell in the close-up that this looks like a laceration, which is consistent with an exit wound. I can explain it from this one, but you can't really see it.
Thank you.
Is the court allowing both of those photographs in?
She's saying she needs to explain the testimony. Yes, that's the way I understand it.
I believe she said she could explain it on either one of the photographs.
I can explain that it's a laceration on each one in order for everyone involved to be able to see why it's a laceration instead of, yeah, that's a laceration over there. I think they're needed.
Thank you. Objection notes overruled. Again, these photographs show an depict an injury externally. It's not an internal. I don't know that they're so gruesome as to inflame the jury. Something along these lines.
I did, so the court knows, put a sticker on all of the internal injuries, I believe you're looking at right now, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm standing at a distance from you because you were not in that 10-day grace period.
I'm not.
So I'm gonna move a little further away.
That's fine. So normally, Judge, I would say that internal photographs are not needed. The reason that these photographs are important in this particular case is that the first shot, which was to the back of the neck, when you look at the undersurface of the skin around that injury, there's hemorrhage, which means I can tell you that he was alive when that shot was fired. The second shot, third shot went to the shoulder. The second shot that went through the heart and the left lung. The organs prove that there was no heartbeat when those shots were inflicted. So if anybody is trying to say that one shot came, he was alive when that shot was shot, and the other two were after he passed away sometime later, the only way to show that with the photos is to show you that in the lung, in the heart, where the projectile from the shoulder was retrieved, that there's absolutely no hemorrhage around any of those organs or wounds. Can you do it with just the lung picture? You know, do you need every single one of them? I mean, the heart, absolutely no hemorrhage. Your heart's got all the blood's right there. If you're alive and it's beating, it's gonna bleed. So,
I'm sorry, may I, Your Honor?
Sure, I'm trying to understand, Doctor, whether or not you need these pictures to illustrate your testimony and whether you need all of them.
if I want to show you that there's hemorrhage here, and he was alive and that's why there's hemorrhage, and there's nothing on this lung, so he's dead when that shot's fired, then I need these photographs. Can we parse it down to half of them? I mean, if, you want to show that there's no hemorrhage in the heart, the pathway of that bullet is the same projectile. You could show one.
So would be removing perhaps the lung photo?
I think the lung is probably the best photo of all of them because there's no hemorrhage there. I think you need the one that shows that there was a beating heart when the bullet went through the head, and at least one. I would argue, I don't argue, right? I would suggest, whatever the right word is. This photograph is the projectile from the right back. No hemorrhage around it where we get it out. So that's the third shot. So one of these and one of the second shot and one of the first shot to show the difference in this is a beating heart, these are not. If that's something that needs to be shown in photographs. And how I came to that conclusion. I'm done.
We are not contesting that the first shot was the fatal shot. The other two shots, which he is referring to, are from the internal examination to verify that. We're not contesting that at all. Those are very gruesome photographs, have nothing to do with because the victim in this group is dead already. So unless we're contesting that, there's no reason other than to prejudice this jury of the gruesomeness of this autopsy.
So neither going back to those photographs to illustrate or explain your testimony, my question is, do you think all of these photographs, these are the photographs that I look at that are somewhat gruesome.
I agree.
And so my thought is, if there's a way you can pare down those photographs, show the what you're trying to get across, which shot was the fatal shot and how to establish that. I don't have a problem with that. In fact, I'd appreciate that. But my thought is, really, you're the witness. You know what you need to explain your testimony. And so I need to know that.
So, Your Honor, it's not about which shot is the fatal shot. I mean, we have people shot 20 times, whatever, all the time. If it's if it is, all at the same time, around the same time, within, a minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, every single one of those gunshot wounds is gonna have hemorrhage. Okay, so it's not that he shot in the head, his heart stops immediately, and, the other 2 shots come within seconds, and those have no hemorrhage. I can't tell you what the time frame is between the headshot and the other shots, but it's a significant amount of time so that he's passed away, there's no circulation, then these shots come. So it's not 10 shots, the first shot was to the head, so it killed him, and the other 9 were a minute later, and none of those have hemorrhage. So that's why this is unique, in that we can say which the first shot is. So I think you can take some of these out, but if the line of questioning is going to be, and I don't know what it is, right? But if it's going to be, was it, seconds later that the second, third shot came, or was it minutes later? You have to be able to show that there's no hemorrhage.
Can I ask a question, Doctor, regarding those photographs, the internal photographs? Correct, they're all internal?
Yes, sir.
And any of those are duplications?
They're not duplications in pictures, but I can show it with less photographs because it's the same wound path.
That's fine, so if you can show it with, explain it with less photographs, that's what I would appreciate.
May I inquire one other question, Your Honor?
Sure.
You can't tell if it was seconds or minutes later, correct?
It's not seconds.
How do you know that?
Because I've done hundreds of gunshot wound cases where they're shot multiple times and they all have hemorrhage.
In those cases, you have not been able to determine which is the first shot, second shot, and third shot, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so in other words, this is an unusual case wherein you can tell what the first shot is. And in fact, I think you testified this is like 1 in a million.
Let's say 3. Think about 3 in 12, 13 years, where I can tell which shot came first because the dramatic difference in the characteristics of the first gunshot wound and the second and third. It's not seconds. Okay, it's some time, but I can't tell you what that time is.
It could be 10 seconds,
It's
it
not
could be
seconds.
5 minutes,
Could be 5 minutes, could be 30 minutes.
and it also could be less than that.
I don't know that I say less than that.
And what are you basing that on?
Excuse me, Counsel. I assume you deposed her a long time ago. You deposed this witness, correct?
Yes.
All right, so we're talking about photographs, not about the other issue. My job here is to determine whether the photographs are too gruesome. And my thought is that these photographs, the internal ones, do have some qualities that one would say is gruesome. However, we're trying to limit those. I don't think it's so prejudicial or so gruesome as to create any type of prejudice in the mind of the autopsy photographs trying to explain the motive death. So in any event, Doctor, if you could be satisfied which ones you need to for your testimony and which ones you can eliminate.
The trains can come up here as well. These are 3 different, these are all the same shot. So this is probably it's a lung.
That's the one you want?
And so to show the fit, and so it's clear for the record that as a photo of the lung has been removed from the body, it's not encased in any sort of, you don't see ribs, you don't see blood, you don't see other fatty tissue. That's
Correct.
internal. And so in terms of the lung shot and the heart shot, are those from the same wound path?
Correct. So all of these 4 photographs are from the same wound path. So this is gunshot wound 3, this is gunshot wound 1, and this is gunshot wound 2.
Okay, so you would be fine with taking out these 3, the photo of the heart with the trajectory rod through it, the photo of the ribs post removal of the sternum, and the photo of the lungs still in place in the body.
Correct.
Yeah, I figured it out.
It might be all, actually, it's the heart and.
So those three would take out. Okay. And you would just need the other three to explain the differences.
Correct.
All right, so those photographs that Dr. handed to you that have been excluded, how many in number are there?
They've been excluded. 5. So that brings down to 23 photos.
Thank you. Doctor, of the 23 photos that are remaining, you're indicating you need those photographs to explain and illustrate your testimony. Is that correct? Yes. Thank you. All right, so you ready to start again?
Yes, we just need to update the digital version of them.
And so the record is clear, Your Honor, may I have a standing objection to those photographs that were gone over that I objected to?
Sure. Can you identify for the record, let's just be clear which ones they are? Does the state have any objection to a standing objection?
No, Your Honor.
So there's no objection to a standing objection, but I just like somehow those ones with the yellow tab that the defense was objecting to be noted.
Sure. I'm happy to. Yes. That's Ms. Smith had a good idea of numbering them, and then I can refer to them by the number so that there's no question on the front.
Your Honor, on a side note, can I suggest we let the jury start their lunch?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam State, your witness, do you want to do?
I have no.
I've already been here 2.5 hours. That's another.
You want to start, Doctor? Is that the
No, it's fine. It's jury's more important.
Can I do this? Let me just find out if the jury wants to, it'll be another few minutes. Can I just have my bailiff go in and see if, take a poll with them, see if they want to have lunch or break for lunch or want to continue? Any objection to that?
No, sir.
Okay.
All right.
Tell them what the next witness is.
I'm not gonna tell them anything, just find out what they want to do.
Okay.
How long do you think your correction examination is going to be?
Hour and a half.
We'll just break for lunch. All right, we'll just break for lunch. All right, so, any objection if Gary just lets the jury break for lunch?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, so Gary, just tell them that we'll see him back at, say, it's now 12, 10 to 12, say, 1:15, all right? See everybody back at 1:15. Anything else to discuss, counsel? Mr. Agency, if you could just confirm with counsel which ones you reject. Yes, sir. Here's the number. As soon as I finish numbering.
I'm gonna open the I'm gonna drop the link so we can discuss the case and the situation on his phone. All I ask that you come up here, you be respectful. Make sure you watch your words because it's YouTube, so we can't say certain stuff. And we'll go from there.
some bullshit, dog.
Good morning, afternoon, depending on where you at.
Morning, morning, morning.
How you doing, man?
So I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah. How y'all?
I ain't gonna lie, I'm not. I'm heartbroken.
Yeah.
I'm emotional. It take me a minute to get over things. So
Yeah.
I've been up all night.
Yeah. I feel you. I think I might have got like an hour of sleep or something like that.
I didn't even get that. I was like literally up crying. And
Yeah.
about 6 o'clock, I was like, well, screw it. I may as well get up and just get in the shower.
Right.
Ain't no need
Yeah.
to try to go to sleep now.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Like I said, I read it and it was enough for me. Like you got to think now, he didn't get convicted of anything. So for me to feel that way from reading something that someone didn't get convicted of, like it was enough for me.
yeah, everybody else who's been in the chat and whatever has read it and everybody talking about how bad it is.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it because I haven't gotten an email from you or whatever, and I haven't
Yeah.
looked it up for myself. I don't know if I want to read it now
Man.
because my heart is already broken just knowing about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't want to traumatize myself by reading it, and that's just the truth.
You read it, Lil A? Lil A.
Can you hear me?
A little bit.
Barely.
It's my headset. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I read it. I'm still reading it right now.
It's pretty bad, ain't it?
Man.
That's what I said. That's what I said. And I was like, that's why I was like, yeah, I know he didn't get convicted of, but it was bad enough. It was bad enough for me to go on and say, like, hey,
Yeah. I mean, that's all you can do. It's not like we knew this and still was supporting dude. You know what I mean? We
yeah,
didn't know.
Hey,
We found out when the world found out.
yeah,
Well,
hey,
internet is something else, man.
yeah.
Get you good and bad.
hey, Marita boy.
What's up? What's up?
Hey, this John Doe.
What's up, John Doe?
I'm trying to figure out why I'm over here crying. What the hell going on?
Hold on 1 second. Hey, B Dash, I'm gonna pull you up in a minute. Just chill. I see you in the back. I got you. Just chill. What you say, John Doe?
I literally just got off work and I just seen that other video and you had me over here in tears and shit. So I'm confused about everything. I'm late to the party, guys.
So yesterday when I was doing the live on the like I normally do, like I'm doing right now, somebody jumped in the chat and they were just saying all this stuff about Spoon and stuff, you know what I mean? And so to make a long story short,
I delete my comments, cuz.
To make a long story short, we went in. I went and looked it up to see what it was talking about, and then he didn't get convicted of it, bro. But I'm telling you, when you read it,
that was bad though.
So
yeah.
what's the age? Just say the number.
Hey, Marita boy.
Hey, let me say something real quick, dog. Like last night, I had got on the live with Spoon. I'm not on here to bash Spoon.
Yeah.
And I had got off because I was doing something. So I guess he had addressed it, the shit, when I got off.
Yeah.
So when I came back, I was like, hey, Spoon, they talking about you. They got the whole Reddit page, you know what I'm saying? So that nigga, Low, whatever the fuck his name was, called me out my name for that shit. And now that nigga probably looking stupid as fuck for calling me out my name, saying I'm being a snake by bringing this shit up. But I read the shit myself. And I ain't finna talk about it too much, but like I feel sorry for that little girl, bro.
Yeah.
What's the age?
Because
12 years old. 12 years old.
12. And it's supposed to be his daughter. And I heard him say like he had a baby mom that died and shit. And they say that Like the girl was living with her grandma and shit. That shit, and I'm not even finna say nothing else about it.
Yeah.
Hey, Marita boy,
Yeah.
man. Now
I had to put my name
he
out there
said
because it was talking
in
about me
his
last
heart
night because I
that
said something about it.
if
Actually,
Melly beat the case, he said in his heart that he still feel like Melly did it right. Now Spoon beat that case, but
He
in
didn't
your
beat it.
heart, Marita boy, you know he still did that. The same rules apply, right?
he
I'm
didn't
just
beat
we
it
infer.
though. He didn't beat it, dog.
He
It's
didn't.
like
Yeah.
he
Yeah. He
got
didn't
like
beat
a
it.
no-low
Man.
process. Like basically what I'm thinking, like the girl didn't come to court and she didn't want to cooperate. So the prosecutor had to give him like a no-low process. He didn't get found not guilty for it.
Yeah.
Man, that man is man. That's the worst to me. When you do something to a kid, that's the worst thing you can ever do in this life. Because
So
a kid
Marita boy,
can't do a
It ain't
kid
even
can't
what
do
he did to
nothing.
her, bro. You got to look at what the shit that they said, like what he gave the girl, the
Yeah.
sent to
God,
somebody else type shit.
Yeah.
so Marita boy,
man, I'm so disappointed. I
hey
can't
Marita
take
boy,
this. This
hey
is
Marita boy.
bad.
What's up, bro?
Hey, when you talked to him before you brung it to the net, what did he have to say? I'm confused.
He told me they was lying on him and it wasn't true and this and that. But I was looking for him to tell me like the scenario, like bro, like tell me like how did they say this? How did they say this happened? Like give me step by step as to where they got you fucked up at and to where they framed you at. And
Yeah.
and I could tell by the way he was talking. He was doing a good job, but at the same time, he was going around telling me the actual scenario. Yeah, he was going around telling the actual scenario. So when I got home, I had the paperwork, but when I was at work, so I couldn't get to read it all. So when I got home like 3:34 a.m., I read that shit, dog. And I'm telling you, when I read it, I said to myself, I say, I don't care. I don't care what somebody else said. I don't care that you didn't get convicted. I read enough in there to where
That shit detailed as hell, man.
you should have been convicted on this, bro. They got the pictures out this man's phone, bro.
That's your daughter. Then like from what I was looking at, he had just got out of prison, I think. Like
Your daughter, bro, your own flesh and blood. The girl you supposed to groom into a grown woman to have a husband.
I
Oh
got his
man.
live the other night when he was breaking down like all his kids and shit. And
So
I know
what did he say about it on his live?
I don't know what he said because I had got off last night. So
Do
like when I
anybody
got
know
back
what he
on,
said?
I was like, hey Spoon, them niggas made a Reddit page, you know, you might want to check that shit out talking about so and so. So the little bitch ass nigga that was on there was like, man, fuck you, beat ass, you a bitch ass nigga, this and that. All that internet tongue wrestling, which I'm not finna do with nobody. Like, nigga, all I was doing was telling nigga. And then I sent Spoon a private message like, bro, I was just letting you know that shit. I wasn't, but this morning I looked the shit up for myself. And
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? But I still ain't got nothing to say about the nigga. He got to live with that shit. I'm not saying nothing bad about that nigga. That shit is disgusting if it's true, but I just don't see how somebody will bring up them type of allegations like on their father at that. Like I can see if it was some random little hot girl like and then
Well, I was on the live as it was happening. He didn't really address it at all. He kind of glanced over it and was just like, yeah, them niggas lying, da, da, da. But like B-Dash said, it was somebody else who I've never even seen before that was, cussing him out and this and the other, called him out his name. And I jumped in the chat immediately like, whoa, hold up. It ain't even like that. Y'all need to chill. Because I know this guy. He ain't coming at y'all sideways. He's just letting you know what he saw. So
that's
chill
how I
out.
found the paperwork was on
Hey,
Reddit.
Marita boy.
They dropped the link on Reddit to the charges, and that's how I just got the case number. And then I did what I know from there. From Reddit,
Okay.
they was going in on them on Reddit. So I'm like, hey, bro, they got a whole page with like thousands of fucking.
I dropped that link.
Well, let me say this publicly. I apologize for yesterday because I just looked and saw that he was not convicted and left it at that. I don't do court websites looking up paperwork and all this shit. I don't even know how to begin to do that. Okay. So
I just read
I
the
saw the
arrest
charges
affidavit.
were the charges were dismissed. He wasn't, on the sex offender registry or anything like that, or excuse me, on the registry. We know I'm not supposed to say that word. So I left it at that and assumed that everything he said was true. That because I'm thinking to myself, why would he lie to us? The people who've been rolling with him got his back and been going hard for him, right? So I apologize and let it be known publicly. I no longer support him in anything he does because I can't support a person who would do that to their child.
When I read
I
that,
just
Marita
can't.
boy.
when I read it, I'm telling you, listen, the clincher was for me. They pulled him over. They confiscated the telephones. The pictures that the victim said that was taken of her was in the phone.
Yeah, so it's no
They matched the
hiding
pillows
at
and shit.
all.
The
No
pillow
hiding.
set matched.
Yeah,
And
the
they
pillows,
I don't want to say too much. They matched what she was wearing, her bra
what
and
she
shit.
was
And then
wearing,
I read that
Golly.
he sent the picture to somebody else.
he sent the
Damn.
picture.
You sent your naked daughter to somebody else?
Mm.
Hey, Marita
I
boy,
think the
you got
affidavit,
kids,
yup.
don't you?
Yeah, bro.
Now look, I know me and you don't get along, but
Right.
I do respect what you did, bro. Cause you gotta think about this. That's your
Yeah, I
best
respect.
friend.
When I
Well, he
saw his
was
shit,
your
I had
best
to look it
friend.
up for myself.
If
Yeah.
you around him, he'll do that to your kids. If he did it to his own kids, he'll do it to anybody else's kids. So you had to cut him off. You did what you had to do.
To be funny on this shit because it's not funny, but what Spoon say he called a nigga that lie on his dick? Remember he said he came up with a.
Oh
Oh
Lord,
I
oh
Lord.
ain't even gonna go there.
Lord.
I ain't even gonna go there. I ain't gonna go there. Never
Yeah.
mind. I ain't gonna.
Yeah,
Yeah, man, don't even go there,
It
man.
ain't none of
Hey,
these. It ain't gonna
this
be.
ain't even that type of panel right now. This serious. There ain't no time for cracking jokes or
Yeah,
none of
I was
that.
gonna say something, but I wasn't trying to be funny with it, but
You got to echo. You got
You
to
got to
echo.
echo,
yeah,
little A.
I'm at work, bro. I'm finna get off. My shit probably fucked up. I'm gonna get off
Hey,
real.
but I appreciate you though, B
Yup.
Dash. I
Yeah,
appreciate
you
you,
too,
bro.
bro. Y'all stay up, bro.
Yeah, bro.
Hey, Marita boy.
Yeah.
Hey man, I'm so sorry you going through this because that shit broke my heart, man. When I seen that video, you was on that bitch real deal crying, dog.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know I was gonna cry. I just was trying to like apologize to everybody and get everything out. It just happened, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Bro, I'll be straight disagreeing with Spoon and Marita, but like when I seen Marita boy cry, bro, that shit made me feel some type of way, and I don't even be agreeing with him. Like me and him don't even be seeing eye to eye. But when I seen him cry, bro, and tell that story, bro, about a kid, anything about a kid, bro, like I feel for that. That shit sad, bro. And like,
yeah.
I don't, that shit sad, bro.
Shit,
Well,
Man,
I had
that's all I can say. Man,
I
I'll
had
see y'all
dropped
later.
him.
I don't even want to talk about this real no
no,
more.
wait, PJ, before you leave, let me tell you something too. I apologize to you directly now. I apologize to you in the chat. I'm apologizing to you now because I did block you for saying that yesterday. I didn't know, bro. If I would have known, I never would have. I would have actually let you stick around yesterday. Okay, like for real, for real. I saw your video about me, so I'm addressing it publicly. I no longer support Spoon. I did not know that this was had happened all these years ago. I had no clue. So I was just supporting someone who I thought had lost their child. I would never, ever support someone who can do that to a child. Okay, let that be known.
Man, I don't even want to be on this. Man, that's so sad,
I could
man.
never do that.
Damn, man. God
So
damn,
I'm
man.
letting it be known publicly. I do not support him or anybody else that can do that to a child.
Hey, Marita boy. Hey
Okay,
man,
so
we
DJ,
really
we
love
cool
you,
right
dude.
now for real.
Yeah, my bad. I apologize too. Like, I'll take the videos and stuff it down. Like, I don't got no problems with y'all, man. It just Spoon, like, that stuff. It ain't even about the Melly case of what Melly did. It ain't about Sack or Juvie or nobody. It's about what Spoon did. Like, what's right and right, what's wrong is wrong. You don't do nothing like that, man.
Right, and I can't support nobody in being wrong. I
Yeah.
can't and not admit to it. I mean, and not even necessarily us, but how could you not admit that to Marita? That's been your dog, and he's been down for you for years, doing this shit, supporting you and speaking for
That,
you
man,
and
that
your
man
son when
went to
nobody else
bat.
was. When
That's
nobody else
sad.
was. So my heart is broken this morning. When I say it is broken, it is broken. Okay. I don't really just support people like that. I don't. Because
Yeah.
of shit like this, because you never know what somebody trying to hide.
Damn,
But
Tanel,
I cannot.
you making me cry again, Tanel.
I'm sorry. I ain't trying to make nobody cry. But I'm hurt and I'm pissed. And when I'm both, I cry. I'm sorry. But it's that serious for me. Like for real. I can't.
Hey, Marita, boy.
What's up, bro?
Hey, man, you got some people, man, that you don't know personally, but we love you, bro. We really do, man.
I love y'all too, bro, and that's why I had to come and face y'all, bro, because you know I take this seriously. You know, my platform, y'all believe in me, the things that I say, and I take it seriously. So, you know, it was I had to. You know, I had to.
I'm talking about, man, dude, when I seen you crying and I read that shit, I'm like, hold up. Before you even got halfway down the video, I'm on that bitch crying. Like, what the fuck I'm crying for?
Yeah, it's that bad, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and then you gotta think this my friend, bro. Like, I gotta say goodbye to my friend, like forever. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know. And then I read what happened to that little girl. Like, and again, he didn't get convicted of anything, bro. But bro, they got the pictures out your phone, bro. Like, how could they lie on you and the pictures was in your phone, bro? Like, how did they get in your phone, bro?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like that was open and shut for me. Like there's nothing he could say to me. He texted me a bunch of times today. I even read them. I don't know what they saying. I ain't even read them. You know. When my phone was ringing when I was going live earlier, my phone was ringing. That was him calling
That
me.
was him.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
I
was him
figured that.
calling you?
Yeah. But there's nothing. I don't want. He can't say nothing. How you cannot explain to me how these pictures is in your phone, bro? That baby ain't lie on you. So she gonna take pictures of herself and then put them in your phone and then lie and tell the police or whatever her peoples that this happened to her. No, this girl 12 years old, bro. Nah, bro. And I went to him first. I didn't do him. I talked to him first. You know what I mean? I talked to him a couple of times yesterday, trying to get him to tell me what happened. You know, he just was talking around the whole scenario. I was just trying to see if he was going to tell me the truth, you know, or tell me what happened or tell me something.
So let me ask you something. If he would have came out to you behind closed doors and told you the truth, would you have had more respect for him that way, or you still would have just not fuck with him no more?
I still wouldn't know how to fuck with him. I can't, bro. That's a kid, bro. I can't sweep that shit under the rug. No.
That's
Right.
all that shit, dude. And not him, because he Papa's a Rolling Stone. He jugging and moving.
Yeah, like
As much as you talked about your sexual exploits with as many women as you said, a kid, nigga, a kid.
I
You
know, right?
sick
Say it again.
motherfucker. And I hope you see this shit. You sick motherfucker. Like, I can't.
How
It
can you
makes my
even?
skin crawl.
How can you even get aroused from a little kid? I don't even like
And your
grown
fucking
ass
daughter,
women that
like,
act like kids.
ugh. I'm literally shaking, y'all. I'm so upset. I'm sorry. I might need to get up off of here because I don't want to be all fucked up talking to people. But I'm very upset about this shit.
Me too, bro. Me too. Like, and I wrestled with this shit all year. I didn't know. I wasn't. Listen, my spirit was telling me something yesterday when the person, whoever it was, I don't even know who it was, said what they said on the live. If you notice, I stopped talking on the live. If you notice,
Yeah.
I never comment or anything anymore because for something inside of me was just saying like, and then I just went on about the day, but it was still bothering me. It was still bothering me, and I just had to know. I just had to know. So that's when I went and looked it up. I went and looked it up, but I couldn't read it because I was at work. but I was still upset though. Something in my inside was upset, and he kept calling me, kept texting me, and he was trying to talk to me. And you know, he was just telling me about like a lot of stuff, like about the platform that it was going up and stuff like that. And it was like all stuff that kind of like it made me feel like he was trying to like pacify me like a little bit. Like, you know, I know he felt the vibe, but I'm saying it was like stuff that he was like, yeah, bro, we going up. Look how many subscribers and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I wasn't thinking about all that. I didn't care about all that type of shit, you know. And and this is all before I actually knew now. But my spirit was just telling me, you know, we got trolls. We got people troll us all the time, and it don't bother me like that. My spirit, I just could tell these trolls, but for some reason, it stuck to me. But whoever that was said what they said, so I had to go see for myself, and then when I saw for myself, I had to. So I hit him up this morning. I texted him this morning, and I told him he broke my heart. I told him, you know, how I felt, and then I told him that I had the paperwork, and I told him that I was gonna go live and I was gonna tell the people, and I was gonna apologize to everybody, and then as soon as I ended the text, I went live, and then that's when he started responding, trying to call me and stuff like that and shit like that, but I just never answered. I still ain't answered. I haven't even read the text. I don't even know what they're saying.
So now you got to go on your platform, just like you exposed him to us. You got to, you know, let everybody know, like, hey, that ain't what it's at.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing now and what I did earlier, and that's why I opened the panel up so people can share their thoughts, and you know, because all of us had connected with him, man.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how I felt yesterday watching Tanel, Dream Doll, all of you guys actually go to war, block people, tell people they wrong, this and that, and those people was just trying to say the truth. Like that shit hurt my feelings. Like, made me feel
And that's why I apologize to everybody. Like, yeah, I was just going off the information I had, you know. I never in a million years would have ever thought that he would do some shit like that, you know. I typically feel people out very well. I have a very good sense of discernment, and I missed it on him. I really did.
Me too.
So I apologize.
But I'll tell you, Janelle, yesterday after them people said whatever they said in the chat, his energy to me was totally off. It wasn't the same confident type of person. It was like, to me, maybe it's just because I'm kind of empathic like that. I can kind of feel vibes.
Yeah.
But to me, it felt like he knew he was exposed, and and he was trying to make sure that I was still his friend. You know what I mean? It's like it's like I got a glimpse inside the other side of him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I never seen that. I never felt that way before about him. Never seen that before. But I felt it. I definitely felt it. I knew it was never going to be the same. Even before I read the paperwork, some just told me, you know?
Yeah. Well, actually, I'm glad it got exposed now versus later when we were all in much deeper to it. You know, it's better to cut ties now. You know, sooner rather than later. You know, as far as us, you know, the people who are just being introduced to Spoon in the last couple years, however long it is since his first interview was on your channel. You know, but I feel for you. You know, I do. Because you've known him for a long time.
When did they say this happened?
2013, I think.
Oh
yeah, 13. So we talking 10 years ago. You've managed to hide this from people for 10 years.
Boy, that just go to show what's done in the dark will eventually come to the light.
Always it's gonna come to the light.
Listen,
always.
And I'm gonna just tell this to the people. Listen, I'm gonna say this. He was not convicted of this, but I'm gonna tell you something. Trust me when I tell you, when you read this, whenever you guys get a hold of the paperwork and you read it, because it's going to get out there. Trust me, it's going to get out there. When you read that paperwork, trust me, when you read what I read, he's not going to have to get convicted for you to believe what happened. I'm trying to explain this to y'all. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, man. How about before you go to work, we have a paperwork party?
I just don't want to be the one to do it out there like that. I mean, because it's graphic, bro.
No.
It's graphic. You feel me? I'm telling you, it's
No.
graphic.
Yeah, you can't post it
It's graphic
on
bro.
YouTube.
No.
That bad?
Even if you
Went
could,
very
that
detailed into
Hell
yeah. But to me, even if you could, that's not necessary. Let the universe take its course.
yeah.
God, I would
If
never in a million years thought that about Big Dog. Never.
I didn't either, bro.
My thing is, I just want him to be real, like you've been telling everyone else. Come look up this person about me. Come look up about me. Okay, be real. What you did. Don't hide.
For the record, look, hey, you read it, right?
I read it.
You feel the same way I feel?
Yeah, it was too much detail, and the police matched the statement. So
exactly,
you can't go by. I mean, two people that don't know you are not just gonna point you out, or when they do warrant on your phone, they don't just put it in there.
When they got when they apprehended you, they got your phone. The pictures was in your phone, bro.
yeah, because somebody said that the pictures were in there because she did it herself. That's his explanation.
Okay. Well,
she took the pictures of herself.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you. All right, I'm gonna give you a little farther than that. Well, the pictures were sent to another individual who was on the same shit that he was on.
Yeah.
Wow, 2 pedophiles.
So it ain't no way in hell she took the pictures herself and then sent them to somebody, and then you didn't know that it happened because you got 2 phones. So your kid was playing with your phone. But like I said to that, my nieces and nephews have my phone all the time. But guess what I do? As soon as I get it back, I go through everything to make sure they ain't did no shit that's gonna come back on me.
Right.
You don't do that?
And my thing is this: how long could the girl have had the phone? The auntie say she picked the girl. She dropped the girl off at 2:00 and picked the girl up at 5:30. The girl wasn't in his care for what it is, 3 hours,
3.5 hours,
30 minutes. Right. This was another thing. This was I think the first time they had let her go around him. You know what I'm saying? Since her mama had passed, like, you know what I mean, like alone. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, this happened the first time. Like, I'm telling you, like,
that's insane, dude.
And I don't even want to get it gets worse. I'm telling you, it's a lot. The details is worse. Like, you know. So, hey, man, I'm just saying.
You know, it is what it is. As far as his actions, my heart just goes out to that poor child. You know, her mama died, and then this is what her daddy chooses to do.
And she grown now, y'all.
Yeah.
You know, so who knows? You know.
Nell, you got me over here crying now, girl.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I don't think
I'm sorry.
I don't think he could talk about Melly mom being a HOE.
Yeah.
Or
hell no.
You can't talk about nobody's stuff no more.
No,
that is over with.
No. I think you need to stick to
all that.
talking about the trial. If you even continue to talk about anything, my advice to you would be to go sit your ass down somewhere for a while.
Hey,
then my thing is
about
this.
to say that.
Why? Then my thing is this. Why? Maybe this is why he never showed up down there. You know.
Maybe the prosecutor knew.
I don't know. I'm just throwing all this stuff in my head now that.
Hey, and you know what? Melly got that slick ass attorney too. If he would have got on the stage, he would have said, "Oh, do you want to tell the people about the girl from?"
Oh, you know he would have dug that shit up.
Oh, you know he would.
He's
a slick ass.
Yeah, you know he would have. You know, one of them would have, one or the other.
Yeah,
so,
right.
Yeah, maybe that's why he ain't going down. I don't know. I really.
But hey, y'all do know, he might well go on and delete his page. He might well go on and delete his page. He'll never let this shit down.
No, and he shouldn't. If she has to live with it for the rest of her life, he should too.
And I will say one thing, Marita boy.
Yeah.
good friends are really hard to find, few and beyond, dude. And he lost a really good person in you, man. He
He
lost a
did.
really good friend
He
because,
did.
dude, you vouched for this dude years on years. You wouldn't let nobody talk crazy behind his back. You was his friend, and a real friend is hard to find, dude. And it's like,
Yep.
that's
Bro,
crazy.
just think about this. He told me he loved me on live the night before, and then I got like this shit come out the next day. So this shit was like really hard for me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm like, damn, like, you know, like,
Yeah.
like damn, like, but I knew what was right. I knew what was in my heart. I just knew I knew as a man I gotta do the hard stuff. Like it's right. Right is right, wrong is wrong. Like
Mm-hmm.
I'd
Yeah.
rather lose
You
a
know, yeah.
girlfriend over a lifelong best friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, it's tough when you lose a friend
Yeah,
like
really
that.
good friend too.
You
Lifelong.
know,
Yeah.
it's happened to me. I understand it. It's hard. But I admire you for doing, because a lot of people would have just swept it under the rug and been like, "Oh well,
I
that
don't know
happened
why.
10 years ago."
I
So
don't know
thank
why
you for standing up for what's right.
yeah,
I don't know why my silly ass when I first cut on your video, I
yeah,
thought you was on there trolling. So I started laughing until I see you start crying. I'm like, hold up, what's going on?
yeah. I
I
know it was
thought you
kind
was
of
just trolling us at first.
yeah. I feel you because it was kind of hard to believe. I get it. I know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
because
then
everybody in the comments, no, this ain't true. I'm like, yeah, it's true, y'all. It's true.
It's true. I'm telling you, it's true. Like,
You know, ain't no need in lying about it. Why would
like,
somebody come on here and say some shit like that if it wasn't true?
listen.
Like, make it make sense.
I'm gonna show you something. Right. I'm gonna show you something. So this what I'm gonna show you something. This what This what PJ the God say. He say Spoon just sold out on his community post. His grandma made her lie. Her grandma made her lie on his YouTube community, and they going out to lunch. Now I'm gonna explain something to you. Let me tell you what he can't get around for me. You can't get around these pictures. How did these pictures get in your phone, sir?
Hmm.
You feel what I'm saying? So all that you can tell me that they lied on you and all of this, but how did those pictures? The police pulled you over, confiscated your phone. Inside your phone were the pictures that that young lady said were taken of her. So all of that, the people lied on you. All of that, those people can't fake them pictures.
that's
Yeah.
crazy.
So that was when I read that, I knew at that moment it's nothing he could tell me.
And also the details of what she was wearing. Was it? This is like probably what, a month later he got the warrant.
Yeah.
So how could she had the details right? It matched with the pictures.
Yeah, that's
Okay, so if it's
crazy.
a month later, how the fuck you still got the pictures in your phone then?
Cause he a sick ass bastard.
If she did it and this and that, you ain't looked at your pictures, your picture gallery in a month, nigga. Come on
And
now.
then Marita boy, you said he sent them to another person,
He sent them
foul
to another
person.
person.
For
Yep.
$50.
Yep.
What?
Yep.
Hold on. It was a crackhead too.
Hmm. Didn't he give her 20 for it?
He gave her 20, then he came back, he pulled back up on and gave her 40. All of this is in the
Yeah.
paperwork.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. So.
Listen, let me tell you something. This is the part that fucked me up. He asked her did she want to make some money, and he told her that it was a guy that wanted a picture of her. She asked him, so do you want me to smile? She thought it was a regular picture of her face, bro.
Yeah.
She said, do you want me to smile?
She was just
That
that
poor
innocent.
baby. That poor baby.
Bro,
And that's the type of shit that makes me mad.
Bro, the girl didn't fucking even understand, bro. She said, do you want me to smile? Think about it. She probably said, you want me to smile, daddy?
Yeah, yeah, that's the type of shit that pisses me off and makes me
She,
mad.
she
See,
probably,
I'm crying mad now. He better be glad he in Florida,
she probably,
and I'm in Texas.
she probably, she probably said, you want me to smile, daddy? You know what I'm saying, bro? Like,
It's crazy, dog.
you know what I'm saying,
That
bro?
was a baby. A 12-year-old is a baby. They don't know shit. And she had just lost her mama. You know, she's looking for a parent. How the fuck could you do that to a kid, man?
She said, "You want me to smile, Daddy?" She didn't even know, bro. He told her to put a pillow over her face, so her face, so her face,
Oh,
so her face can't
Come
be
on, Marita,
seen.
boy, man. Come on, dog.
what kind of sick shit is that, man?
Told her to put a pillow over her face, bro.
I'm so sorry, Marita, boy. I'm so sorry, dude. I'm hurt, man.
Oh, I'm out here looking ugly as fuck, crying. I don't even care. Oh, cause this shit is just sad, man. It's sad. It's sad as fuck. It's sad as fuck. And you got the nerve to sit on here and talk about sex, and you ain't no fucking better.
He worse than sex, Jason, man. That's worse.
That's crazy.
You got the nerve to sit up here and talk about that man, and
That's
you ain't no fucking
crazy.
better.
That part right there, you just said. That's crazy.
Oh, oh,
Trust nobody.
I'm fucking done, man.
Me too. Me too. Me too. That's what I'm saying. Like, ain't nothing you can tell me, bro. There's nothing you can tell me. There's nothing you can tell me.
Yeah, he just lost your whole fan base. He lost
Yeah,
everybody.
basically. I mean, I was the number 8 to subscribe to his channel. I was the first person to buy a membership for his channel. That's how much I've been throwing my support behind, dude.
Yep.
You know,
I think I was
everybody
like
who
the
said
22nd
something, I've
person.
been cussing them out. Like, I've been going hard. And now I feel like a fucking fool.
Right. Me too.
You know, I feel like a fucking fool.
Hey, Marita, boy, you don't know. Your voice is bigger than what you think it is, man.
I don't know, bro.
These YouTube streets, man.
Yeah. That shit just, bro, I'm telling you, bro, listen, when you read that shit, dog, when you read that shit, I know you didn't get offended, but when you read that shit, cuz, like,
I'm so sorry. Damn, you
There's no
really
way, man.
heartbroken, dog. Damn,
Hell
man.
yeah.
I'm
Hell yeah.
sorry.
I understand why he's so heartbroken. Shit, there's been his boy for years,
I
decades.
know. Even
Like
when he
he
had
said,
the
he
big
met the.
wigs.
He said the man was 13, 14 when he met him. Spoon just turned 43 yesterday. That's 30 years.
bro, we was wishing him happy birthday yesterday, bro. Like, man.
Hey, I think he know he fucked up and he lost a really good friend. I think he know that deep down inside. The best thing for him to do right now is go ahead and delete his YouTube channel and like just disappear from these YouTube streets, man.
Just go slink back into the fucking woods that you came from. Like,
Yeah, right.
just go the fuck away.
It
Because
ain't
ain't
nothing
shit
he
that
can
you
say.
gonna be able to say or do that's gonna justify this shit. I'm sorry. I ain't believing shit that come out your mouth no more.
I don't know
Period.
how. I don't know how. From what I read, that he didn't get convicted. I do not understand it. I do not understand it. I mean, only thing I could come up with is that they didn't want to let that little girl they didn't want to take her through it or whatever. But bro, they got the pictures out your phone. 3 pictures. Everything that girl said happened to the police. When they pulled him over, they got the pictures out the phone. It's in the paperwork, y'all. It's all there, and that's another thing. The Reddit people, they was telling the truth, bro. Those people telling the truth. So that was going to come out. Like that's going like it was. I don't care what if it was today, tomorrow, the next day. That was going to come out.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Like, I've never.
And then it's crazy. I heard Marita boy. I heard you say like when they first initially got in the live chat, you was defending him and shit.
Yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday.
I really
I
didn't.
was.
I really didn't. I just kind of got off, but at the same time, I don't know.
I was
it
defending
was
him.
all a blur, but I'm saying I don't remember. I know I got off really. I didn't speak too much after that. I didn't block the dude who said what he said. I didn't block him.
I did. I did. I'm woman enough to admit all the shit that I did yesterday in defense of this scumbag. I did.
Hey,
I was the one that was
you, mama.
defending
You're
him.
a real one. I fuck with you,
I
mama.
mean, it's all on YouTube. Shit, you can go back and look at the fucking live chat and see everything. So how could I deny it? But even if it wasn't, I'm woman enough to admit when I'm wrong, and I was wrong as fuck yesterday.
And
I was wrong as hell.
And that's why I had to apologize to all y'all because a lot of y'all went and supported him because I asked you to, you know.
Yeah. Go subscribe to my friend Spoon, and that's what the fuck we went and did.
Right.
Yeah. Like I said, I was number 8 to subscribe to his damn channel.
Yeah.
Amongst the first 10 people.
I think you was the first person to get a membership.
I was. You know, and hell, I'm on disability. I don't get a whole bunch of money a month. I don't really do memberships and shit. But the situation being as it is, like I said, I threw my full support behind this man. So I feel like a fucking idiot.
Unspoken.
Okay?
Unspoken. I apologize, bro. I apologize.
You know, everybody who I blocked yesterday, if you're ever able to hear me again, I'm sorry. Everybody who I argued with yesterday, I mean, all of that in defense of him, I am so sorry.
That's why
I did not know.
Tanel, I saw you yesterday, and I was like, "Damn, she really riding for him." And then when I read the paperwork, I called you at 5 or something this morning. Didn't I, Tanel?
You did.
I called her. I had to.
That's crazy.
So I knew all this shit was gonna happen before it happened.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't sleep last night.
I had to call her though, because I saw her. She was riding yesterday, and I was like, I didn't have nobody else's number, but I do have Tanel's number, and I had to call her. I had to talk to her. I had to let her know I'm sorry. You know.
But I appreciate that. You know, I do. Like I said, you know, it takes a real man to admit they're wrong.
Yeah.
I ain't nothing I can say, but you know, I love and respect you for that. Like for real. I have a genuine love for you, Marita. I do. Yeah. You're a good man. Yeah. Don't let this shit stop you from doing what you're doing, dog. Because you're really making a difference, okay?
I ain't gonna cap. I thought about quitting YouTube yesterday.
But no, hell no. You can't leave us like that.
But I said no. I gotta be the one to do it. You know, I gotta be one to tell my peoples. But I really thought about quitting. I was like, man, if I do this, I just quit because I didn't get into YouTube for all this type of shit. This shit is like a lot. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. I know you didn't, but you know, with God, you'll get through this too. And you know, we still got you. We don't fault you for this. This ain't your fault. You didn't do nothing wrong.
Yeah.
You didn't. You were just supporting your friend, like a real friend's supposed to do. So how can I be mad at you for that? Yeah. Like for real. I can't. There's nothing that I can say negative to you about the situation. You didn't cause none of this shit. You didn't.
I ain't gonna cap. Tanel, I swear, when I saw you over there fighting for him in his chat, that shit bothered me. I was like, damn, she over there going to war for this man. Like.
You know, it wasn't just me. It was Dream Doll. It was Nikki Baby. It was Bro. It was a lot of us. It was like the Squiddy was over there going hard.
And that's what I'm saying. And I ain't even seen Dream the other day, and I don't even know if she upset or anything. You know.
Right. Right. I haven't seen her all day. I've been looking for her in the chat and shit. I haven't seen her.
You know.
But and this too shall pass. It's hard for everybody right now. I think we all affected by it. Am I right or am I wrong, gentlemen?
Yes, you are right.
So we gonna support each other and get through this shit together. That's all we can do. What else can we do? It's nothing that you've done. It's nothing that we've done. We did what we were supposed to do. We came together as a community and supported someone we thought really was a genuinely good person who was in a fucked up situation. That's what we did. That's what we supposed to do. Aren't we always talking about the Black community needs to come together? Well, that's what the fuck we did.
Yeah.
We just threw our support behind the wrong one on this one.
Yeah.
We can't get them right all the time.
Yeah.
But I would have done the same thing, Marita, in your position. I would have done the exact same thing for my friend. So I can't be mad at you for it,
Yeah.
I really can't. You did what a good friend would do. But the least he could have done after you've said you've seen the paperwork was be real with you.
As a friend, that's
Like,
the least
you caught, dog. You caught in the trap. It ain't no way for you to get out. So why you gonna keep on lying? Yeah.
That's crazy.
You caught. So you may as well just admit it. Just tell the truth. I'd rather you tell me the ugly truth than a pretty lie any day.
Self-made say a person said, why Marita broadcasting a lie? He said, you jealous, his numbers going up. Listen, I talked to him a bunch of times yesterday. I even talked to him. I even texted him the day before I went live. And the reason why I'm talking about this live is because I have to address this with my subscribers, the people that I asked to go support him. These are the people that would not have known any of this had I not. So I have to be a man and face this. It would have been easy for me to hide behind a post or something like that. No, this cannot be. You cannot handle this situation like that. I got to do it like this. I don't want. You think I want to be on the fucking camera crying? You know what I mean? What the fuck? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you think I'm fucking crying because these are jealousy tears, huh? No, these are fucking hurt tears. These are my fucking friend. What is it to be jealous of? He was gonna take me up with him. We was gonna go up together. Like I knew this. This is, you get what I'm saying? This is not for clout or nothing like that. Like this, this is for what's right, man. This is for what's right.
Yeah.
When I read
and of
that,
course he don't say some shit like that.
When I read that shit bro, all I tell y'all is this. Y'all go find it. Y'all go read it, and you make your own decision after that. But I'm just telling you, my soul told me that I had to do this.
Ain't no way I could read that right now. Or anytime soon. I just know me.
What's good? What's good, fam?
Man, I just heard the news. Well, actually, bro, I had seen one of y'all. Was that live from yesterday?
What's good?
Yeah, man, I had seen that shit, bro, and I was like, man, who was he talking about? But I saw the caption on the video and everything. That shit was fucked up, bro. I didn't get to catch everything you were saying today, bro. But like, bro, from what I've heard and everything, my nigga, that's some of the hardest shit, bro. Because I kind of been through a similar situation with one of my best friends, bro. And when I found out what I found out, man, that shit hurt me, bro. That was my day one nigga too. That shit hurts, man. And you done went hard for this person. You done rode for this motherfucker. You done broke bread with this person and everything. And then you find out some shit like that, man. It makes you feel I know how it made me feel. Feeling any type of way that I was feeling, bro. My heart goes out to you, man, because you really did try to take that nigga with you, bro. And honestly, you're not even dogging this nigga. You're not saying nothing negative, bro. All you did was put the information out there and made your
Yeah,
choice on it. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Like, ain't nothing wrong with that, bro. You standing on what you believe in. It don't matter
yeah,
if it's your day one friend or a nigga you just met. You stand for some shit, bro, and that's what we respect about you, dog. Don't ever
yeah,
quit this YouTube shit, nigga. Ever.
yeah. I appreciate it. Somebody got an echo in the back.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it's you, AJ.
I don't think so. I got nobody in the car with me. I'm gonna mute my shit real quick.
Um, yeah.
Yeah, it was you because the echo stopped when you muted, but I don't know how.
Anybody else want to speak? I mean, I think I said enough.
Meredith Boyd, I just want to say, I'm so sorry to hear this news.
Yeah.
It's very dreadful to hear that you can't even trust a step parent or a parent as well. It's dreadful. It's so disturbing. And
Right.
thank God I've never experienced that in my life. And I have 3 kids, two girls and 1 boy. And I thank God I have women's to take care of when I went to work. But just to know that a stepfather that you was a stepfather, his biological father, you can't imagine what is going through that child during that time.
Yeah.
You can't imagine. So with that being said, I sit there and look at this and I did sign up with him because of you, because I watch you all the time. You might see me come up on the screen.
Yeah.
But I say, okay, maybe I got to give him a chance to hear his story about his son.
Mm-hmm.
And I really appreciate, I felt for him by the son, how the son, who died like that. And if it was because of Melly, I don't know. I'm still on debate out, still out to the jury one on that. But if he did that to that girl and you said it's paperwork, that's very hard to like really wrap your head around.
Yeah.
It's sad. It's really sad. You're like, wow, like I can't imagine that to my kids because to be honest, and I know it's wrong, somebody did that out of
Marita Boy, can you imagine, like, opposed to the way it happened, but him trying to do that to one of your kids, and you would have to break his neck, man? That really would have hurt you.
I'm gonna tell you what I've been thinking about this for a couple hours now. From what them people described, what that young lady described, I was thinking like this might have not even been the first time he did that.
What?
Man, I really need to go look up what actually happened and everything. I heard about the pictures and shit,
It
bro.
was too.
But
It was too detailed. It was too. You feel where I'm coming from, Lil A?
Y'all, like, she knew what to do. Like, she, like, the way she explained it, like, she knew this happened before. Like, okay, I'm gonna do this. He's not gonna take it this far. He probably took it too far.
I was when I was reading it, I was like, well, why are you doing this part? Well, and then it all just dawned on me. Oh, he put the pillow because he didn't want nobody to see who her face was on the picture. Like I was like, what the fuck? Like, like this shit, like this some my mind don't think like this. So I didn't know what the fuck was going on when I was reading it step by step by step. And then it all kind of came together. And I was like, oh, that's why the picture, the pillow, because he didn't want the face to be shown on the picture, but the same pictures that she said was taken when they pulled him over, they had the pictures in the car, in the phone. I mean, the picture in the phone. So you mean to tell me a 12-year-old girl gonna take pictures of herself, put them in your phone, then go and tell the people, my daddy did this to me for no reason.
One thing before you move on else. I was wondering why he didn't get on, talk on the stand. Because he had some good information about what happened to his son.
Yeah.
Is this the reason?
I don't know. I don't know.
You know what I'm saying?
My mind been thinking about all of those scenarios in the last couple hours. I don't know. I could
That's
be.
crazy.
But think about it. I mean, Melly's lawyers are amazing at digging up some shit. Look, they just dug
Uh-huh.
up that Cash App picture of the guy and his family yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't you?
Yeah.
If we finding this shit this easy, how easy would it have been for his prosecutor or his defense attorney to find this shit and discredit
It's
Spoon?
out there. Private investigators, they'll find that shit like it's nothing, bro. They
That's
find
what I'm
everything.
saying. So Spoon know for a fact that they would have found that shit and he would have been done as far as
Right.
having any type of credit in court.
So speaking of which, where can we go find this information, Marita? We was on that live, you said?
Unspoken finna drop a link in the comments.
Okay.
You
Because
can't drop the link in the comments because YouTube censors the link every time you post it. Because we tried to post that link 100 times in the damn comments. You can't do that. Yeah.
So it's already there's already a link to where you can go look at all this information. It's already out there.
It's on the clerk of courts. Yeah, it's there.
Oh man, that's very damning right there, my nigga. Very damning.
Yeah, because it took me a little minute to even find it yesterday, but I found it. And like I said, I don't even know how to navigate this shit. I had to really look and see, but it only took me like 10, 15 minutes.
Bro, and this girl's
From
mama
what you
is
said, Marita, that's
this
hard
girl
to
mama.
process.
Bro, this girl mama is dead, bro.
Wow.
Her mama died.
Wait,
bro.
her mother's dead?
Yes, bro. He the only
The 12-year-old?
Yes,
yes.
She's grown now. This happened in 2013, but I'm saying
Wait. You said only parent. This is the his little girl?
Yeah, biological.
Yeah.
So wait, the other is are we talking about, is this the one that's related to Borland?
No, different one.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right.
Because he's got 8 kids, about 8 baby mamas, remember?
Okay. Yeah,
so this is his other daughter, because he only got 2 girls. He got 6 boys and 2 girls.
That's his own child. He did that too?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm lost for words.
Bro, I read. It's there, bro. I'm saying that when I read that paper, it left no room for me to say, well, maybe they lying on him. Maybe they made a default. No.
Not your own child. Your own child ain't about to lie on you like that, man. They looking at you like you know what you're doing, and I'm just doing what my father tells me to do. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, they got more evidence on him than they got on Melly. They got them phone, them pictures in the phone what sealed it for me. And when I read that shit, I'm telling you, bro, them fucking tears was coming down my eyes. I said, fuck, it was like, damn.
Reading that type of shit make your heart beat different, my nigga. About something about you done fucked with for forever, and you read some shit like that, you find some shit like that out, man. That's almost like finding out a bitch that cheated on
you. Man.
It's worse. It's worse because the person that cheated on you, you haven't known them for 30 years. You know what I mean? It's worse.
So so he was never convicted due to he didn't show up?
I don't know, man. I don't know how the fuck did he not get convicted. I don't want to lie or make up shit, but I do not know. I think what happened was, this is my speculation. I think what happened was, they dropped the charges because he had 2 drug charges, and I think they went on and they gave him a deal that they would drop that charge if he pled out to the drug charges, and they processed it and pled out to the 2 drug charges. In my opinion, I could be wrong though, but I think that's what happened.
Right. I think you're right, Marita, and I pretty much I think I can see why, because in the United States normally they'll give you more time for drugs than some shit like that. So they probably was like, well, fuck it, let's get him on the shit where we can lock his ass up for a minute rather than just this shit, because that shit, like, you can go for like 1 or 2 years or something. Like, they don't really be that hard on that type of shit, which they should be. So they was like,
so Park Road Park Road J say they didn't drop the charges. He got a plea deal. Okay, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to lie. I don't know exactly understand what happened, but I'm telling you. Listen, you can find the paperwork. It's there on the Indian River County Clerk of Courts. It's
That's
there.
crazy.
You know his name. It's there. I have the paperwork. I read it. I didn't want to put it out. Like I don't want to put it out. Like
Definitely.
You don't want to be the one.
yeah, I mean I don't want to put it out.
That's
Wow.
so respectful of you.
And that's still respect, my nigga. Like you still got some type of respect for this man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's very courageous. You very courageous.
Mhm.
Very.
Thorough to the bone, my nigga.
Mm.
Yeah.
Imagine what is going on in that girl's head. And I know she's a grown woman right now, but
Yeah.
I can imagine what's going on in her head because she still, at times, that is lingering in her mind. At
Yeah.
times,
Yeah.
a rapist never when you whatever the situation she got raped or whatever, it never goes away. Because I mean I graduated from college. I have my MBA, and I took up a class of abuse. It was a class with abuse, but if a rapist came into the classroom, was explaining to his story to us, it was not a dry eye in that class. Not a dry eye. He explained it. He went into details. But me and other girls had to walk out of there and wanted to really harm this man, but he did it. It was a long time ago, and he confessed it. He did his time for it. But knowing that this happened, and it happened in a horrendous way that you can imagine, and we sitting there looking at everybody in the class was crying, and they really wanted to do something to this guy, including me. And I'm like, it's a monster standing here telling his story. How dare he? But I guess they brought him in to show you that this is what happens, and this is part of the class, the curriculum that they brought him in to show you example that he was a sex offender.
Yeah.
That's the type of shit that makes women never ever trust men again. Ever. In their
Yeah.
life.
Yep. Yep. Cautious about everything. When you walk the street, even when you get involved with male, you be always on guard, and they wonder why you act like that. Why you like no? Ain't nobody trying to go that way with you.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
oof. And that very, very, like everybody was crying, not a dry eye in the class, not a dry eye. Even the guys, yeah, they wanted to hurt him, but he said he did this go and he got this behind him. He did his time, but the victims never. I guess the victim will never go.
Yeah.
Call me
Oh, I'm
crazy.
sorry, y'all. I thought I was on mute.
No, you good.
I don't think people like that change, bro. On
Yeah.
some real shit. You do something like that, I don't think people actually change for real. Maybe for the worse, but not for the better.
Yeah.
You don't know what people got on their mind. You're like, what? You touch a girl? You touch a young baby? She's a baby.
You touched your daughter? You touched your motherfucking daughter, nigga?
Your daughter. It ain't even about being a young girl. It's his daughter.
Daughter.
That's your child. Your flesh and blood. That's you.
Yes.
Yeah. Whatever you did with it, you crossed the line, bro. Like that shit is crazy.
That's why
you.
That's why I want, like, if you guys want to know the particulars, I want you to go read it for yourselves, because it's stuff that I left out. I'm trying to tell you, it's very, very graphic. Like that shit make you cry when you fucking read that shit.
I'm so
dog.
glad you did, bro. I'm so glad you did, nigga. It's so good to know who you fucking with and who you supporting, my nigga. Like, know who you rocking with, dog. And if you find some shit out about somebody, put it out there. Fuck what they talk. Put that shit out there, my nigga. Especially some shit like that. Fuck you, nigga. You don't deserve to make no money off of this shit. You's a bitch at like that's lame, bro. Not even lame, bro. Like you really should be behind. You really should be like you shouldn't be here for that, nigga. Like that shit is you don't get no passes for that at all, nigga. Like none.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
And then you got your dog, like you got not the mint, like bro. If you got some shit like that on your motherfucking name on your rap, why do you let people support you? Because it makes them look bad too. Like, bro, it makes
bro,
them like, bro, you got me rocking with you and you got this type of jacket, nigga.
right,
If we was in
right,
prison, if we was in prison, you would have got me killed. For
right,
fucking with you on some shit, bro. And you know you
right,
got this jacket. Like, come
right,
on, bro. You know this
right.
is some shit you did, and it's
But
gonna
you,
come out one way or another.
yeah, but you know what he's gonna do? He's gonna hide behind
Mm-hmm.
that. It's gonna be a he didn't get convicted of it, that type of shit. But I'm telling you, bro, when you read that shit, I don't give a fuck. You ain't got to be convicted of that
I'm
shit.
going
Like,
to read it. I'm going to
when
read it.
you,
Mm.
you read that
Fuck
shit,
that. Hey, Marita, I'm gonna drop out. I'm gonna let somebody else
all right,
come up and shit. I'm finna pull up to this barbershop, bro. But I had to tap
all right.
in and check on you, bro. I hope you
Yeah,
doing okay mentally and shit, and I hope you
yeah,
get through this.
yeah. I appreciate it, bro. I appreciate it. Yeah,
Great. That's
yeah, man.
Mm. I'm really wondering what Dream Doll is because I know she's gonna be just as happy as I am.
That's what I'm saying. Make me feel like maybe like I don't know. Like I know Dream Doll would have normally tapped in. Now I don't know if she like upset. Maybe she found out. I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know. I think she might have, but I would think she would come and see what was going on with us. Like
Yeah.
I don't know. Everybody different. I don't know. She,
Yeah.
she, if she found out, I know she upset because, like I
Yeah.
said, she was going just as hard as I was yesterday. It
Yeah.
wasn't a one-sided thing where it was just me. No, we were both
Yeah.
going ham yesterday. Um, and that's why I
Yeah.
had to apologize. That's why I apologized to PJ. Like and I really meant my apology to him. I mean it
Yeah.
because he was right.
Yeah.
He was right. Um, and I was wrong.
Yeah.
So I'm woman enough to admit that. And it's just it's
Hey, lovely Dove say, where the paperwork? I don't believe nobody that said I want to see. I'm gonna tell you something, lovely Dove 89. I'm gonna just tell you something, sweetheart. When you see it, you're gonna know. I understand what you're saying. I'm gonna just tell you this. Go to Indian River County Clerk of Courts, put his name in, and when you read it, you're gonna know. So I understand. What's up, Unspoken?
What's going on?
What's going on, my guy?
Yeah, that shit crazy.
Yeah, I had to apologize to you, bro, because I know you were supporting and stuff like that too. You know what I'm saying? I made sure I said your name, because this is
Yeah.
wild, bro.
I think nobody really knew, like, this shit weird. Like, nobody knew. You feel what I'm saying? Like, nobody would have ever known had nobody ever said nothing, because
Yeah,
we not from this area or whatever. I'm not
yeah,
from this area, so
yeah,
it's shit. You can't really blame nobody for not really knowing, you know what I mean?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I saw them people say it in the chat, I just had to know. Like I had to find out for myself because when I asked him, the answers he was giving me it wasn't adding up for me. It wasn't enough, and I was like, this don't sound right because he wasn't giving me no scenarios as to how could somebody lie on you like this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It-
those are some deep allegations.
yeah, and then when I read it and I saw that they actually did find the pictures in his phone, that was it for me. Like, how can you explain that?
Yeah, you can't.
Yeah, how can you explain
Yeah,
that?
he was 33 at the time. He got pulled over in a vehicle. They went through his phone and saw the three pictures inside his phone. I mean, that's hard to argue. You know
Exactly.
what I mean? You
I got
can't
a
argue
question.
that shit.
How did he not get convicted of this?
The thing. He did get convicted. He pled guilty, but like he admitted his guilt, but it wasn't a guilty conviction.
Yeah,
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look and see like what his plea agreement, because what fucked me up is he didn't have to register as a sex offender. And
right.
then when you put in his name in Google, no registry come up, but he got the same name as his son. So a lot of it might be buried somewhere in Google as far as the
Yeah.
As far as like any news articles that might have been released or whatever, you know what I mean? So I could see why people look past it because he
Oh,
put
there
his
my girl.
Yeah.
I'm
name
sorry.
in, you know.
Good
But
morning,
y'all.
Hey, Dream Dog.
Hey, Dream Dog.
I gotta apologize to you, Dream Dog.
Man, what's happening? I ain't even got out of bed yet.
Yeah.
I ain't even got no shirt on, no nothing. Like,
So we well
It's a lot, Dream
I
Dog.
went and I
what
saw
was
what was
that?
happening. Yeah, I saw what was happening with the chat yesterday when the guy jumped in and said what he said about Spoon. So
Yeah.
I went and asked him, and you know, the stuff that he was saying, you know, it was kind of like vague. It was really vague. So I went and did my own due diligence, and I ended up getting the paperwork, and it's bad, Dream Dog. Like he didn't get convicted, but it was enough for me to say I can't be his friend no more. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and I gotta apologize to you because I saw you guys over there yesterday. I didn't read the paperwork till like 3, 4 this morning when I got off of work, but I did see you guys yesterday over there blocking people and fighting for him. I'm telling you, when you read the paperwork, it's bad.
I thought PJ was just coming up in there talking crazy.
PJ
We all did because he always do, right? But he was right yesterday, Dream Dog. I had to
Oh,
apologize to
shit.
him today.
Unspoken. You read
Oh, shit.
unspoken. You read it, right?
Yeah, I read through it yesterday when
Do you
when somebody told me to look into it.
right? Do you feel how I feel?
Yeah, it's upsetting, but I read through it, and don't get me wrong, cases like this, you want to give somebody the benefit of the doubt because cases like this where people do lie, but
Yeah.
the fact that he admitted, like it didn't say case drop, it didn't say nothing. You see what I'm saying? That's the first thing I look for. Was it drop or whatever the case? He pled it. He didn't necessarily plead guilty to it, but if he admitted his guilt, the case was closed and that was it. But see, I also went to look for see if there was a plea agreement because there might be an agreement in it. There's been known, like I know Chicago for sure will make an agreement based on the stipulations of what happened in the case to where he didn't have to register as a sex offender. So
Right.
that was my main concern. Like, why didn't he have to register? But you can only find that based upon like what was written in it. Maybe that was the agreement. Like, okay, you didn't have to register, and he probably just signed that. Like, okay, bet I'm gonna just go ahead and sign that. That way, I don't have to register. No one's gonna know. Cases like that has happened before. You feel what I'm saying? But it's just you got pulled over with pictures in your phone. That's enough. The fact that you took the pictures is like you can't really argue that shit. Like you can argue somebody making a statement on you, but you
Yeah.
can't argue you getting pulled over at 33 years old with pictures of teens and you giving marijuana to kids.
Yeah.
You can't dispute that. Only thing he could do is be like, hey, it was in the past. I apologize. That's the only thing he could do. But going back to his story and his people not really fucking with him and stuff, like it's kind of all makes sense now. Like,
Yeah. I'm telling you, that girl said he asked her, do you smoke weed? She said I'm on probation. This girl's 12. And she said immediately he gave her marijuana to smoke. He asked her, did she want to make some money? And she said, how? And he said, I got this guy that would like pictures of you. And she thought it was like a regular picture. She said, you want me to smile? You know what I'm saying? Like she thinking, that shit still bother me, yo. Like she thinking my daddy gonna take a picture of me, my face, and gonna send it to somebody, and the dude gonna pay me for just a photo of me. And then that's when he told her to put a pillow over her face and shit like that, so her face couldn't be seen. And he took her clothes off. He took her clothes off. And he took
He
her
talking about
Yeah,
Chloe?
Dream Dog.
No, it was
No,
the other
it's
daughter.
another daughter.
The daughter.
He has
Oh,
two
yeah.
daughters. So this
Said
is
he got
his
a.
other daughter. I think she's older than Chloe, if I'm not mistaken.
And what got me, Dream Dog, he could say they lied on him, but the girl went and told her cousin when she left. She called her cousin, and the cousin told her the mother, the mother who's dead. They told her sister, which would be the aunt. And she the one who told the grandmama, and that's how they got the police involved. When they issued a warrant for him and they pulled him over, he had the pictures in the phone.
The pictures that that little girl say was taken of her, he had them in the phone. That's it for me. That's it for me. That's it for me. That's it for me.
Damn.
Yeah.
You can't explain that.
Girl.
You can't tell me they lied on you. So they lied on you and put the picture put the pictures in your phone too. No.
Have you talked to him, Marita?
Yeah, I
Oh
talked
yeah,
to him.
you said he tried to tell
Yeah.
you something.
Yeah, I talked to him. He kept texting me, calling me. Even when I was doing the live, he was calling my phone, but I don't want to answer. I got text messages from him now, but I ain't read them. I don't know. I don't want to read them. I don't want to read them. I told him how I felt this morning. I told him he broke my heart. I told him he lied to me, and I told him I had the paperwork. And so
Damn, it just went damn.
Girl, when I tell you, I didn't speak to you unspoken, but I was the one in the chat on
hey, hold on,
law and crime.
one second to now. This Shike say, so that's all that happened. No, Shike, that's not all that happened. He actually did do some shit. I ain't want to say. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You got to read it yourself. It's some
You
more
go read
shit.
it yourself so you get it.
It was some other shit went down too, like some real shit too. I just don't want to say the shit, Yeah, it wasn't all. There's no pictures. Nah, hell nah. There was some shit. But go ahead,
Yeah,
y'all.
and even if it was just some pictures, that's enough.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. That's
I
enough
mean,
too.
how much more do you want it to be before it's enough? Like the pictures were a violation enough, but it was more than that. So yeah,
He actually
but
sent the pictures to the other guy who was a crackhead who was on that same shit that he was on. He sent the pictures to the guy. He gave her $20, and then he came back and gave her $40 like a little bit later. You know what I'm saying? And he told her like, don't tell nobody. I don't want to get in trouble. Shit, the normal shit the motherfuckers tell people.
So that's way more than enough.
He wanted to do more. He wanted to do more with the girl, but the girl told him, "I can't do this with you. You're my daddy. So you put it together."
Oh my God.
It's all in there.
Mm.
It's all in there.
Mm. So, Mary Boy, you think that he will ever go get on his page today and talk about it?
Yeah, he gonna get on there, probably sell me out, try to say what I'm saying is a lie. But you guys y'all gonna listen, man. This paperwork is going to come out. Like they already had a Reddit page, right? So you gotta understand this, right? So Track is cool with 1090 Jake, right? This is going to come out. Like King AK-47, everybody been rocking with him, who been rocking with him. They're going to come out. This is going to come out. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be bad.
And once AK-47 get hold to it, oh my God.
Oh, it's gonna be a whole shit
It's
show.
gonna be over.
God damn.
Wow.
So, but yeah, I was just trying to say, unspoken, that it was me in the chat the other day on Law and Crime who said that Marita Boy, I found your channel through him.
Oh yeah, I
So
remember.
I'm just letting you put a face to a name. That's
What's
all.
up, Unspoken?
Yeah. Hey, what's going on?
I spoke with you about SS, remember? We had a whole
Um,
conversation about
good morning, all of y'all. Who
Yeah.
all is on the panel?
It's me, you, Unspoken, Beatrice, Tanel, Lil A, and Lil A.
Hi, y'all.
Yeah.
Good morning, Dream
On
Dog.
this good morning.
Yeah.
We was wondering where you were.
Yeah.
We were
Sleep.
actually a little nervous. We were a little
Sleep.
nervous. We like, she normally would have been tapped in by now. Is she mad? Does she know what's going on?
No,
Because
y'all gotta remember I'm hours behind y'all. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. And my baby, she
yeah.
be up late sometimes, so we sleep in.
Okay, got you. Got
Young
you.
young
But yeah.
young baller. You can give him the benefit of the doubt. That's cool. That's your choice. Um, that's fine with me. That's fine with me. I just said what I said, and I feel how I feel. So
I mean, yeah, we're all adults. We're all going to do with this information what we
yeah,
choose. I myself choose to never be associated with nothing like that. So I'm done. Hands off.
yeah,
Ain't got to worry about me no more.
yeah.
Not over there. Put it that way.
Yeah.
I gotta go. Thanks for allowing me to speak.
Yeah, I was really worried about you though, Dream. I was like, damn, Dream ain't came on today, and then I just thought you might have found out and was upset or something.
No, it's Beatrice.
I ain't got out of
No, that
bed
was
yet.
Beatrice saying
Oh,
that.
that was Beatrice.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Beatrice. Thank you.
You have
thank
a good day.
You have a good day.
It was nice to talk to you, Beatrice. Have a good day, love.
Likewise.
Yeah. But I was upset though. I promise you I was thinking about you, Dream. I was like, damn, where my girl
Oh,
at? I was, bro. I was looking for you. I was like, man.
man, I was in the sheets good. I was sleeping good. Everything was good. And I woke
Hey,
up.
unspoken.
What's up,
Unspoken, you
brother?
there?
Yeah.
Hey, I remember last summer, bro. You and Marita boy, y'all like the only two that was really going live on the Melly cases. You probably don't remember last summer, like you used to do the little lives, and we used to, when you first had like Sack's mom's
Oh yeah.
deposition and shit. You was
Yeah.
like the first one that really brought that shit to me, dog.
Yeah. Not too many people was like digging deep into it.
Yeah, you and Marita boy was like the only ones on YouTube digging into that shit, bro. And everybody was saying that shit was fake. But they ain't know, like in Florida, like you gotta have depositions before you go to trial.
Yeah,
You
facts.
had
Yep.
all that when you brought that sack, you was the first one to bring out that shit about the money and shit.
Yeah, yep.
And the other
And
and the
I don't
other
think
shit.
Spoon was around that during that time. I
Nah.
guess
I can't remember like when that was. If I listen, cause I remember when I listened to Marita Boy, it was both
Mm-hmm.
last year. It was both like last summer, bro. Like around the
Yeah,
same
like a year
time,
ago.
bro.
Yeah.
Cause
And
I
then
remember,
when Marita got the interview, then that's what people it really
yeah.
shed more
I don't
light
know if
of
I
like
listened
what
to
was
you
going on.
first or Marita Boy, but y'all was the first two that like was really on this shit, bro.
Yeah,
Hey, y'all, hold on for a second. I want to judge it. It say, what it say? He said, well, he's saying, Marita, that you can't come back around, Marita. That's what Avid Chatter said. Let me say this. I don't want to come back around. Like that's what I'm saying. Like I don't want to ever come back around him. Like like I that's what this is. This is a goodbye. You feel me? Like he didn't get convicted. That's cool, whatever. But I'm saying this is a goodbye. That you know what I'm saying? And then this is for who's that, Malik? He said Marita not defending, but we have to get accurate. He did not plead guilty. This case with no process means dismissed or abandoned. Let me explain this to you. Do me a favor. Before y'all make y'all statements, please read the paperwork. Once you read it, you're gonna have a choice to make. Like either you're gonna be a condoning that type of stuff, or you're gonna have to realize like, damn, this dude did this. I'm telling you, bro. Read. Just go do me a favor. Before y'all make a statement, just go read it for yourself. I didn't put the paperwork out there. You know what I'm saying? I could have. I got it. I could post it if I want, but I don't want to. Go find it. It's on the clerk of court. Then make your opinion on it. Just do me that favor. Can you please do me that favor? That's all I'm
Yeah,
saying.
and the case wasn't dismissed at
Uh-huh.
all. I didn't see no certificate saying that it was dismissed.
Right. It said no prosecute. I got that paperwork too. That's what I'm saying. I got the paperwork. Like you know what I mean? It says no prosecute, which means no process. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
That basically means he admitted his guilt. But see, you can say that in a plea as well.
Yes, I've
When you
no
go plea,
I've no process before.
exactly. If
That's
you
like
ever
saying
been to court, yeah, you
that's like saying you guilty, but you don't want to admit you guilty, but you guilty though.
exactly. That's
Yeah.
what it is. And they give you that option. They give you those two options. You can plead guilty, or
Yeah.
you can plead under that clause. But that doesn't mean like the case was dropped, it's over.
Yeah.
No, it means that you admitted your guilt and
Yeah.
case closed. They wanted to close the case.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Yeah, so it wasn't dropped. I don't know, like if it wouldn't say, it would say dropped. The
Mm-hmm.
case is closed. It would say dropped on the
Mm-hmm.
actual clerk of courts. It doesn't say dropped or disposed. My bad, but it doesn't say that.
And, it kind of, and you know what I mean. Like it's fucked up. Like don't get it twisted. I don't ever want to come around anyway no more.
But I'm saying, ain't that fucked up for him to say that to me? Like, that's fucked up. Like, I'm just saying, like, I don't ever want to come around ever again anyway. That's what this is. This is a goodbye. I told him goodbye in the text this morning. I could post the text that I sent him. But I'm saying, like, ain't that fucked up for him to say that about me to me? Like your friend, like somebody that was your friend, like you know what that paperwork says, bro. You know they got them pictures out of your phone, bro. I gave you opportunity to tell me. I went to you first. I told you what I had to do, even after, you know what I mean? And I told you, and I gave you a chance. I gave this man all yesterday, up until this morning, to tell me. He didn't tell me anything. He didn't tell me anything. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, I
so
think he should have just came clean with it from the jump. Like, you know, like I said, I gave him the benefit of the doubt because like we see cases all the time where people get falsely accused of situations.
exactly, bro.
That's why I dig more deep into it to figure out what exactly happened. What was the outcome? The
Yeah.
outcome is you pled to your guilt. You pled guilty, and then they closed the case, and then there was some other documents filed. Now, that's all I looked into. Now, we can get, if you really want to get spooky and you really want to say we lying, we can go get the plea agreement and we can see if there was an audio involved where they questioned, because I know they probably questioned him about it. You feel what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Well,
Mm-hmm.
I ain't trying to get too too crazy. Somebody gonna do it, but I'm not trying to.
Exactly.
Right.
I'm with you too. Unspoken. Like for me, I read what I read, and that's enough for me. I'm still trying to. I'm still going to take the high road. I don't care what nobody else think. Like I know I know what the fuck I read, and I know it was enough for me to feel how I feel. You know, people can go and find it on their own if they want, or you guys can post it in the chat. If you guys can do that, that's fine with me. I'm not gonna post it. You guys can post it, but trust me, it was enough in there for me to say goodbye to my friend.
Yeah.
You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
Did
yeah.
he say anything about it on the live yesterday? Because I was popping in and out just to check the chat and shit like that. And the only person I seen say something was PJ from memory. Everybody else was saying the regular free Melly shit and all that other goofy shit. But I seen PJ say something like that, and I just thought PJ was talking shit, and that's all I had heard about it. I didn't know this was no big thing going on.
Yeah, dude. That's why if
I
you notice,
found
go
out
ahead.
yesterday.
It was what's his name? B Dash had asked the question, had Spoon seen what was going on Reddit?
Oh, you know what?
And
I seen them block
were you
B
in
Dash.
there when they blocked him?
Yeah, and I had asked. I said, "What B Dash do?" A lot of people asked what B Dash do. When I came back, he was already blocked, and I'm like, "We know him from
Oh,
Marita page. They had
yeah,
blocked
because
B
I
Dash,
didn't know
and
he
then
was
he
blocked.
said, yeah."
Oh,
They said, he had said like send the link, drop the link, but then like everybody underneath it was like, "Hey, what B Dash do? Why you block B Dash? All this other shit." And I was confused too. I'm like, "Why the fuck B Dash get blocked?" But whatever. Like I just went
oh.
on by my business because I kept popping in and out. I ain't had time to actually sit there and watch and see what was
Right.
going on. I don't know what he was saying. So
Okay,
that's
so
what I was asking.
he just asked, all he asked was, did you see what is going on Reddit? And he directed it at Spoon. And whoever it was Low something, I can't remember, Low B something on the panel with Spoon, like went off, started calling the man out his name and everything. And I immediately
Oh,
jumped in. I was like, yo, he ain't mean it
oh,
like that. He's just asking a question. Stop tripping. We know him, like, back up
right,
off him.
right.
And Spoon did not address it. He let that other man call that man out of his name and everything, but he did not address it.
So he
Not
so
once.
he didn't say nothing about all this stuff that's going on and floating around.
Not yesterday, not in the chat or on his live, no. Because I was there the whole time. He didn't say nothing about it.
I'm
Mm.
gonna say this
No.
too because I talked to him when I was on my break at work, and it was after the live, and he was kind of happy, and he was like, man, this live was lit, man. He was like, man, that shit never came up. He was like, I had like 400-500 people in there, or whatever, and I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. You know,
I'm keeping all my answers real short, you know, because that shit bothering me. You know what I'm saying? And I like, yeah, that's cool, bro. You know, this and that. He's like, yeah, we going up. He was like, we going up, Marita. I was like, yeah, that's good, bro. You know, shit like that. So I'm just out to say this. He was happy that the shit didn't come up in the live. He was expecting people to talk about it in the live, but I guess it didn't. I don't know. I was at work.
PJ came
But
up in
yeah.
there saying shit.
Yeah, well, Nikki, not Nikki, Lord have mercy. I don't know why she popped in my head. Maybe because me and her was going ham yesterday in the comments. But PJ, he did, and he came in here, on the chat yesterday, when we were watching the trial, and said something, and I blocked him immediately, like I always do, because that's what we do with PJ, right? But he
Right.
was right. He was right. So I had to apologize to him this morning, and he actually came on here and talked with some sense. We
Oh.
we we at an understanding right now. So he don't automatically get blocked just because he pop up in the chat right now. Right now.
Oh shit. Not the
Um,
enemy. Not the
yeah,
resident cockroach. What we
but
call him?
the resident troll, the resident troll. But he was talking with some sense, and I couldn't do nothing but apologize. Like I apologized when I got on here. Like I've been ugly crying on here, girl. Like my heart is broken because I'm not even just gonna say because you have thrown all of this support behind this man, and we go hard for Spoon, right? Or we
Hell
did,
Yeah.
oh yeah.
and look at this shit. As a woman, I can't condone that.
Oh hell no.
As a
Just
as a human
yeah,
being with decency, you
yeah,
know.
yeah. But especially as a woman, I can't condone that. So I'm done. I have no more support to give. I don't.
All I want to ask, because I see Malik say, Marita, I read it, it was horrible, but I also read the defense response to the accusations. They have video evidence that was elsewhere at the time of the allegations. Okay, so check this out. Explain to me this. How did those pictures get in that phone? That's what did it for me. How did those pictures get in his phone? When they pulled him over, how did those pictures that little girl said that he took of her, how did they end up in his phone? Like maybe the little girl got the times wrong, they got the dates wrong, I don't know. But what I'm saying is, how did those pictures get inside your phone? That's all I'm gonna say. He can't, I can understand, people get lied on, whatever. That's cool. I get it. False allegations, that's cool. But how did those 3 pictures of that little girl get in your phone? That's all I'm gonna say. But
This is ugly.
y'all can go ahead.
I don't believe that. I just don't. I'm sorry. I don't think a little girl that's 12 years old that don't know this man from a can of paint, that ain't never really been around him like that, right? Ain't that what you said, Marita?
Mm-hmm.
Why would she have? What reason would she have to lie on him like that?
Right.
And then to be so specific, and everything pans out with the pictures and what she said. Like sometimes you just got to use common sense, y'all, and common sense tells me that he did this shit. I'm sorry. You just because you didn't get convicted of it don't mean you innocent of it. I always say there's a difference between not guilty and innocent.
Mm.
And whether the case was dismissed, the charges were dismissed, however the fuck he got out of it, whatever, that doesn't negate the fact that this shit happened.
Right.
And I can't. And I haven't even read the paperwork. All I know is what Marita told me of the paperwork this morning. And that was enough to keep me up because I think it was about almost 5 o'clock when he called me this morning. From then, I ain't been to sleep yet. And it's 12:25 right now.
Yeah.
I literally cried all damn from that time until damn near we got on here.
Yeah.
Like he was crying in the video. I was crying before the video even started. Like this has broken my heart.
Yeah.
But the way I feel about it is it doesn't change the fact that I'ma still ride hard for Juvie.
Juvie, yeah, I'm gonna
But
do
I
the
can't
same.
Yeah.
I can't put my support behind Spoon. But I'm still I'm sorry. I'm still looking for justice for those two boys,
Yeah.
but I can't with Spoon no more.
No. I'm telling you.
I can't.
I'm telling you. And I'm seeing people in chat say over there like selling me out and all that. That's fine. That's fine. That's cool. That's fine. I don't got. That's fine. Let him say whatever he want to say. I just know I'm standing on the side of right, just like I was standing on the side of right for his son, the sack chaser. And I'm gonna stand on the side of what's right for this situation right here. And I hope you guys all go and go find it and read it yourselves. And then all I want y'all to do is to ask yourselves, how did those pictures get in his phone? They pulled that man over. They found those pictures in his phone. How did those pictures get in your phone? People get lied on every day. People get false accused. I get it. But how did those pictures get in your phone? That's all I'm gonna say. Hey y'all, I'm gonna start the trial back, man. I see people talk about trial. I think this the medical examiner. Y'all can hang around. I appreciate you, Unspoken, for coming up here and being a voice of clarity. I appreciate you, Tanel. I appreciate you, Dream Doll, and I appreciate you, Lil A.
I appreciate you too.
Yeah, and I apologize.
And thank you for telling
I,
us the
I,
truth.
yeah, I apologize to all y'all, man.
Like I said, there's no
It's
need for
not
you to
your fault.
apologize. You didn't know. You didn't know.
It's
It's
not
not your
your
fault.
fault.
You know, you were just doing what a good friend would do. So I don't
And
fault
this
you at
got to
all.
be hard on you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I'm gonna drop out though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I think I need to
I'm still be in the chat and watching stuff, but I'm gonna
me,
drop off of here.
me too. I think I need to. My head hurting. I think from the crying, my head been hurting. You know.
Yeah.
But all right, y'all.
Okay. So we will chat later.
Yeah, we'll
Y'all
chat.
have a good afternoon.
Yeah, we'll chat later.
Thanks.
All right.
I'll be smooth.
You too.
Come on.
organs, any injuries they might have, medical records if they're available, if they're needed. We can do toxicology testing, we can do microbiology testing, so cultures, viral, bacterial. Sometimes we do genetics, just depends on the circumstances surrounding the death, decides which path we take on what tests need to be done at the time of the autopsy.
Okay, so Dr. tell us a little bit about what training and education you had to become the chief medical examiner for Broward County.
So I did my undergraduate degree in biology at the University of Texas. I went to medical school, which is another 4 years, at the Health Science Center in Houston, Texas. That was also University of Texas. I did a 4-year anatomic and clinical pathology residency at Texas Tech University in Lubbock, Texas, and then finished it with my 1-year fellowship in Broward County.
And in terms of exposure to cadavers or dead bodies during your medical school years, how often do you feel that?
So the first 18 weeks of medical school is gross anatomy. So back when I was there, we still worked with cadavers. So we had 4 people on one body. We did all of our own dissections.
And you also talked about your 4 years in anatomic and clinical residency.
Correct.
And what would you do during that?
Well, for that you do everything, right? In Lubbock, we were lucky that I actually got to do 6 months of forensics. So I got to spend 6 months at the medical examiner's office in Lubbock. But we also learned clinical pathology, which is how the labs work, blood banking, hematology, all of the clinical chemistry. And then anatomic pathology is basically the study of disease and in a hospital setting. So any appendix, any uterus, any prostate, any cancer all come to you in the pathology lab at the hospital, and you then diagnose and or the appendicitis or fallopian tubes, anything that comes out of an operating room travels through the pathology department at that hospital.
And did you work as a pathology assistant as well?
I did.
And what did that entail?
So during my residency, I would, so it's called grossing in pathology specimens at the private hospital in Norfolk.
Do you teach in the areas of forensic pathology?
We do.
And what have you taught?
So we have public defender attorneys, we have state attorneys, we have private attorneys, law enforcement, medical students, EMTs, nurses, nurse practitioners all will come through our office. For COVID, they didn't, but we're starting that up again. So they can learn about disease, the natural disease process, and also, autopsies.
Do you participate in any boards or panels such as the Child Death Review in Broward County?
I do the Child Death Review, which means once a month, and we talk about children that have died in Broward County. I do the Opioid Death Review once a month, where we talk about the drug overdoses that are occurring in Broward County. I do 3 separate trauma meetings. Broward County has 3 trauma hospitals. Once a month, they have their separate hospital meeting, and then a 4th meeting once a month with everybody together to talk about trauma cases and people that have passed away in Broward County due to trauma.
So in terms of the amount of time that you spend in the morgue actually doing autopsies now, what percentage of your daily work is that?
So I work every holiday so that my docs can have long weekends and holidays. And then if we're especially busy in the morgue, I will pop in and do a case or 2.
Okay, so prior to becoming the chief medical examiner, what percentage of your work was actually performing autopsies?
We're 23 days a month. We're usually on service 6 days a month. Where we do probably 5 autopsies every time we're on service, plus whatever external examinations. We don't have to autopsy every person that comes to the medical examiner's office. Sometimes they come, especially in the fall and the winter, our snowbirds, usually have a very well documented medical history. But if they die in Broward County without a physician in Broward County as their primary care doctor, then they have to come to our office so somebody can sign their death certificate. If you die in Broward County, your death certificate has to be signed by someone that's licensed to practice medicine in the state of Florida. So if they come from New York with 6 months worth of medicines and their primary care doc's in New York, because that's where they live half the year, then they have to come through our office. We make sure there's no trauma. And then we can review medical records and just do an external examination on those people.
So are you a medical doctor?
I am.
And in what states are you licensed?
I am licensed in Florida, Texas, Mississippi, and New Jersey.
Are you certified in anatomic pathology?
I am.
And what year did you obtain that certification?
2013.
Okay. Are you certified in forensic pathology?
I am.
And what year did you obtain that certification?
2014.
And what licensing or board issues that certification?
The American Board of Pathology.
And what do you have to do to show proficiency to obtain that certification?
Study really hard and take a really hard test. And then every year, actually now, so you used to have, if you got boarded after 2006, every 10 years you would have to take another board exam. Now, a year ago, they decided that we could just answer 15 questions every 3 months. And as long as we maintained a certain percentage on those questions, then we would not have to take that horrible test again.
Okay, so Dr. McDougall, with regards to the number of autopsies that you have performed during your career, where are you at currently?
Over 3,000.
Have you had the opportunity to come to court before to testify as an expert in the area of forensic pathology?
I have.
How many times?
Over 100.
And what jurisdiction?
Palm Beach County and Broward County.
You're at this time I would send your counsel for Fort Dyer in the area of expertise.
I have no questions.
Proceed, Counsel. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so you mentioned earlier that there's a definition as to homicide for a forensic pathologist.
That's correct.
Does that mean murder?
At the hands of another, to me. Okay.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to become involved in an investigation under the Broward Medical Examiner's Office, case number 2018-3118?
I did.
What was your involvement?
So I was the medical examiner on service that day. So this case came in at like 4:45 in the morning, I believe, 5 o'clock in the morning. So it becomes my case, because anything before 7 a.m. is mine. There was a double homicide. Broward County Medical Examiner's Office has a fellowship program. I was one of the fellows. And so I took one of the cases, and our fellow Dr. Sauter took the other case, the companion case in this case. So I did the autopsy on Mr. Williams.
Objection.
Suggestion. Objection, I'll go over proceed.
Okay, so you said you performed the autopsy on an individual who later became known to as Anthony Williams.
That's correct.
So you talked about the fellowship, and that you said it was the last year of training?
That's correct.
In terms of what is your role in supervising the fellow?
So there are 5 associate medical examiners in my office and 1 deputy chief medical examiner. So when the fellow is on service with you, it is your responsibility to be there. July and August, you're real close, right? Because they're just starting. They've done probably 50 autopsies in their residency. So the first month or 2, you're right there by them. But as they graduate and show you that they're competent, that they know what they're doing, then they will do their autopsies and come to you if they have any questions. You're also responsible for reviewing that report before it's signed out.
So in this case, with regards to the autopsy of Anthony Williams, were there photographs that were taken?
There were.
Would those photographs help explain and illustrate to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the process and how that is undertaken?
Sure.
So you're showing what's been previously shown to the defense counsel as marked as stage Z for identification purposes only. Dr. McDougall, did you have an opportunity to look through those photos?
I did.
Coming in court?
I did.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the autopsy of one Anthony Williams on October 26th of 2018?
They do.
Do they reflect the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office case number that was assigned?
They do.
Here at this time, the state would request to remove state Z in at state 73.
Any objection not previously raised?
Not previously raised, no.
Any objection, they'll be introduced. Go move.
Now here, deposit 23 photos and 1 USB.
State 73. I'm sorry, what number? 73.
So, Doctor, before we get into the actual photos, can you explain what a scene visit is?
I can. So the medical examiner by statute and administrative code has jurisdiction over a body. Okay, so when a decedent passes away on the scene, the medical examiner or the investigator will go to that scene. These individuals were transported to the hospital. They died at the hospital. So therefore, at the time of the examination, there was no scene to visit.
Okay. So I'm going to go forward, and how do you receive the body of Mr. Williams?
So when the body leaves the hospital, it actually, the 2 zippers on the bag get a seal put through them. It comes to our office, and this was actually the same morning. So this individual came straight into our office, and then probably within an hour or 2 was ready to be examined. So the Bag is sealed at the hospital, comes to our office. The very first photograph we take is a photograph of that seal, so we can show that it's still intact, and it must be broken by the medical examiner on duty.
And did you receive it from the body of Mr. Williams in this way?
I did.
Okay. What in the picture that we're looking at, which is, I mean, photo number 2 is numbered for the purposes of the record. What is this picture show?
So this is one end of the body bag with the 2 zippers in place with the red seal between it, still intact. That case number 183118. So that is the 3,118th case for the medical exam in the year 2018. That is a unique identifying number for this case and will be in every photograph that is taken for this examination.
For the purposes of orientation,
yes,
the letter, the top of the A, in almost each photograph, what direction does it point towards?
So the letter should point towards the head. Okay, so every photograph that we see, the case number, to look at it properly, the head should be above the number when you're looking at it the right way.
So prior to opening the bag, is there a scan or some sort of x-ray that's done?
So Broward County is lucky enough to have what's called a LODOX. It's low radiation full body x-ray. So every single case that comes into our office gets both an AP, which is a front to back, and a lateral, which is from the side, x-ray. So we have those.
Okay, so you said AP. I know you know what that means, but if you could describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that means.
So anterior, posterior, so the beam of the radiation is going through. So when you look at the body, it's the way you would see a body. Then we do one that's a lateral, where the beam goes through the side of the body, so we get the side. That allows us, especially if we're looking for foreign objects in a body, if I only have a picture front to back, I can tell about where it is front to back, but where is it? Is it right up here, or is it closer to the back of the body? So we have a lateral x-ray that we take, so I can see where in space, in 2D, not as good as 3D, right? But I get a 2D orientation of where that foreign object might be.
In terms of when you're describing your findings, do you do them in anatomical positions?
Yes,
And could you describe what that is to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
I can. Can I show you?
Please, if that would help.
May I stand up?
Yes.
So anatomic position, where's my water, is with your hands out like this, palmar surface forward, just like this.
When you are describing your findings in anatomical position, are you in any way suggesting that was the position the body was in when any injuries or defects were inflicted upon it?
I am not.
To go back, before we go into the photos of the autopsy itself, could you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do during an autopsy?
Sure. So the first thing that the pathologist will do is break that seal. Okay, that seal is broken, the bag is opened, and we take what we call overall photographs. These are photographs that are taken before we do anything to the body, before we move the body, before we clean the body. We take photographs so we can see it as is. Once that is done, then we'll take the body out of the body bag. We will look for any identifying features, so scars, tattoos, defects. We take pictures of the hands as they are. Once we're satisfied with those photographs, then we will clean the body. And once the body is cleaned, then we will take overall photographs again with the body cleaned. Then we will take both an orientation shot and a close-up shot of any defects, scars, or identifying marks.
Okay, so after you've done, it sounds like an external examination, is there another part of the autopsy procedure?
So that we do the internal examination.
Okay, and when you're doing the internal examination, what do you do?
So we're looking for any kind of injury, disease, anything that's abnormal, right? Also want to look at what is normal. So we look at all of the organs, weigh all the organs, and complete our exam.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to what was labeled, in the photos labeled as photo 1. And so if we can describe what we are looking at here on photo 1.
So this is the AP, or anterior posterior, full body x-ray. That was taken before the bag was opened.
So in terms of the different colors and things that we are looking at in this, what do you see that is medically significant?
So I'm not a radiologist, but what I will tell you is that this is a projectile, and there are projectile fragments in the head. This is dental restorations.
In terms of any of the other things on this that are...
These are all buttons, I think, from a hospital gown. So it's just artifact from the clothing that he's wearing.
So going on to the next photo here. I'm just going to zoom in just a little bit. What is this picture showing?
So this is one of our overall photographs that we take once the body has been cleaned. What you can see in this photograph is what later becomes known as an entrance gunshot wound, a defect, circular defect to the middle of the chest.
And that was for the purposes of what we were looking at in the photographs number 3. Okay. Going on to photo number 4. What is the purpose of this photograph?
So this is it's called a headshot. It's our identification shot. It's a picture of the decedent's face, also with the number. So this 18-3118, this is the big number. We saw it, the smaller one in the picture of body bag. That's the unique identifying number for this case that came to our office.
In terms of the way that you label or determine gunshots or entrances or exits, is there a specific pattern you follow?
Every pathologist does it differently. I like to start at the top of the head and go down, and then we turn them over on their back, and then we start at the top of the head again and go down. So it's an arbitrary system dependent on the pathologist on how they want to organize the number of defects that they have in their case.
Are you assigning a specific order based on the labels that you use?
I'm not. Head to toe.
Going on to the next photo, what are we looking at here?
So these are the pictures of the hands cleaned up. We take dirty pictures of the hands, and then we take clean pictures of the hands. We document the hands to look to see if there's any evidence of any kind of injuries. Are there any bruises? Are there any scrapes? Are there any cuts?
And did you document any scrapes, injuries, or bruises on this left hand?
There are not.
That is photo number 5. Going on to photo number 6. What are we looking at here?
So this is the left hand. It's the palmar surface. So we'll take 3 photographs of each hand, at least 3, and 3 if they're negative, right? So the back surface, the front surface, and the side.
And you mentioned the side photo. Moving on to photo number 7.
Correct.
And in terms of the left hand, were there any bruises, injuries, any defensive wounds of any sort on the left hand?
There were not.
Can you define what a defensive wound is for the jury?
I can. So defensive wounds are usually wounds that are on the extremities. They don't have to be on the hands. They're most commonly on the hands. They can be on the forearms. They can be on the shins. Any part of your extremities that can move to block your core from any kinds of injuries. Okay, so you want to, your feet or your legs, your arms or your hands will get in the way of something that's coming at you, if you're in a fight or something, to keep that part of your body, your core, from being injured.
Okay, moving on to photograph number 8. Have we moved on to the other hand now?
Now we're on the right hand. So this is the back surface of the right hand, documenting that there are no injuries.
Okay. So moving on to photograph number 9.
Side of the right hand, no injuries.
And photograph number 10.
So the inside of the right hand, no injuries.
So we're going to move on to what's been labeled as entrance wound B. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where this wound on this gunshot wound B entrance wound is?
So it's in the middle of the chest.
Okay. In terms of, do you document in your report the distance from the top of the head?
I do. I don't memorize that. If I can look at my report.
Do you need to refresh your recollection?
Man, please. So that wound is 19 1/4 inches. Oh no, that's, below the top of the head.
And in terms of the left to right distance, how far is that?
It's 1/2 inch right of the anterior midline.
And can you define for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is a perforating gunshot wound?
I can. So for gunshot wounds, for forensic pathologists, there's two kinds. There's a penetrating gunshot wound. Goes in, doesn't come out. Penetrates. I recover a projectile. Then there's a perforating gunshot wound. It perforates the body. I have an entrance, and I have an exit, and I don't collect a projectile.
And so, Dr. McDougall, so the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have an idea. How many autopsies have you done in which gunshot wounds have been a cause of death?
Probably 600 or 700.
The gunshot wound that we're looking at right here, is there anything about soot, stippling, or muzzle imprint?
So this is, so in forensic pathology, we have 3 different ranges of fire. And for gunshot wounds, we are tasked with trying to determine the range of fire. There is what's called a contact gunshot wound, which means that the muzzle of the gun is up against the target when the gun goes off. In those cases, you have a nice round deposition of soot on the entrance wound. The next is called intermediate. With an intermediate gunshot wound, if you take your target and your gun and you move away from your target, okay, so you're far enough away now that you're not going to leave a nice ring of soot, you're going to get something that's called stipple. Okay, so the gunpowder coming out of the gun will tattoo the skin. You will get a nice pattern, a spray of stipple on the skin. Those are intermediate gunshot wounds. With indeterminate gunshot wounds, that either means that the muzzle of the gun is far enough away from the target that all the gunpowder falls off before the projectile hits the body, or there's something in the way of the skin, between the skin and the weapon, that any evidence of close range firing would be on that clothing. Okay, if you have someone that's shot in the chest, you'd want to look for evidence of close range firing on what they're wearing, because it has to go through that before it hits the body. And that gunpowder is not going to get to the skin because the clothes are in the way.
Okay, and so, Doctor, I want to make sure we understand on intermediate.
Yep.
On that, do you do any range of fire testing?
On clothing?
What about on the skin or human body?
You have to do it. No, you have to do it on clothing.
Is any of that your area of expertise where you would recreate that?
On the clothing?
Yes.
No.
And on intermediate gunshot wounds, is there a textbook answer for distance?
There is a textbook answer.
And what would that be?
So the textbook answer is 3 inches to 3 feet.
In terms of without having a specific weapon, can you get any more exact than that?
The best way to get the distance on a certain person would be to take the exact same gun with the exact same ammunition with a white sheet of paper, right? Until you get far enough away that the distance of your stipple pattern on your paper matches what it was on the skin.
If you don't have a pattern, can you do that recreation?
Cannot.
So continuing on talking about the wound labeled B, how can you tell if that is an entrance versus an exit wound?
So entrance wounds classically have something called a rim of abrasion. Okay, so on this particular gunshot wound label B, I have a marginal rim of abrasion.
I'm going to go forward now for B on the
have
note.
it turned right here. So this is my rim of abrasion here. Okay.
Photo 12 for the record.
So the entrance is right here, and the rim of abrasion is this piece of the abrasion on the skin right there.
So Dr. McDougall, why is there more rim of abrasion on one side than the other?
So when you're looking at gunshot wounds, what that tells you is that the projectile is coming from that side of the body. Okay, so when a projectile hits a target skin straight on, you'll get what's called a circumferential rim of abrasion, which means the rim of abrasion goes all the way around the circle. Okay, if it enters from the right side of the body at an angle, and then the right side of that circular gunshot wound is going to have a marginal abrasion. If it enters from the bottom, that abrasion is going to be along the bottom. Top, the rim of abrasion will be on the top. Left-hand side, the rim of abrasion will be on the left-hand side.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to the previous photo. If you could then explain and show on this what direction the projectile is coming from.
So the projectile is coming from his right-hand side.
And you're talking anatomical position?
In anatomical position, that's correct.
Okay, moving on to the next photo here, which is labeled as photo number 14 on this. What are we looking at in photo number 14?
So on the top of his right shoulder is the third entrance gunshot wound.
And the third entrance gunshot wound, was that given a label?
It was labeled.
Is that C?
It's a C, yes, ma'am.
The victim's head is up there by 7. Is that mean he was 7 foot tall?
Oh, it depends on where his feet are.
Do you document the height and weight of the decedent when he's first brought in?
We do.
And what was for Mr. Williams?
So he's 76 inches in length and 172 pounds.
And can you convert that 76 inches to feet, please?
I can. It's 6 feet 4 inches in length.
In terms of the photo that we're looking at here, on this particular wound, which is later assigned the label of C, what type of wound is this? Penetrating or perforating?
So this is a penetrating. So it has an entrance wound, no exit. And so it's also an entrance wound.
Going on to what's labeled as A. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where is this wound A?
I can. So A is an entrance gunshot wound on the left side of the back of his neck.
Would using that demonstrative help to illustrate that on a styrofoam head?
Okay.
Okay, Dr. McDougall, approaching with what has been labeled as Broward Medical Examiner's Office 18-3118.
Correct.
Is that consistent with the medical examiner's office number that was assigned for the autopsy of Anthony Williams?
It is.
Okay, prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to place markings on this styrofoam head to approximate the locations of the wounds on Mr. Williams?
I did.
And would this help and assist in demonstrating to the jury where those wounds were in position on those photographs?
It will show the wound patterns.
Okay. So, Your Honor, this state would ask the witness to use the demonstrative.
Yes. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is a demonstrative exhibit. It's not in evidence at this time. The testimony is what the witness says. The demonstrative is used basically to assist the witness in explaining or illustrating her testimony. As I said, the testimony of the witness is the evidence. This demonstrative is not to be considered by you as evidence in the case unless it's later received in evidence. Only items that are actually received in evidence would be going back with you to the jury room during deliberations.
Okay.
Proceed.
And so, Dr. McDougall, to be kind enough to show where on that head would be entrance wound A.
So the approximate position of that entrance wound is about right here.
And you said this was what type of gunshot wound?
This is a perforating gunshot wound, which means I have an entrance and an exit.
And where was that exit?
The exit is on the right temporal scalp.
And I'm going to skip ahead to that exit, which is E.
That's correct.
Okay. And so is E shown on there?
The approximate location of the exit wound on this demonstrative is about right there.
Okay. For the wounds A to E, as labeled on the photos, was that wound fatal?
It is a fatal wound, yes.
What injuries were associated with the wound track of A to E?
So that projectile goes through the scalp, the skull, the dura mater, the brain. There is subgaleal, subdural, and subarachnoid hemorrhage and multiple fractures of the bones of the skull.
Okay, so a lot of medical terms. Let's slow down and define them. So what is a subgaleal hemorrhage?
So your scalp, right, your head, the skin that's on your head, when you reflect it back, okay, the underside of that is called the galea. Okay, so if you have hemorrhage in the underside of the skin on your head, that's a subgaleal hemorrhage. When you, inside your head is your brain. Okay, what you have a cover on your brain that is called dura mater. Okay, so you have your brain, you have this dura mater, and then your skull. All right, so if I have subdural hemorrhage, sub means underneath, I have blood between the brain and the dura. Subarachnoid hemorrhage, the arachnoid is a very fine membrane that covers the brain, and that is hemorrhage in that space. So there are different spaces within the cranial cavity where blood collects with injury.
And so you said hemorrhage. If you could just make sure that that word is defined in your context as a forensic pathologist.
So hemorrhage means there's bleeding. Okay, a bruise. If you ever had a bruise, that's hemorrhage underneath your skin, like after you bump into something or have some sort of trauma.
Okay. So I want to go back to wound A. So I'm going to go back to that photo. On A, is there an abrasion margin?
There's a very small abrasion margin around that wound.
And is it concentric?
It is.
And what does that mean?
It means it's all the way, it's around the whole thing as opposed to a marginal abrasion, which we saw before, which is just on one part of the entrance wound. This abrasion encompasses the whole entrance wound.
The wound track or pattern, were there fragments that were recovered along this wound track?
There were.
Showing counsel was been previously marked as stage quadruple B. Dr. McDougall, prior to coming into court today, did you have the opportunity to review the items inside stage quadruple B outside the presence of the jury?
I did.
Do you recognize what is in there?
I do.
What is it?
Those are the projectile fragments that were collected at the autopsy.
And are they in the same or substantially same condition as when they were collected?
They are.
They have your initials on the evidence tape on the outside.
They do.
Here at this time, the state would request to move state quadruple B in as state 74.
Is there any objection?
No, sir.
It'll be admitted.
States quadruple B, will be marked States 74.
So, Dr. McDougall, in terms of this particular entrance wound, how can you tell this is the entrance versus site E?
Because it has an abrasion margin, okay, abrasions are usually only associated with entrance wounds. Exit wounds are more commonly lacerated. And when we look at wound E, we'll see that it's a lacerated defect.
In terms of any sort of stippling, did you note that on this particular injury?
So I called the range of fire on this case indeterminate. Okay, there are, can you go out?
Sure.
I just want to show. So, you know, indeterminate does not mean distant. Indeterminate means I don't know. So, you know, you could say that might be stipple, that little defect right there. That might be stipple, but that's right around the hair follicle. And if you look over here, there are areas where you can tell there's scarring. So when you look at the nape of the neck, where gentlemen get shaved, you get ingrown hairs, you can have folliculitis, it's called. I'm not going to say this is intermediate. With 3, maybe 4 ditzels, I call them, that might be so. I actually took a microscopic section of one of these to try to see if I could see any evidence of gunshot residue, gunpowder, stipple, and the one section that I took was basically the epidermis, which is the top layer of your skin, was normal, and there was some blood underneath it. So I did not get to see what I wanted to see, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't there. It just wasn't in the section that I took.
Without a pattern, can you make any sort of medical opinion as to range of fire?
I will not, based on 1 or 2, I call them ditzels, say that for sure is intermediate.
In terms of this particular injury, was the individual alive when it was inflicted?
Yes.
How can you tell that?
From the hemorrhage.
Is there any sort of other things that would help and assist you in demonstrating the difference between hemorrhage and not?
Well, if you look at the other injuries.
Okay. So let's move on then to gunshot wound C.
So this is gunshot wound C, which was on the back of the right shoulder. Okay, the abrasion collar around that wound is not hemorrhagic. What that tells me is that there is no circulation to that part of the body when that gunshot wound is inflicted. If you think about, you know, an abrasion is a blunt force injury, okay, from an object. It's a friction injury. If you think about riding your bike as a child, falling off your bike, skinning your knee, right? That will quickly turn red and bleed because you've taken off that top layer of skin. Same scenario here, except I don't have any circulating, I don't have a heartbeat, I don't have any blood circulating to this part of the body. Therefore, that abrasion stays yellowy white.
So, Dr. McDougall, can you give any opinion as to how long time frame elapsed between gunshot wound A to E in the head and gunshot wound C?
I cannot.
Why not?
Oh, because I don't know how long it would have taken him to pass away.
Is there any medical studies that can be recreated in?
We can't do that.
You said he is deceased at that point.
Correct.
Can you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury an example of what you would see if they were inflicted within seconds of each other?
Well, I can tell you the hundreds of gunshot wound cases, not even, I just had a stab wound case, but in the hundreds of cases that I've done, the thousands of cases that I've done, there are only 3 where I can tell you the order in which the shots occurred, because some were before the person passed away and some were after. You know, I got hundreds of gunshot wound cases where they're shot 15, 20, 25 times, and every single gunshot has hemorrhage. So, are they within seconds? No. But I can't tell you, is it, 5 minutes? Is it 30 minutes? There's no way for me to tell you what the time frame between gunshot wound A to E is from when B and C, were inflicted.
Moving on to D. What about this particular mark tells you that this is an exit wound?
So D is an exit wound. It's lacerated, okay, because you have a blunt force object, the projectile, traveling at a very high, traveling at a rate of speed, and with enough energy to perforate the skin, and it causes a laceration.
And so this is photo number 16 for the record. Can you explain, and I'm going to go forward on to photo number 17 so you can explain what a laceration is and what it looks like.
Yeah, so this skin is lacerated. There's no abrasion margin around it, and it's consistent with an exit wound.
And in terms of where on the body is D located?
So it's right almost underneath the armpit.
And
on the left-hand side of the back.
Going back to picture 16, which direction is the body facing when this photo is taken?
Face down.
Okay. Going on to photograph number 20 for the record. What are we looking at here?
So this is the left lung. There's a trajectory rod through it showing the pathway of the projectile. What is interesting in this photograph is that there's absolutely no hemorrhage around any of those wounds. Okay, your lungs are very vascular, right? Because your lungs are responsible for taking the oxygen out of the air you breathe and pushing it into your blood, right? In the really small sacs in your lung. So an injury to your lung is going to bleed a lot, okay, if your heart is beating. Okay, there's no hemorrhage in the upper or the lower lobe of the left lung.
And so when you say hemorrhage, what would it look like on the photo? What would you be looking for?
So there would be, blood would leak out into the area around that lung, and it would not look pink with brown, black staining. It would look red because it's full of blood.
And so Dr. McDougall, you can remind the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what entrance and exit wound does this correspond with?
So this is entrance wound B. That goes to exit wound D.
Moving on to what has been admitted as photograph number 18. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're looking at here?
I can. So this is the exit wound E. That went with entrance wound A. The back of the neck comes out the right side of the temporal scalp. This is with the scalp reflected forward. So we do an incision across the head behind the ears. We reflect the scalp forward and back. And what this is showing you is this is hemorrhage. Okay, this is blood. This is bleeding. There is a heartbeat.
And so with regards to now E, at this point, the scalp is back on this photo, which we've already talked about here. Could you explain why this is a laceration?
So we shave it to show, because it's consistent with a laceration. There's no abraded margin. It's consistent with an exit wound.
In terms of what has been previously admitted as State 74, is this the projectile fragments of photo of them that have been introduced into evidence?
That's correct.
Why do you recover these?
Because, we usually recover projectiles and fragments so that, turn them over so that crime scene can do whatever gun testing they want to do with the projectiles. These pieces are probably too small, but it's still evidence. So we collect all the evidence outside of and on the body to give to law enforcement in case they need it.
Was there any evidence of medical intervention from Mr. Williams?
No.
And what would that mean?
So sometimes people are transported to the hospital. They still have a heartbeat. And so the trauma team or the emergency room doctors are going to want to do whatever they can do to save that person's life. So sometimes with gunshot wounds, especially, you can have, they can put chest tubes in, they can do a thoracotomy, which is where they open up the side of your, they open up your rib cage to try to get your heart beating again. I mean, there's lots of things that they will do to try to save somebody's life.
Were there any, and you said there was none of those in this case?
There were not.
In terms of the rest of the internal examination, were there any other findings that led to the death of Mr. Williams other than the gunshot wound you talked about?
No.
The ADE?
There are not.
Do you collect samples for the purpose of processing for toxicology?
We do.
And do you do that testing?
We have a toxicology lab. I don't do it personally. We have a toxicologist that does it.
And did you do that for Mr. Williams?
We did.
And in terms of the results of that toxicology, what showed up?
So he has marijuana, THC, and marijuana metabolite.
And can you give any sort of time frame on the ingestion of those
I
substances? Based on your autopsy, did you come to an opinion as to the cause and manner of death for Anthony Williams?
I did.
And what was that?
The cause of death is multiple gunshot wounds, and the manner of death is homicide.
Going forward, were you also involved briefly with the case number 18-3119?
I was.
And what was your involvement in that in March of 2022?
In March of 2022? So prior to March 8th of 2022, it was brought to my attention that there was a gunshot wound on the lower extremity that we, Dr. Zotter and I, labeled as a penetrating gunshot wound. We labeled it as a ballistic injury, okay? Because we had a wound on the outside of the leg. There was no projectile in the leg, and there were just two little ditzels on the full body x-ray. So it was most consistent with a projectile usually hitting something else and then just coming up against the skin to make a rivet in it, but not a projectile that goes through the leg. One of the crime, Chris, was at the
Objection. Mushroom 7.
You were saying that Detective Christopher Williams brought some photographs to your attention?
That's correct.
And that is in regards to the other deceased in this case that's under 18-3119.
That's correct.
And did you perform the autopsy for 18-3119?
I did not.
Who did?
Dr. Slaughter?
So I want to go back to 18-3118. We talked about this projectile that was recovered. Did you recover an additional projectile from the body of Anthony Williams?
I did.
And where was that located at?
In the right scapula, or the bone, your shoulder blade, the wing of your back.
And in this next photo that we're looking at here, which is number 19, this number, is that where you retrieved that particular projectile?
That's correct. So to orient you,
sorry,
this is the neck, the back of the neck, the midline of the back. Okay, the entrance wound is right here. And it goes and it gets stopped by all that bone. And if you look at the muscles here, there's no hemorrhage either.
And so going on to this photo here, which is number 23, what are we looking at in that particular photo?
So that is a projectile that I recovered from the right side of the back.
Can I have a moment to consult?
Yes.
And so, Dr. McDougall, clear, we talked about B and D. Was the victim, Anthony Williams, dead when the B and D was inflicted to the body?
So when gunshot wound B was inflicted, yes, he was dead. And it exited D, so it's one gunshot wound.
Correct. So when C was inflicted, was Anthony Williams dead?
Yes.
Here, I don't have any other questions. Should we approach that for a moment?
Down your notepad, don't discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in the presence of certainly no research. Thank you. All right, let the record reflect that your stepped out, counsel remain along with the defendant. So counsel, I did notice you're a fan yourself and things like that, as far as texting to try to see if they get the AC person down here again to lower the temperature. All right, anything to discuss this point?
Yeah.
Anything? Okay. All right. We're in recess. Is that right?
No.
You hear that? Can we arrange for a break, Mr. Dennis?
Well,
Okay, and so, Doctor, I want to make sure I understand, on intermediate,
Yep.
on that, do you do any range of fire testing?
On clothing?
What about on skin or human body?
You have to do it, no. You have to do it on clothing.
Is any of that your area of expertise where you would recreate that?
On the clothing?
Yes.
No.
And on intermediate gunshot wounds, is there a textbook answer for distance?
There is a textbook answer.
And what would that be?
So the textbook answer is 3 inches to 3 feet.
In terms of without having a specific weapon, can you get any more exact than that?
The best way to get the distance on a certain person would be to take the exact same gun with the exact same ammunition with a white sheet of paper, right? Until you get far enough away that the distance of your stipple pattern on your paper matches what it was on the skin.
If you don't have a pattern, can you do that recreation?
Cannot.
So continuing on talking about the wound labeled B, how can you tell if that is an entrance versus an exit wound?
So entrance wounds classically have something called a rim of abrasion. Okay, so on this particular gunshot wound labeled B, I have a marginal rim of abrasion.
I'm going to go forward now to for B on the
turn. So this is my rim of abrasion here. Okay.
12 for the record.
So the entrance is right here, and the rim of abrasion is this piece of the abrasion on the skin right there.
So Dr. McDougall, why is there more rim of abrasion on one side than the other?
So when you're looking at gunshot wounds, what that tells you is that the projectile is coming from that side of the body. Okay, so when a projectile hits a target skin straight on, you'll get what's called a circumferential rim of abrasion, which means the rim of abrasion goes all the way around the circle. Okay, if it enters from the right side of the body at an angle, and then the right side of that circular gunshot wound is going to have a marginal abrasion. If it enters from the bottom, that abrasion is going to be along the bottom. Top, the rim of abrasion will be on top. Left-hand side, the rim of abrasion will be on the left-hand side.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to the previous photo. If you could then explain and show on this what direction the projectile is coming from.
So the projectile is coming from his right-hand side.
And you're turning in anatomical position?
In anatomical position, that's correct.
Okay, moving on to the next photo here, which is labeled as photo number 14 on this. What are we looking at in photo number 14?
Well, Bob, as we were talking before, I mean, I'm assessing this expert. I've had lots of MEs on the witness stand in my day, both as a prosecutor and defense lawyer. I know she knows what she's talking about, and she's given the prosecution maybe a little bit more than most would. She's literally describing not just cause and manner of death, but literally the mechanism of the death. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree, Bob. She definitely knows her stuff. She's clearly been up there a lot, and she's clearly done a ton of autopsies with respect to gunshot wounds and deaths caused by gunshot wounds. And she's going to be critical because of, she's going to be able to determine, at least in her estimation, the distance of some of the shots, and that's going to go straight to the state's case. If they're able to put it within 3 inches to 3 feet, that's going to kind of destroy the whole concept of all the wounds were part and parcel of a drive-by shooting. So she's got some pretty compelling testimony thus far. We'll obviously have to wait and see what they do on cross with her, but she's going to be a tough nut to crack. I can tell you that.
Yeah, and she's also getting into the angulation of the bullet based upon the wound on the body, which I think is probably going to be tied in or attempt to be tied in by the prosecution. All right, Bob, appreciate it. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back on the other end. Please stay with us.
Les Mills is up.
Just joining us in the Melly case, medical examiner Rebecca McDougall is on the stand, direct examination, providing so far very important testimony for the prosecution. So let's get it back into court as quickly as possible.
The top of his right shoulder is the third entrance gunshot wound.
And the third entrance gunshot wound, was that given a label?
It was labeled.
Is that C?
It's a C, yes, ma'am.
The victim's head is up there by 7. Does that mean he was 7 foot tall?
It depends on where his feet are.
Do you document the height and weight of the decedent when he's first brought in?
We do.
And what was for Mr. Williams?
So he's 76 inches in length and 172 pounds.
And can you convert that 76 inches to feet, please?
I can. It's 6 feet 4 inches in length.
Okay. In terms of the photo that we're looking at here, on this particular wound, which is later assigned the label of C, what type of wound is this? Penetrating or perforating?
So this is a penetrating. So it has an entrance wound, no exit. And so it's also an entrance wound.
Going on to what's labeled as A. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where is this wound A?
I can. So A is an entrance gunshot wound on the left side of the back of his neck.
Would using that as a demonstrative help to illustrate that on a styrofoam head?
Sure.
Okay, Mr. McDougall, approaching with what has been labeled as Broward Medical Examiner's Office 18-3118. Correct. Is that consistent with the medical examiner's office number that was assigned for the autopsy of Anthony Williams?
It is.
Okay, prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to place markings on this styrofoam head to approximate the locations of the wounds on Mr. Williams?
I did.
And would this help and assist in demonstrating to the jury where those wounds were in position on those photographs?
It will show the wound pattern as well.
Okay. So, Your Honor, this state would ask the witness to use the demonstrative.
Yes. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is a free jury. Jury entering. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record here reflect the presence of the defendant, the counsel, the state attorneys, ladies and gentlemen, the jury. Dr. Dougal remains on the stand. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can tell, the AC has changed temperature. We contacted them and supposedly they're going to come over and try to get it corrected. It just seems we can't have a happy meeting. So we're trying. In any event, I think the state completed its direct examination
Damn, what happened? It's just me? Is the YouTube still going? Uh, what happened? How long it's been like this? Well, damn, it's a lot of craziness going on this morning. The intro. Welcome to Marita Boy channel. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. I don't know where happened. Shit, I was gone. I came back. It's just me on here. He be like, hit that like button. Hit that like button. And the horizontal mumbo. Hey, why did my mama? She bought my daughter some what I thought was some lotion. This shit say creamy baby oil. And I squeezed it out and it looked like lotion. So now I feel like we might have jumped the gun on a sex chaser because it might have just been, he could have got the creamy baby oil and it's like lotion. So maybe he was just ashy. But then I don't know why he had his friend buy him for it, but that shit just threw me through a loop just now. No, man, that shit white and it's like lotion. It ain't even like baby oil and shit. It's like lotion. I didn't even know this shit existed. Like, what the fuck? Man, I think that shit is that's all bad. Like shit. Marita said he was reading on the paperwork. Marita was crying. He's upset. Shit looking bad. Now I ain't seen no paperwork or nothing like that, but I mean it's like Marita said he seen it. Other people in the chat said they seen it. Other people that was on the what's it called on the panel said they seen it. I literally woke up to the shit. So, and then yesterday PJ, he was in the chat on Spoon Channel. He said something about like child shit, some shit like that. And I thought he was just tripping. Like he always say crazy shit. I thought he was just tripping, but um it was never addressed on the live yesterday, from what I heard. That's what I asked, that he address it. I wasn't really watching and shit, but it wasn't addressed on the live, and he had to seen it. So, it looks all bad to me. I ain't no stranger. I've been here. What the library? The library computer. I'm not even on a computer. Yeah, we know him through Marita boy. So I mean, I'm gonna take his word for him. He know him, you know. He know him, not us really, you know. We was trying to get to know him and be there for him because of Juvie, but you know, that shit's a no-go. Yeah, I know Marita, you know, this hurt his heart. You could tell it hurt his heart. That shit's sad. This shit is sad. You know, it's two friends, you know, and he said he got to let the friendship go. Hey, hey, hold on, y'all.
Yes, sir.
Can we cross-examine?
Yes, sir.
You may.
Doctor, you weren't in.
Since the body was bagged at the hospital.
I didn't object to that. Oh, you did? Okay. I withdraw that objection.
This one is a photo of his hand, and it shows the wound on the lateral aspect of his thumb.
I think there's another photograph of that.
Correct. It's a different angle.
But both those photographs reflect an injury to, single injury to a hand, right?
Correct. I can use the one that's not objected to.
It's not which of these two, which one's that?
The one with the better lighting.
And what about then get rid of him being Elizabeth?
Yes.
So when we're trying to just make sure we're not duplicating it, but the photograph that I see that you're holding up shows an injury and wound to the thumb. And, but it's not, I mean, there's a wound there, I don't know how you describe it, but it's not a gruesome photograph or anything like that. It's not, this is an external photograph.
Correct.
So for the record, this is also post-cleaning of the body.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
When I go here so you can see.
Post-cleaning of the bodies, which is, okay. So the objection note is overruled. I'll allow one of the photographs in.
This is a photograph. That's not it. This one is showing the abrasions, which are wounds to the lower lip.
And there's duplicates of that?
No.
And what's the objection?
It has nothing to do with the homicide.
He's got abrasions.
He has abrasions.
That's why it's the abrasions are.
The point is to document all the injuries during the autopsy, so.
Objection note is overruled. It's not a gruesome photograph, not.
And then this is a photograph of the previous hand wound, but with the label that goes with the report.
Do you need both of them?
No.
So it'd be better to use the one with the label on it?
Correct.
We're going to substitute one for the other, and previous picture is already deleted. Or removed from the package. There it is.
Sure, it's the same one. Yeah, it's the same.
Next one in the series is objected to, and
There's two that are marked injury L on the photograph.
And so Dr. Shea, before you go any further, on the first photo, what is this?
This is showing the location further away from the body, and this is just a close-up image.
And why do you need both?
This shows the skin tags. That gives you the idea of what direction that graze wound is from.
the other one is for.
This one is just to show the relation of where it is, but you can't see the skin tags as close.
So it's orientation as to where it is on the body.
Correct.
And the objection is it's duplicate?
Yes.
All right, the objection note is overruled. This is not a gruesome photograph. It's That's the next one is objected to. And,
They have photographs of injury labeled NOPQR and the other staff that,
so this is a picture of all the injuries at the same place.
This is an orientation picture to show where they are in the back, and these are close-ups of the same injuries.
Thank you. The objection, again, the photograph's not gruesome. I mean,
but it's a duplicate.
It's a duplicate, but it doesn't shows where it is in relation to all the other injuries, and there's no duplicate of that picture, I think. Is that correct?
Correct. Correct.
All right, so I'll allow it. Objection notice over here.
This is a photo to show where in location on the body the projectile was recovered.
Is that to illustrate or explain the testimony?
Yes.
All right, is that the only one of the?
Of this gunshot wound, yes.
It's with the skin pulled back.
Correct.
Correct.
It's gruesome, and I object.
I don't disagree that it has some might be labeled as gruesome and concerning, that it shows the injury is the only one of its kind, as I am told. Is that correct, doctor? That's the only one you're displaying?
Yes.
Objection notice over.
This photograph is another depiction of a recovery of where the projectile was in location to the body.
Now, what is the difference between this picture and the one that was just last objected to?
This is a different projectile.
Different projectile, different injury.
Correct.
And how many photographs of this particular injury are in the back?
This is the only one. I believe, yes.
So the objection is the same?
Yeah, gruesome, and it's the interior part of the body. But the skin pulled back.
It is to both of those counts, but it's the only picture of that injury. And it's consistent to find the testimony of what the doctor had indicated. Objection notice over. Yes, sir.
That's what a close up of that one will take. Yeah, that's the projectile. This is the projectile labeled in yellow. This is a different injury, different projectile, and where it's located in the body.
Same objection.
I understand the objection. Objection's overruled. It's a different injury, different projectiles, what I'm being told, and that's the only picture of this injury. Is that correct?
Correct. This is a picture of when we opened the body after the projectiles have been removed.
And basically, the other injuries.
And what's the purpose of having this?
It's part of the standard procedure of autopsy. I can testify with that.
You testify without it, so it'd be deleted.
Thank you.
This one is showing a different projectile and where it's recovered in the body.
So it's a different injury, different projectile.
Correct.
Same objection. It's the interior part of the body with the skin pulled back, correct?
Yes.
It is. And so the court knows. In this case, as in the other autopsy, the fatal wound was the first wound to the neck or head area, correct? Or no?
All gunshot wounds are fatal.
And you're going to testify that is a fatal shot?
All gunshot wounds are fatal.
That's not.
So we're not doing examination now. The question is, this is a different injury,
Different injury, different projectile, in a different location.
Your objection notice, and again, I understand that as what you state accurately depicts the picture. There is some gruesomeness to it. It's an internal picture, but I'll allow the only picture of this particular injury.
Sure. This is a picture of where this particular projectile is located. It's inside the body cavity.
Why do you need this?
This is just to show where I recovered the projectile, that it wasn't moved or it wasn't handled. It's just where I found it during autopsy.
And this is from one of the previous ones that you had. Where it's located?
This is labeled in my autopsy report where I retrieved it from, and it's one that's labeled right lower chest.
And why? You just all you need this for is to show the jury where the projectile was located. Correct. What's the significance of it?
Just to show, I have to document where I recover all my projectiles from. It's a different projectile than we previously shown. Correct.
But you can testify to that without the picture, that it was located at a certain location in the interior of the body, correct? That
Yes.
same objection.
So why don't we do that? This is a particularly gruesome photograph. I don't know that it has any independent significance to illustrate your testimony. It was just found in a different location. So I'm more than happy to revisit it if it becomes an issue, but at this time, let's just take it.
Okay. This is a picture showing where the projectile went through in the liver.
And this is one of the projectiles that you previously discussed.
Yes.
And so this is a.
This is to show the trajectory.
Thank you. Your objection is?
Same objection.
Objection notice overruled. Influence the jury.
And this is a picture showing two different trajectories of where two different projectiles went through the heart.
And these again for fire injury that were depicted in other pictures. This is where they went through parts of the body.
Internal, yes.
Same objection?
Yes, sir.
It's overruled.
This is a picture of the brain showing the injuries that projectile from the face and what it did to the brain.
And why is that significant?
Because the trajectory of where it hit in the brain was incapacitated. Dr. Sunder did that social hemorrhage on the brain and on that wound. Correct. Is that then to be compared and contrasted with the other wounds that do not show hemorrhage? Yes.
And that's the first shot, correct?
Yes.
I would renew my objection. As the doctor said, that's the fatal shot. And all of
I
this
said it
is.
was the first shot.
Thank you. And in any event, I understand your objection.
Yes, sir.
You have opportunity for cross-examination. This is just as an introduction of pictures, but you're telling me you need this to explain or illustrate your testimony, correct?
Correct.
Right. Objection notice overruled.
So there's two focus here. Pick one. I can pick. This is just showing where the projectile is located, the one from the head. This is the base of the skull. This is showing where it's located. This is the same picture, except the dura mater has been removed, and I put a probe in to show where I located it inside the base of the skull.
So regarding those two pictures and the previous one that I indicated I'd allow in of the, is that I think the same injury? If you go on a couple, the last one of the brain.
So in relation to this picture, it would have been located somewhere over here.
So why do you need all three of them?
I can testify without it. So if you pick one, that's to the best one to
Excuse me, she said you could testify without it.
I didn't understand that. When you say you can testify without, is that without two of the three or with the?
I can testify with this one, but then I would like to show this one to show where I retrieved the projectile, just like in the other ones inside the body.
And why is that important to show where the projectile is located?
To show that it didn't exit.
All right. And anything else? Good.
Same objection.
So moved. All right. Take that one out. Those are the photographs. So how many photographs are left now?
Again, you're in. It started with 212, and then we were down to 57. So there should be 50 now.
How many?
50. 50? 50, yep.
I voiced my objection. I understand the court's ruling. I would also voice my objection to the testifying since there's been no legal ID. And if the court allows me, to have a standing objection, so I don't interrupt witness, that's fine with me.
Salient objection, standing objection as to, I guess, the gruesomeness of the photo as well as the ID of the victim. And so you have a standing objection as to both of those. Regarding the gruesomeness of the pictures, there are some photographs in there, that are gruesome, but I don't think it's so inflammatory as to prejudice the jury.
I understand, and I would cite to the court the case that the state gave me, which is a 4th DCA case. That's Williams v. State, 77 3rd 726. That says they might be prohibitive, but the gruesomeness of the photographs are so prejudicial that they should not be admitted in evidence.
Thank you. Your objection, Rose? All right, ready to proceed?
Yes, sir, we're just making sure that the digital versions comply with your honor's ruling.
Okay, I guess this will have to work. 113. All right. So 2013 again is Christopher Thomas, as we see up in the corner here. Application and affidavit for search warrant. Okay. Nah, it's your kitchen. Cook the way you want. I'm just waiting on the plate. Oh, okay, I got you. Trigger warning. Yeah, trigger warning. Yeah, trigger. Let me not be laughing. This ain't cool. Slap yourself, fool. Cause this ain't cool. This ain't cool at all. But it's the truth. You know what I'm saying? And you can't hide from the truth. So, before me, this is Robert L. Pegg. Okay. The read a lot of this. So I'm gonna skip through some of this. To wit, the cellular phone he searched is described as a black AT&T mobility. I don't know, highway. I don't know how you say that. Whatever. Smartphone belonging to Christopher Thomas. Gotta take that off. Get with me, baby. Okay. Shit makes my ears hot, man. Belonging to Christopher Thomas. The item to be searched is manufactured by Hawaii, blah, 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 blah. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Possession of and secured at the Indian River County Sheriff's Office located at blah, 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 blah. Okay, being the item is to be searched under the control of the Indian River County Sheriff's Office, and there is now being kept in said item a SD card, a SIM card, or a micro memory card, and cell phone memory. Address book, all incoming and outgoing calls, all text messages, incoming and outgoing, emails, instant messages, any web browsers. Okay, that's everything. No, let's keep reading. Internet activity, videos, and photographs of the victim include deleted and active messages. Videos and photographs, any documentation which may identify owner or subscriber of the cellular telephone, which is being kept or used in violation of Florida State Statute, prohibiting possession of child pornography, and Florida State Statute 827, blah, 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 prohibiting prohibiting promoting sexual performance of a child. Okay. I ain't gonna cap to y'all. It's only 2:30 right now. What's up, Hood? Come on, man. It's only 2:30 right now in the afternoon. I'm in Minnesota, y'all. And I had to go to the liquor store for this. No bullshit. I'm like, I understand why Marita was so bothered. You know what I'm saying? He was dropping tears because this is jacked up. Anything with the babies is like, it ain't cool, bro. You know what I'm saying? And again, this is not to smut out spoonful of game, but we are just gonna highlight the case documents. And so he might have some type of explanation for whatever. And hell, you know, you never know. I don't know. It's three sides to every story, I guess. Right? They say one side, the other, and then the truth. But we are just gonna read what's in the black and white. So it's not to be on a smut runner, bro, or nothing like that, but just to take a look at what the state said about it. Right? It's pronounced like Hawaii. Oh, okay. Thank you, Avid. Okay, the facts. Okay, tending to establish the grounds for this application and the probable cause to believe that such facts exist are as follows. Your affidavit, I'm sorry, your affiant Detective Christopher D. Anderson is a certified law enforcement officer within the state of Florida and is currently employed with the Indian River County Sheriff's Office. Your affiant was employed on October 17, 2007 and is currently assigned to the Criminal Investigations as a detective with Indian River County Sheriff's Office. I have attended over 1,220 hours of basic and advanced law to include criminal investigative techniques, homicide investigations, read interview and interrogation, and National Intelligence Academy advanced law enforcement tracking and surveillance. Oh, I know about that one from the Nip case because one of the detectives in Nipsey's case was also did that. National Intelligence Academy advanced law enforcement tracking and surveillance. Interesting. So that's a national thing, yeah. Oh, I suppose isn't that? Okay, here we go. Again, hide your kids, hide your wife, you know? And God bless the baby that is affected by this. Anybody, man. Fuck. On September the 12th, I don't like, the world is awful, y'all. I'm going to take a shot because I just hate reading. I hate the energy of these cases even intersecting with my energy, but it's important to talk about the truth. Something in that liquor. I hope. On September 12th of 2013, your affiant observed Detective Shepard, okay, conducted an interview with 12-year-old victim LL. So her name has been redacted to a certain degree. Crazy, right, Kel? What's up? Salute. Okay, I'm sorry, 12-year-old victim LL. The following is a summary. LL. Okay, the following is a summary of LL's interview with Detective Shepard. LL spoke with her father, 33-year-old Christopher Thomas, on Facebook. They arranged for LL to go to Christopher's house, which is located at, okay, we're going to skip, well, it's public record, but I'm not going to read his address out. LL stated that she went to his house wearing sweatpants and a plain shirt. It's already getting creepy, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's already getting weird. Just because we know what to anticipate, kind of. Okay, so while at Christopher's house, Christopher took out some marijuana. Allegedly. While at Christopher's house, Christopher took out some marijuana and smoked it with LL while at the house. Okay, if that's true, red flag number one. What the fuck? I got a 12-year-old son. You know what I'm saying? I would never. Y'all see me smoking? This little nigga ain't never seen me smoking. You know what I'm saying? He caught my weed box out one time, and I sat him down and showed him my medical license. You know, so you know, I would never. I would never smoke with my 12-year-old child. Let alone my daughter. What the fuck? Okay, so while at the house, man, Christopher asked LL if she wanted to make some money. What the fuck? And LL said yes, not knowing how he meant she would make the money. Number 3, Christopher asked LL if he could take a picture of her for a white man that he knew. What? He told her that he had some white stuff to give him, and the man would want to look at the picture of her for eye candy while he smoked it. Dude, what? No, okay, now I'm starting to understand why Marita was saying, bro, this shit was like beyond disturbing. You know? I'm starting to understand. I'm already mad at that. You know what I'm saying, Emeralds? That's crazy. What the fuck's going on? Red flag number 1. Come on, Kel. He told her that, okay, so Let me read that back, man. Ugh, this shit here, y'all. Oh no, man. I understand what Marita's saying. Okay. He told her that he had some white stuff to give him, and that the man would want to look at a picture of her for eye candy while he smoked it. LL thought he meant a picture of her face and asked Christopher if he wanted her to smile. Dude, what? Christopher told LL to lie down on his bed. Oh my God, which was in his bedroom. And she did. Poor baby. Oh my God, bro. As LL was lying down, Christopher was standing up next to her and pulled her pants and her underwear off, exposing her vagina. He then lifted LL's shirt and bra, exposing her breasts. Christopher then took photos of LL with his cellular phone. Christopher said he had never seen anything like that before, as he continued to feel on her. At that point, LL sat up and told Christopher that she couldn't do that with him because he was her dad. Bro, what the fuck, dude? And oh my God. It don't seem like this is like the first rodeo, to be honest. He says eye candy to his daughter. That's inappropriate. That's super inappropriate. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Marita? I didn't want any of this to happen, but I can't be his friend anymore after I read this paper. Marita, this is crazy, bro. I understand why you're so emotionally upset. No cap. I understand that. From a father to a father, like, I understand that. I have a daughter, you know? Nigga, I will kill something behind her. What? This is crazy. Let alone be the cause of this pain to her? What the fuck's going on, man? All right, yeah. So I hope everybody took your nausea medication because this one is gonna make us a little sick to the stomach. It appears. Hey, but salute to you though, Marita. You did the right thing, man. And again, like I said, this ain't to be on a smut run, of bro, but it's just to talk about the truth. You know what I'm saying? We just want to be truthful. And so I said this is not his first time. Right? It can't be the first time. Her saying, "Do you want me to smile at the eye candy shit?" Like, huh? And then her saying that I can't do this with you because you're my father, to me indicates that she's familiar with sexual touch and contact to a certain degree with men that are not her father, and that has been acceptable for her. But she's not going to cross the line with that because that's her father. And so for a 12-year-old to have this line of thinking is like disturbing as fuck. I have nieces, bro. I'd be super hurt if this was one of mine. Me too, no cap. I'm gonna need a drink because I read ahead of you and see he gave. Oh shit, MC. What's going on, MC? How you doing, sis? I have to watch the replay. Much love, Kev. Okay, for sure. It's not going nowhere. You know, it shouldn't anyways, unless YouTube has a problem with this. But I mean, it's official record, so I wouldn't see why not. Why? Okay, so my God. So at that point, LL sat up and told Christopher that she couldn't do that with him because he was her dad. LL further advised that Christopher began touching the outside of her vagina. Oh my God, while she was still naked. And later, while she was still sitting on his bed playing video games, Christopher then placed his hands down her pants and digitally penetrated her vagina. LL advised Christopher sent the pictures to the mail because he gave her $20 and he told her that she earned it. If this is true, bro, what the fuck is wrong with you, Spoonful of Game? Bro, if this is true, if you did this, what were you thinking, dude? But like, what were you thinking, my boy? What the fuck were you thinking? What were you thinking? This is, dude. What does that even mean? What was he doing to the rest of his children? Right. Digitally means he used his fingers for okay, got you. Thank you, Abby. This ain't right. Nobody is thinking about what this is doing to that girl right now. People about to rip her apart. I don't think they're gonna rip her apart. She should be having nothing but love and support. And although I don't know what her actual name is, you know, it's redacted here in this paperwork, and I'm sure it's easy to find out. But God bless her. You know what I'm saying? God bless her. Insanity, insanity. Yeah, there's a lot of different aspects. It might hurt for her to revisit it or come across something like this, but also she might have been waiting for this to be spoken about because it might be making her sick to her stomach. That he's kind of looked at as a person of. He had become an official correspondent of law and crime television. You know what I'm saying? This is a multi-million person platform, a subscriber platform with hundreds of thousands of eyes on it every day with the YNW Melly. And with her father being a correspondent and gone to for information regularly, coming like pseudo famous, that might make her sick to her stomach knowing that this paperwork, you know what I'm saying, this happened. So it's a wobbler, and that's what journalism is here for. You know what I'm saying? That is why we, have our constitutional rights. That is what that's there for. Okay, man. So Eurofient is aware that extracting information from electronics is a time-consuming process that needs to be completed off-site with special forensic equipment. Eurofient requests that more time be given in order to be able to extract the information requested in the search warrant. After retrieving the requested electronics, Eurofient is aware that videos, text messages, and photographs deleted from the cell phone to be searched can still be retrieved. Yes. Deleting shit doesn't matter. The data is there forever. Furthermore, Eurofient is also aware, along with the training and experience of Detective Shepard, that persons that download child pornography tend to keep that child pornography and not delete it. So whoever the crackhead was, or the cluck, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully they got his ass too. Okay. Eurofient has probable cause to believe and does believe that the cellular phone to be searched there is now being kept in SD card, SIM, micro memory card, and cell phone memory, address book, income, blah, 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 blah. Okay, prohibiting, okay. Wherefore, Affiant makes this affidavit. All right. Okay, let's go to the September 25th now. Search warrant. Because up above, this was the application. So let's go to the actual search warrant. The sheriff of Indian River County and his lawful deputies, all police officers, da 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 da. Okay. Okay, so that's easy. Okay. Got it. Oh, that is just the search warrant itself, not like the trial. That's why I said this stuff is alleged. Because this is just a search warrant. This is the story from the girl, and whether or not this actually happened. Not to say that she is a liar. Not to say that at all. I just don't have all the documents in front of me yet. We're running the labs right now. So not to call her a liar, but that shit like this, like men have been lied on before. So that's why we want to get to the actual paperwork. You know what I'm saying? To see what all happened for sure. Let me pull that. Let me pull that up. Let me jump in the chat with y'all for a second. Y'all smack the like button if you're hanging out. Come on. Okay, boom. No one knows who the child is, and this is about the monster, not the victim. That part, Avid. Just checking in. What I missed? Not too much. Ship or Shipe. Winnie said, Avid. People know who her dad is, though. You right, Winnie. Yep, Winnie. And that's all we need to know. Expose the monster. Not all monsters are under the bed or in the closet. Sometimes monsters come with smiles and titles like family, friend, pastor. That ain't that the truth. Edie said, if you don't have all the documents, why even speak on it? Well, we're in. Oh my God. You know what? Let me. I'm finna make an example of you right now. Anybody else that asks me a stupid ass question, any of this stupid ass nigga mentality bullshit, you ask me some retarded ass shit when we pulling up the motherfucking documents right now, bitch. What wrong with you? Hello, bitch. We pulling the fucking documents up right now. Talking about why don't you want to speak on it? Well, if you ain't got all the documents. Bitch, we looking at all the documents. Shut your dumb ass up. All right, back to it. Now, if y'all don't know, I'll flash every once in a while. So don't bring no stupid ass nigga mentality over here. You got one time, that's your last. Go get a new screen now. Niggas, man. Hello. Talking about stupid ass girl. We looking at the motherfucking paperwork, bitch. What are you talking about? Lord have mercy. Excuse me, y'all. Father forgives. I don't. Okay, so there's the motion to release the evidence. So we'll just go through some of it. Maybe we can just open this in a new tab. There we go. Oh, I gotta re-log in. Okay. Some of the access is not being granted to some of these documents. So we might make it a part 2. I might do a little bit of research on it, like offline, because I don't want to hold y'all time up if it's gonna be acting a little crazy with not opening documents. No, we'll try this one. Okay, yeah, that says blocked. So I might have to register, but like I said, I'm also on Pacer, so no, stay in. Okay, so like right here for anybody that got a question like Edie, you know what I'm saying? I'm looking up the real fucking documents and going into his history a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Christopher Thomas. And I'll be back with a part 2. We'll get the official paperwork together. I'll do a little bit of excuse me, research further and pull up the trial documents and what was found admissible, what wasn't, and this, that, and the third, But right now, that's a part 1 and an introduction, you know what I'm saying? And I'll see y'all avid laughing. No one deserves to be murdered, but karma is a bitch, Spoon. If it's true, if it's all true, you know what I'm saying? I know somebody has sent me the documents over too, or some more shit too. Hold on. But it was a little blurry. So let me double check. It was blurry when I looked at it on my phone, but it might just been the phone. So let me look at it now that I'm on the computer. And if it's not blurry, I'll pull it up and we'll read those. there was several of them. Okay, it looked like it might be all right. Okay, yep, there's that one. Oh shit. Hold on, y'all. I gotta open this image in a new tab. And let me see if it's blurry when I do that. Okay, yeah. Alright. I got lucky. It's a little blurry still, but nonetheless. Okay, Christopher Jermaine Thomas. Y'all see the case number 31-2013 Foxtrot -001220 Alpha. Comes now the state of Florida by and through its undersigned state of Florida and files. Okay, child battery on a child familial custody. Okay, yep. Certified. Yep. All right, let's get out of there. Let's get to the next one. Oh, okay, shit. Yeah. All right. Yeah, see, these are a little blurry. I want to get the official ones so I can bring them up so it's not blurry at all. Damn, bail was set at $250,000. I can see that. Yeah, let's do a part 2, y'all. I'm gonna go get the official documents. I got the case number and all that. I'll pull them off Pacer. That'll give me time too, so I can put it in a Google document. Upload it and make it publicly shareable so that all you guys can have the information as well. And then I did hear that AK-47 had some type of relationship with bro. I've spoken to AK a few times myself, so I got the ability to tap in with him. So I'm probably gonna drop off boom, you know what I'm saying? Just go give him a little report real quick so he can cover it as well. Because if there's one thing that I do know about AK is he doesn't respect shit like this, And I'll let the brother speak for himself. But let me go get the official documents so I can make that shit available for everybody. Okay. Thank y'all for tapping in. Marita, salute to you, bro. I salute that shit the long way. Exposing the shit, That's it. That's all. Block me again, bitch. You're a loser, bitch. You are a loser. You literally went to go get a new screen name so you could come over and get blocked again. You know what I'm saying? You're a loser, bitch. Get the fuck out of here. This is what I'm talking about. This a lot of times I don't like covering shit like this because you get these stupid. It bring in these dumbass niggas with this like low vibrational mentality. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes cases like this just attract like bottom of the barrel niggas, And I just don't like to associate with bottom of the barrel niggas or bottom of the barrel bitches. I'm kind of past that in my life right now. So Edie, go get your life together. God bless the rest of y'all. Keep God first. Long live Nip Hustle the Great. The marathon continues. I'll catch y'all soon. Peace, family. I'm out.
Allergies, spontaneity. Take on all 3. Introducing Astapro, allergy relief that starts working in 30 minutes.
Moving on to wound K. What does that show?
That shows an entrance wound to the right axilla.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen, is this penetrating or perforating?
This is penetrating.
And what does that mean?
That means that there is an entrance but not an exit.
Do J and K line up when the arm is in a downward position?
Yes, they could.
Moving on to wound L. What is depicted in this wound?
That shows a graze wound.
What is a graze wound?
That's a superficial wound that only injures the skin, and it's caused by a projectile.
And in terms of, can you tell any sort of directionality on this graze wound?
It goes from back to front based on the skin tags you see right here.
And what are the skin tags?
Those are just defects, and they point towards where the projectile went.
Would wound L have been fatal by itself?
No.
Going on to wound M. What are we looking at here?
This is a entrance wound to the thigh.
And were you able to determine if there is a corresponding exit wound?
Not at the time of the autopsy.
After the autopsy was completed, I'm showing it's been already entered into evidence as state 8. Was this photo forwarded to your attention?
Yes.
And the unlabeled wound in state 8, what does that show?
That shows an exit wound.
And does that unlabeled exit wound, does that match up with the wound track of wound M?
Yes.
Okay, and so it's clear we're going to publish states 8. And for state 8, were you able to zoom in and read the name on the hospital band?
Yes, it says Christopher Thomas.
Were those hospital photos available to you at the time of autopsy? Okay, back to, so we discussed M. Going on to the photo that we are looking at here, what is this depicting?
That shows a series of entrance wounds to the back and to the right arm.
In terms of the height and weight of the decedent, do you document that?
Yes.
And what was the height and weight of Mr. Thomas?
His height was 69 inches and his weight was 145 pounds.
And can you translate that into feet and inches?
I believe that's 5'9".
5 times 12 is 60 plus 9? Is that the math you just did in your head?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not the best at math.
So going on to what's been labeled as wound N. Where is that located on the body?
N is located on the left side of the back.
And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go forward to and kind of work backwards on these. So starting with this overall shot, Dr. Sutter, if you could explain the orientation on this shot, where the head is, where the feet are.
So the ruler points towards where the head is. So, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. The head is above the letters and the feet are below the letters.
So as it is currently situated on the screen, where would the decedent or victim's head be?
Above N, O, P, Q, and R.
Okay. So to work backwards as to wound R. Where is this wound?
That wound is on the right side of the back.
And is this a penetrating or perforating wound?
It's a penetrating wound.
And so to remind the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if it is penetrating, are you able to recover a projectile?
Yes.
So as to wound R, you see evidence of hemorrhage.
The abrasion margin has no hemorrhage.
There's blood inside the center of that defect. Why?
Because when the blood vessels get ruptured, they will release whatever blood is inside them.
Gravity still apply?
Yes.
So going backwards to wound Q. Is there any sign of hemorrhage on this wound?
There is no hemorrhage on the abrasion.
What does that tell you from both R and Q?
That the heart was not beating at the time these wounds were inflicted.
Going to wound P. Where is that wound?
feet is located on the right side of the back.
And can you make any comments about the abrasion and the hemorrhage on wound P?
There is also a lack of hemorrhage on this wound.
Going back to O. What can you tell the ladies and the jury about O?
O is on the left side of the back, and there is very little hemorrhage around the abrasion margin.
Okay. And back to N. What can you tell the ladies and the jury about N?
N is on the left side of the back, and I also recovered some black fibers from it, and I submitted it as evidence.
Okay. And could you point to the fibers you're talking about?
Here, here.
Okay, moving on to wound S. Where is wound S?
S is another graze wound, and that is located on the right foot up.
Can you determine a directionality from wound S?
No.
Why not?
Because I could not see any skin tags left by the projectile.
Going on to the next photo here. What are we looking at this metal object there?
That is one of the recovered projectiles.
Did you collect that and label it?
Yes.
Was that submitted into evidence?
Yes.
Moving on to the next projectile, where did you recover it from?
The right upper quadrant of the abdomen.
Is that the picture that we're looking at here on this one?
No.
Okay. So that other, to go back to the right upper quadrant of the abdomen, where was that found?
That corresponds to wound R.
So I'm sorry.
Yo, hey, listen, man, check this out. I understand some of y'all may be a little. I understand some of y'all may be a little skeptical. Listen, I have the paperwork. I have it, but I didn't put it out because, well, one of the reasons, there's a couple of reasons why I didn't put it out, but I didn't put it out because I want you guys to go look it up for yourselves. Go look it up for yourself. It's right on the Indian River County Clerk of Courts. Indian River County Clerk of Courts. We done gave you the case number. We done gave you everything today. We gave you all the tools for yourselves to be able to go and look it up. This is going to get out. Like this, I just felt like I needed to address it with the people that I told to go over there to subscribe to him, the people that I saw in his chat supporting him, the people that I know were genuine good people, and they went over there because I sent them over there. I had to do this publicly because how was I going to get the word out to all of these people that I sent over there to support him? I never wanted this to happen. I don't want this to happen, but it happened, and I had to address it. I was perfectly fine with me and him continuing to do YouTube like we was doing it and moving like we was moving and being a team and doing what we was doing. But when I read that paperwork, I realized all that was over with. Like it was no other for me. It was no other way for me. Maybe some other people would have not said nothing. Maybe some other people would have just kept on like hiding the shit and just kept on playing like they ain't know or whatever, whatever. Now that's clout chasing, that right there. You know what I'm saying? This in no way, I'm a bit I ain't trying to benefit no kind of way off of this. That's my friend, y'all, or was my friend. That's my friend. You think it was easy for me to be saying that what I saw and telling people what I saw, and then, bro, when I was reading that paper and I was hearing what that little girl was went through, I couldn't help but to cry. Bro, I done cried so much this morning. It's a shame. I was crying when Lil Kev, shout out Lil Kev. I was crying when he was reading it. Like it just trigger you when you read some of the details into that shit, you know. But listen, man, I'm a genuine dude. Like I said, I ain't want none of this to happen. But I can't unsee what I read. I can't unsee it, and I'm trying to explain this to y'all. I understand he was not convicted, but check this out, y'all. Just answer me this. People lie on people about stuff like this all the time. I get it. But answer me this. How did them pictures get in your phone? That was be all end all for me. How did those pictures get in your phone? You know? Like, say what y'all want to say, but how did those pictures get in your phone? You know? Like, if you want to condone that type of stuff, if you want to support him, that's fine. I ain't, hey, look, man, it's a free country. Everybody got the choice to make the decisions that they want to make. That's cool. If the Melly case and all of that is that important to you, you want to go over there and you want to listen to it from Spoon Day, that do your thing. That's on you. I'm saying for me, I can no longer be his friend. I can no longer support him. I cannot. Not just for me, you know. So I ain't them tears wasn't no fake tears. You feel me? Them wasn't no fake tears. You know what I'm saying? Bro, I'm losing a friend. Like, I don't care what he say. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what he say. I don't care none about none of what he posting on his thing or nothing like that. That shit hurt me. He might not be hurt, but I'm hurt. You feel me? I'm hurt. You know? So, hey, I'm just trying to, the paperwork is real. It's on the Indian River County Clerk of Courts. You can go look it up for yourself. It's there. I believe that young lady. I believe her. I don't even care. Listen, he could get that young lady and he can bring her on the panel today and talk and all of that right there. And I still, and she could say it was all cap. I'm still not gonna believe it. You know why I'm not gonna believe it? Because you had them pictures in your phone, bro. You had them pictures in your phone, bro. I might have could have maybe some kind of way maybe figured they was lying on you. But when they pulled you over and searched your phone, you had them pictures in your phone, bro. The same pictures that young lady said that you took of her, bro. Them pictures, if those people was lying on you, bro, them pictures should not existed, bro. Them pictures should not have been in your phone, bro. When I talked to him, and for the record, I talked to him multiple times yesterday trying to get him to tell me what happened. Sometimes it was like I was settled with it, and then as the day went on, I just straight up asked him, like, bro, like, what happened? Like, how could somebody say this about you? Like, tell me the scenario. Tell me what happened so that I could understand as to how this led to this. If you ask me something
and I'm gonna tell you the scenario. I'm gonna be like, hey, yeah, man, they said I robbed the store, but I didn't rob the store. I went in the store and I had forgot to pay for the bread, and then when I came out the store, the buzzer went off, and they came outside and said I stole the bread. He didn't do none of that. He didn't give me a scenario as to where this could be false. So when I got home, I got off at work at 3:30 a.m. But before I got home, I went on my break at work and I saw Dream Doll, I saw Tanel Bowens, I saw a lot of you guys in his chat, and I saw that you guys was like sticking up for him. Right, I even saw y'all in my chat yesterday, but I didn't have all the information. That's why I just went silent, because I understood that what I say, I'm gonna have to stand on that, and I didn't want to just like come out and say, nah, that's not true, and then come out and that it was true. So I just was quiet. I know y'all noticed yesterday on the whole live, I was quiet. I was saying nothing.
We was looking for you.
Yeah, I wasn't saying nothing. I was just quiet, you know, and that shit was bothering me. That shit was bothering me. So I did my due diligence, but at the same time, he was texting me, he kept trying to check up on me, and he was doing it more than normal. So I got the energy. I was feeling the energy. It was like he was trying to make sure that I was still cool and shit like that or whatever. And he even sent me a text message. He said that he felt the energy was off. He sent that this morning after he seen my live. And he said he felt my energy was off yesterday. And it was like, and that shit bothered me all yesterday. Listen, I'm telling you, I went to work. I cussed out my boss, man. I almost got fired yesterday. My boss man said something wrong with you. You know, I went off on this man about the smallest shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is my boss, nigga. I could have got, and then I realized, I was like, damn, this shit fucking with me. And it was. So when I got home, I got home like, I got home like 3:30. I usually get off like 12, but it was late day yesterday. So I fucked around and I got home and I read that shit, dog. And when I read that shit, I just started crying. Like, that shit started just, I promise you, I don't give a fuck who you, listen, I don't know what kind of people some of you are, but if you can read that shit without crying, I don't fucking know. But I started crying. And once I read it and I realized that I don't care. Once I read they found those photos in his phone, I then realized that our friendship was over and it was no way that I could be his friend no more. And it was nothing that he could tell me that was gonna make me not believe what this young lady said. I don't care about you didn't get convicted. They found the pictures in your phone, bro. They found them shits in your phone. So when I read that, it hurt me as well, because I didn't want to. I realized what I had to do. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't want to have to do that shit. You know what I'm saying? But I couldn't. I had to be a man. Like, I couldn't. Like, I could have like ran. I could have like not said nothing. I could have just like been quiet and just let some of the other bloggers do it, because it was gonna come out. They got a whole Reddit page on it. So that was gonna come out. That's how I found out. The guy who jumped in the chat yesterday said they had a Reddit page. So I could have been quiet. I could have been quiet. Joel Bowles, when I went to check the emails, Joel Bowles had emailed me and he was telling me, he was like, man, I don't know if y'all know, but Marita, you need to tell Spoon that they got a whole Reddit page about him, man, and it's not good, man. You know, it was like a couple people had emailed me and they was like trying to like let me know that they got a whole Reddit page or whatever, and you know, shit like that. And I emailed them back. I said, listen, man, I said I've been investigating it. I've been doing my due diligence. I'm gonna talk about it in the morning or whatever. Now this is about I told you, like, I read the shit for like 30, 40 minutes. So it's like 5 o'clock now. So I just came to the realization, like, I gotta say something. I gotta say something. Like, I could not say nothing, you know. And this after all yesterday, I asked him, gave him chances to tell me what happened, because I remember how Boosie did T.I., and everybody was like, if that's your friend, then you should say something to your friend first.
So that's what I did. I did it all yesterday, and then this morning, I think I got like an hour of sleep, and then I woke up, and then I said, "Oh no!" And then I called Tanel last night. I called Tanel this morning, baby, like 5. Right after I read it, I called Tanel and I apologized to Tanel. And I was gonna call Dream Dog, Battalion Bully. I was gonna but I don't have none of their numbers. And then I did have their emails, but I was like, so. But I did have Tanel's number, so I called Tanel and I apologized to her, and I told her what I had read, and she told me that I didn't have to give her an apology. And I told her the reason why I was apologizing, and then I told her what I was gonna do. I told her, I said, in the morning when I wake up to now, I'm gonna go live and I'm gonna just tell everybody, I apologize to everybody, and tell them what I read, some of what I read, and just go from there. But that just
It's not your fault, Marita.
yeah, I saw y'all. Oh, that shit bothered me, bro. When I thought back and I saw y'all blocking people and all of that, I was like, man. And then I texted him this morning right before I went live, and I told him, look, I can read it to you. Let me read it to you what I told him. I can read it to you. I'm gonna read it to you, word for word. He been texting me all day. I ain't read it. I say, you broke my heart, Spoon. I asked you what happened in that situation, and you lied to me. Real talk. I really had a lot of love for you, my boy. All yesterday I was upset, but I still gave you the benefit of the doubt because you are my friend. And when I say someone is my friend, I be serious about that. I have the paperwork. I read it, and I can't believe it. I don't want to believe it. I'm hurt for real, bro. I can't be your friend anymore. I'm hurt like a motherfucker, bro. For real, I'm texting you to let you know I still have love for you, but I just can't be your friend anymore. They got the pictures out of your phone, bro. When I read that, I cried. Bye, bye, bye forever. And that's what I read. That's what I texted. That's what I texted.
This is sad. This is really sad. And this situation ain't about to go away. This about to grow legs once all the other bloggers pick it up too.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not your fault though, and it hurts you to lose a friend, but it's not your fault. And you doing the right thing. It's hurting you, but you doing the right thing.
Yeah.
And yesterday I didn't know it was all of this stuff like behind the scenes or nothing like that. Yesterday in the chat, that was the first time I had seen or heard anything like this about it. And I just thought people was trolling because they go over there trolling hard. So I thought they was just trolling. And then yeah, I woke up this morning to this.
Yeah.
Damn, this is
Like I don't know, like that's like I don't know. It's a whole bunch of reasons why I'm crying. Like it said like would I still be his friend if you told me the truth? No, I wouldn't still be his friend. That shit hurt me too. Do y'all understand that? Like it's what I read. It's losing a friend. It's what happened to that little girl. It's having to do this in front of do this shit and do this to my friend or one of my ex friends in front of everybody. This shit is a lot. Like I don't know. That's why I say I don't understand what kind of heart y'all people got or whatever. Hey, y'all everybody different, but I'm saying like it's a bunch of reasons. You know what I'm saying? Why that shit hurtful is fucking me and making me cry. You feel me? Like I don't care what he say. That was my friend, dog. Like for real.
you're doing the right thing. And it's hard and it's hurtful, but you're doing the right thing. Has he gone live today at all?
I don't know. I don't think so.
That's what's crazy though, because I feel like I don't give a fuck if it was on a bathroom break or something like that. If it was nothing to it, if there was no truth to it, then like something should have been said. He should have been on here, already made a video or something. But he just ain't said nothing, and he know it's growing legs like this.
It's people that's from down there. They've been jumping in the chat today. They've been saying they already knew. My cousin is in the chat. My cousin is in the chat. His name Deuce Dog. He been telling me to call him for months. I never called him.
He jumped in the chat today. He said, "Cuz, why you think I've been telling you to call me? I never called him. I never called him at all. This is my blood cousin." He jumped in the chat today, this morning. He said, "Cuz, why you think I've been telling you to call me?" Telling you, people know this shit.
Damn. Damn.
And I understand, and he can spin it how he want to spin it, but explain to me how them pictures got in your phone, bro. Just tell me that. Like, when I read that, I was like, how did them pictures get in your phone? I know people get lied on all the time. I get it. But how did them pictures get in your phone? That's all I'm saying. That was it for me.
Right, right.
They got more evidence on him than they got on Melly, nigga.
God damn. Damn. And now this makes it make it all look bad, like as far as like he came on like this was all supposed to be, to get justice for Juvie and to get people, to thinking about the victims. This definitely like put a dark cloud over, Juvie in a way, like it ain't his fault. He didn't do nothing, but this don't look good at all.
Yeah.
Like it at all. It ain't no way. Like some people gonna look at it like, like, oh well, like now nothing matter. Nothing else matter now.
Yeah.
Fuck the justice, fuck all of that shit. Nothing else matter now. That's how like some people are gonna look at it like that.
Yeah. I'm gonna still ride for Juvie and Sack. Like I got to, but
Right, because
I'm just not
we
gonna ride
can
with him.
separate,
Yeah.
the two. We understand that. It's
Yeah.
just, the public opinion. This is about to be terrible. This is about to be absolutely terrible. Once all the big blogs pick this shit up and they confirm that it's real, this is going to be absolutely terrible.
Yeah. Like you gotta think I'm thinking like before this morning, I'm like, damn, like I really gotta get up and do this. Like this is like keep the you know what I mean? Like I don't want to do that. Like, but I had to. It was what was right.
That's right. That's right. And that's, that's the foundation of you and your page and just everything that you've represented to us is that, you're gonna fight for what's right no matter what. The whole time, going against the whole going against Melly from the jump, that's been you've been going against the mainstream narrative the whole time. You've been standing up for what's right the whole time.
Right.
And so, no matter what, the mainstream, everybody's on Melly's side, and you've been saying justice for the victims the whole time.
Yeah.
And so you've been in the corner of what's right. And this is just you keeping up with that.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is hard. This is sad. This is hard and everything, but you are doing the right thing. And we are going to support you in doing the right thing.
Thank you. I mean, my heart was gonna let me not. I knew yesterday. I tell you no lie. I knew yesterday, even before I read the work. My heart was just saying it was just something. I just needed. I just wanted to read it to get confirmation. And when I read it, it was like a exclamation point. Like, cause a lot of times these situations can be like somebody can be getting lied on. You could see possibly somebody got lied on. Or it could have been a lie. But when I saw that they had them pictures, there was no way around that for me.
Yeah, if it's paperwork and all of that behind it to back it up, then yeah, that's different. That's I didn't know it was all of that going on.
Yeah.
I just thought it was just trolls saying just random shit. I didn't know it was no actual real shit behind it. And that's what in hindsight now, that's kind of what's bothering me now, because he could see the comments too. So if he knew it was any kind of merit to any of that, even a little bit, you know, he if he didn't do it, if it wasn't nothing to it, then he should have addressed it right then and there while he was up there, because he was just talking, you know, yesterday.
Yeah. He went to telling me, like, yeah, man, Lauren Klein, they wanted me to do a podcast and they want me to bring anybody up, man. I'm gonna bring you up. You're gonna do the podcast with me. That's what he told me yesterday, and I was like, yeah, all right, you know. But I don't want to. It was when my mind was already. I didn't want to do nothing. It just didn't seem right. I was like, I don't know. It just I didn't. I felt like he was. I think they offered him that for real, but it made me feel like he was just trying to like pacify me, like to make like to tell me that so I won't say nothing. You know what I mean? Like go no farther with it. You know?
Right.
I don't care about no law and crime podcast. I don't care about no kind of podcast. I don't care about none of that shit. Like this real shit here.
Yeah, this is serious, and he was. I had heard that he was supposed to be doing the thing with track yesterday. That was the big, you know, thing that was supposed to happen yesterday, and but then he said he didn't call him or something like that. So that was weird too.
What you think Track and them gonna say when they get on the what's the name with him? They're gonna say this. That's what I'm saying. What you think Track them gonna say? What you think any of them gonna say? You know, they're gonna bring this up like.
Yeah, and see, we not knowing this shit, but he knowing this shit. So that's what it just seemed like. Like now in hindsight, shit starting to come together.
Right.
Like, damn, man, this is heavy.
Yeah. If he had killed somebody, maybe I could somewhat, and it depends on how the situation was, I could still back him or be cool with him or justify the shit, but I can't justify this shit, man.
No. And this is his daughter, they said.
Yeah.
So people know who this person is, like, and that's the internet is gonna do what the internet do, because this was 10 years ago. So she got to be an adult now, and she on the internet somewhere. So once this grow all the legs that it grow, they're gonna inundate her page. Like this is really, you know, this is putting a big old stain over Juvie, over the case, over everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, this is, you know, this is real life. So, you know,
it made me wonder, like, maybe that's why he didn't want to go up to be on this case or be in the courtroom or something. I don't know.
Now in hindsight, now running back everything through the filter that we got now, you know, everything seemed fishy here.
I'm telling you, Green Dog. I talk to this man every day, quite a few times a day. Yesterday, his energy was totally off. He kept like texting me little stuff. You know what I mean? Like it was like things to check my temperature. You know?
Yeah.
It was stuff that out of the normal. Like it was stuff. It was always stuff about. He was like, bro, look at how many subscribers I got. He was like, we going up, bro. We going up. Stuff that he thought that I would value over saying what I was feeling. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
To me, it sounded like he was saying like, bro, don't say nothing. Look, we going up, bro. Don't say nothing. It's, you know, nah, I don't give a fuck about that shit. I don't give a fuck about that shit. I can't unsee what I saw. You haven't seen the paperwork, have you?
No, I have not.
Brian, let me tell you. Okay.
You could email it to me though, but no, I have not.
I'm telling you.
But hey, I take your word for it though. But also, yeah, you could email it to me, but I have not seen it. You know, but I woke up to this shit storm this morning.
Yeah. And when I see you when I didn't see you on the live, I felt like I was like, damn, maybe Dream found out and maybe she mad at me or something like, cause yeah, cause normally you be on the lives and stuff. So I was like, damn, she ain't pop on the live yet. And then
My bad, shit. I was knocked out.
yeah.
We didn't go to sleep till late. Usually you'll go live late night or something like that. But you ain't go live last night.
Yeah,
But I'll still be up.
Yeah, I didn't go live because of the situation. At first I worked late last night, but I wouldn't have went live anyways. I wanted to know before I said anything. I didn't think about this. I didn't say from yesterday from that live when that dude jumped in the chat and was saying what he was saying. I didn't say not one word since then till this morning. Not one word. I peeped in on Spoon's live when I was on my lunch break, and then that was it. You know, because I knew my spirit wasn't right, but I also knew when I say something, I was gonna have to whatever I said, I was gonna have to stand on it, and I wanted to make sure that I had enough information. Because I didn't want to come on the internet and then not know shit, and then somebody be like, "Hey man, what about your boy Spoon? What about these allegations about your boy Spoon?" And then I go to saying defending it, and I don't really know. You know what I'm saying? So I took the time out to dig it up. You know what I'm saying?
No, that was smart, and that's good. It's good that you did that.
And
yeah, you were noticeably absent yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's understood.
Yeah.
This is a lot.
Yeah.
But you are doing the right thing. I want to keep reiterating that you're doing the right thing. And I'm not mad at you at all. You're doing the right thing to rectify the situation anyway. And people you never know who people really are sometimes, and it be like that. This is just real life shit.
I'm telling you, when I talked to him like yesterday, I promised you in my mind dream, I said he did that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like you know, like he changed. Like talking to him, it was different. It wasn't the same. No, it wasn't the same. And in my mind, I could tell. I said he did that shit, dog. He fucking did. I could tell how he was talking to me, like he was so happy last night that nobody that he told me, he's like, man, did you see my live last night? I was like, I peeked in a little bit when I was at my lunch break, but I ain't really watch it. He's like, yeah, man, none of that shit didn't come up. That shit didn't come up, dog. He's like, man, I had like 400 or some people in there. None of it come up. I was like, yeah, okay, cool. And then that's when I asked him. That's when I asked him. I was like, well, bro, like what really happened? Like he's like, man, I'm an open book. You can ask me whatever. He even felt the vibe that I was like not buying it. He was like, bro, whatever you want to do. He's like, man, whatever you want to do. If you don't want to rock with me no more or whatever, just let me know or whatever. And he was like, what he said? He was like, but I'm an open book. He's like, I'm an open book. Just ask me. And I was like, well, tell me, like, what happened? How could they get to this? How could they say that this is about you? And I was waiting for him to give me a scenario, like, and he never did. He never explained. And then at that point, you know what I realized? I realized he's very good at telling stories, at making them believable. Because the same way he was talking to me, if I didn't have a suspicion, I probably would have went along with it. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, damn, so this is who he is. Like, this is what it is. Like, and he was explaining, he was like rambling, but he was explaining, but he wasn't giving me specifics. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then that's when I knew. I was like, oh nah. And then
So when you ask them like directly, like how these pictures get in your phone, like he just beat around the bush or whatever.
No, I didn't ask him that because I didn't know that until I got home this morning. But I did ask him to tell me the situation. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And but when I did get home and I read the pictures was in the phone, That's also was confirmation because you didn't tell me any of this. He didn't even in the paperwork. It said the lady who was kind of like pushing the issue was his baby mama's sister. He didn't even tell me about her. He told me it was the grandmother. No, nigga. No, nigga. It was the baby mama's sister. Your baby mother's sister. That's in listen, and the little girl, she told her cousin. She told her cousin first. And
Right.
then her cousin told the baby mama's sister. I guess it might
The
be
mama.
Yeah, the mama. And that's how it, you know what I'm saying? Ain't that's how these things happen? That makes sense. So for you to say somebody made this story up on you, nah, bro. Nah, bro.
Somebody else had pointed out something in the chat earlier. They had said that that because Jamie had Melly at 14, and that would have been in 1999, and that's when he said he met her. And when was he dealing with her like sexually and stuff like that? Because you know, like that they put that together because he'd say that he fucked her and all of this stuff. But and he met her in 99, even if it was in like 02, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what she would have been like 16, you know, still then at the time.
Yeah, I ain't never put that together.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about that one at all. But it's like, yeah, that's something that needs some more clarification too. Like, exactly when was these you know, encounters happening?
Right.
Because Jamie was young.
Right.
Man, this shit growing legs and legs and legs. And the fact that he ain't got up on the internet and addressed none of this yet is highly suspicious. Like, not no posts, no nothing like that. I'm talking about, man, I don't care if you got a bathroom break. He should have made a video right now.
Right. I don't care. Like, when you can't you can't get around them pictures in that phone. Like,
that's right.
Them people pulled him over. Listen, think about this. The story that the girl said. She said that he told her. That shit crazy. She said he told her, asked her, did she want to make some money? Right. She said, sure. He said, I got this white guy that I give stuff to in a white bag. I guess that's the girl trying to describe what he was giving the white guy. And he said, he said that he want to have a picture of her. The girl said, she asked him, did he want her to smile? She thought it was just like a regular picture. Like, you can't make this shit up. Like, I'm saying, somebody gonna lie on you. They ain't making all this shit here up.
Right.
So
way too detailed.
Right. A 12-year-old kid. She say, do you want me to smile? She say he put the pillow over her face and told her to lay back on the bed. And then he pulled the girl clothes down. And then started rubbing on her. And then took pictures of her.
And she tried to stop it and say, hey, I can't do this with you because
she's right.
She's daddy.
She sat up. Wants the picture, but just take a dream, dog. He knew enough to put the pillow over her face, like who, like, you get what I'm saying? Like, what?
Right. This ain't.
Well, who the fuck? Like, when I was reading it, I didn't even understand what the fuck was happening. She said, he told me to lay back. He told me to lay back, and he put the pillow over my face. I didn't understand what was going on. I'm thinking, like, what the fuck the pillow got to do with anything? Then I realized, oh, it's to keep her face from being fucking seen. You get what I'm saying? Like, this shit is like, I was like, oh shit, and then, you know, he touched on her, stuff like that. And then he was saying like little stuff like, oh, I ain't never seen nothing like this and shit like this. And then she was playing Xbox and she sat back up or whatever. And then after she sat back up, I can't remember exactly what the sequence was, but at some point, he tried to like get a girl oral or some shit, you know what I'm saying? And then he actually, when she was sitting up, but she stopped him from that. And then actually he stuck his pants, her hand in her pants, and then and shit like that. And then he then told her, he was like, look, the guy he sent the guy the pictures. He sent the guy the pictures in front of her. And then the guy told her, he told her, well, the guy would want to pay you for you to come over there and he can get high and you can just sit in the room, sit in a chair naked. Like how you gonna make this shit up? Like, you get what I'm saying? Like how you
Yeah.
it's a 12
Ain't no 12-year-old gonna be able to make that up unless like it's not made up. This happened to her, and she telling what happened to her.
Yeah, like, you know what I'm saying? And then I guess she was like, nah, I ain't gonna do that. I ain't gonna do that or whatever. And then he told her he'll give you some more money if you let him kiss all over you. And then she was like, nah, I ain't doing that or whatever. But before that, when he tried to do the thing to her, she said, I can't do this with you. You're my daddy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, that girl mama dead, dog. That girl mama dead. Like,
Oh wow, for real?
yeah, her mama died. Her mama's dead. Her mama dead. Her mama was dead. This is why they let him go, let her go, like have a relationship with him, because her mama had died. And so and then think about that, Dream. You do this to the kid mom who passed. It kind of fit. It kind of makes sense. You feel like you can do this to her because her mama gone.
Right. And so her mama was dead at the time this
Yes.
happened.
Yes.
Mm. Oh my God. Oh my God. And you know what? She lucky though. She had aunties that cared.
Check this out. Yeah, check this out. The auntie said she dropped him off at 2:00. She said a girl called to come for her to come pick her up. She said she picked that girl up at about 5:30. So that's 3, 4, 5. He wasn't with that girl but 3 hours and 30 minutes, and he had did all of this shit. She said
this was on their like first meetup, like after
something like that. Something like that. Once or twice. It wasn't.
So she hadn't really been spending time with. She didn't really know him like that.
No. That's what the
Dang.
paperwork say. And then, so she went and told her cousin, and her cousin told her, I think that the auntie, and the auntie told the grandmama, and I think they went to the police, and I don't know how long after, I can't remember, but they issued a warrant for him. He got pulled over, and when they pulled him over, I think, they went down to the police precinct, and the girl told them the whole story. She described his room, she described his bedroom, she described everything in there. She gave them her clothes that she had on from the situation. That when he didn't know he had a warrant. When they ended up pulling him over, they got his phone and searched his phone, and the exact pictures what that girl said he took was in the goddamn phone.
Right. If it was a lie, then it wouldn't be nothing to corroborate her story.
Right.
Mm-mm.
So for everybody who might be a little bit on the fence as to what is the reason why I'm saying this, or what I'm saying, or is what I'm saying true, that go the scenario, that go the story. So you tell me what the fuck you would have did knowing all of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck I'm supposed to do? You know what I'm saying? The fuck.
Right. You doing the right thing. Yeah, this is an ugly situation all the way around. And I feel bad for the girl. I mean, she an adult now, but still, it's like this. This is this her business about to be out there. And I don't know. I don't even know. Did you put it to where people can find it, like on your page or something?
The paperwork?
Yeah. I don't know how to look up stuff like that. I mean, you could just send it to me, but other people were saying they couldn't find it or don't know how to find it.
Nah, I don't. Listen, I got it, Dream, but I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I just, for some reason,
I don't know. I got it. Maybe I will post it. Maybe I won't. I don't know.
I
Like,
mean, not the actual paperwork, but just like the link or something for people to go see, because you know, for the people that's on the fence, or for the people that's having trouble finding it and they trying to look,
yeah,
or maybe I don't know, maybe they could drop their emails so you don't have to just publicly just put it out there, because
that's
this
what
is
I'm saying. Yeah, that's I would much rather do it like that. You know what I'm saying? Because
yeah.
like,
Yeah, because this is hard for you. This is hurtful. I
yeah.
get that. I get that.
Because I could
So
I could have easily posted it into like blam, but nah, I don't know. I don't understand. I don't know, but something in my mind saying I just don't want to do it like that.
right.
You know, I'd rather people find it, go look for it, maybe I would rather email it to people behind closed doors. But you know what I mean? People be it's fake paperwork. This man, that shit right on the
Right.
Indian River County Clerk of Courts. That shit right on there, nigga.
Ooh.
That shit right on there on the fucking county website. That shit right there, nigga. You know what I'm saying? It's for everybody to see. And for
Yeah.
all, like, again, for the people said, I don't care if that girl come out and say, oh yeah, my grandma made me lie. Well, your grandma made up them pictures too?
Right.
Like, how did them pictures get in his phone?
Like the pictures actually exist. Her
Yeah,
statements actually exist.
yeah,
And if she come out and say somebody made her lie, but the pictures are there. And
yeah,
so even if, like, regardless, like, those are some little girl pictures. So, like, whether it was her or anybody else, it was somebody, some little girl. So that's but her statements match up with what the pictures were. So yeah, that would seem coached,
yeah,
and coerced, if she were
yeah.
to come out and say, no, somebody tried to, or somebody made me say that.
That man gave that girl $20. He gave her $20, and then he came back and gave her 40 for you taking pictures of this girl and sending
That
her.
means he got paid on the back end more, and he just giving her that,
Yeah,
off the rip.
right, to some pedophile ass crackhead who's sick just like you, because y'all on the same shit.
Right.
You know,
And this shit more common than not, though. And so that's the real ugly part about this.
like who
This
the
shit happens a lot to a lot of girls, a lot of people, a lot of times.
right. I'm just saying when you think about the specifics, the details. This is ain't no fucking. I'm not gonna say ain't no 12-year-old, but I find it hard to believe a 12-year-old made up that scenario.
Right.
With, you know what I mean?
Right. No, it ain't made up. It definitely ain't made up. This shit happens, a lot. It ain't made up. It's a lot of times, the victim don't speak on it, or if the victim do speak on it, they don't get believed. They don't never make it to the police. Just like this situation, don't never make it to no conviction and shit. And then the people, they don't come out and be visible the way Spoon has been, so people don't dig into people background like that, so it'll
Yeah,
never come up.
like
But
yeah, like they say he been going off on his community wall selling me out. But just think about this, like
today,
that's what they say. But let's just think about this though. Just think about this, right? So that lets you know how the guilt, because if it was, I'm not saying I would ever be in that situation, but I'm saying just say if it was me and he was my friend, I could see how he could feel that way. Like he should be able to see why I feel that way. But he not talking about that. Oh, he talking all kind of shit about me, this and that, there, whatever. Like, I ain't talk shit about you yet. Like I still ain't talk shit. You know what I'm saying?
all right,
I'm just addressing how I feel, what I read, what I saw, you know what I mean? And that's it. But you could tell the situation. Like they say he said that I couldn't come back around. Man, let me tell you something. I don't want to come back around no more. You know?
Yeah.
Like I don't want to be. That's what this is. This is a goodbye for me, bro. Like I don't want to come back around you no more. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like, you know what I mean? I ain't even talking aggressive and all that type of shit. Like I'm not even studying that shit. I'm talking about what's real here. You ain't finna get me off the talking all that crazy shit. No, that ain't what this about. What this about? That's off the subject. What we talking about? What the real is here? What's really going on here? Like I would have no. This shit would have never happened. Came up had you not allegedly, so they say, done this shit. But you read
Right.
that, but when you read that paperwork, it ain't no allegedly. No, I don't see. I don't know how the fuck he didn't go to jail for that. Like I'm talking about, like do some serious time for that. I don't know. I don't understand. I don't understand it.
This ugly. This is ugly.
Yeah.
There was a girl who was trying to come up here. Um, what's it called? What's it called? She was on Spoon Page. What are you doing? She was on Spoon Page.
Mm-hmm.
She was trying to come up here though.
What's your?
She was in the chat earlier.
What her name
That's
is?
why I had said to drop the link.
I dropped it for you. Yeah. I ain't know. I didn't even know.
She was trying to come up here. She was upset, but she was trying to come up, not at you, at Spoon.
Yeah.
Motherfucker.
I mean,
Hey.
I'm gonna still ride for Juvie and Sack, like, but I'm just not. I'm just
We're
not
not gonna
riding.
fight that. Yeah, this is the Melly case is about Juvie and Sack getting justice, and they do deserve justice. They did not deserve to lose their life in the manner that they did. You know, and then the nigga get away with it and lie and do all this other weird shit that we gotta separate the two.
And I'm gonna tell you another thing. He went. He said. He told me yesterday. He was like, because when the shit hit the fan on the chat, he's like, man, I'm finna go to the court. He's like, man, I'm finna go to the courthouse and get the paperwork, this and that, there, whatever. So he said he went to the courthouse and got the paperwork, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he never. He never gave it to me. Like he never said, "Yeah, Marita, yeah, you read it yourself." That's what y'all tell him, y'all. Tell him to post the paperwork. Tell him to post his own paperwork as to the situation that they say allegedly that happened. That's how y'all do that. Cause he can't. He won't be able to. He can post you probably the little thing that say what he was actually charged with, what he actually was convicted of. But as far as the criminal complaint, tell him to post that. Tell him to show y'all the scenario. He can't. He won't. Cause if you read that shit. Okay. Telling you, man.
I don't see this situation getting no better.
Nah, and that's another thing. Like, what? Like, my platform's small. Like, I ain't got like 3,500 something subscribers. Just imagine when the bigger platforms get a hold to it, because they were going to get a hold to it anyways. Dream Dog.
That's what I was thinking. Like, I'm like, man, don't let 1090J get this shit and go find the paperwork himself. Him or and with King AK, he definitely, gonna say something too if when he find out the paperwork too. Because he was over there.
Right.
And so, and all the big blogs that had picked up his story to begin with. All the hip hop blogs, they all of them.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. Like I can already see how ugly this gonna get, and this shit I can't even imagine. That's about to come from this.
Yeah. And then that's another thing. I felt like I owe it to the people. Like I had to be the one, because I found it out. But I had to be the one because
Like that shit would look crazy if I just because I first of all I could have lived with myself. Like that shit was eating me up. Not and I didn't even have no confirmation. So just imagine if I would have read that shit this morning and then didn't say nothing all day. Like I wouldn't have said nothing. Like I couldn't. That shit would have ate me up. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like just imagine it out then. Here come, let's say, here come 1090 Jacob, King A, for example, who else, and then they actually do drop the shit and say,
Right.
oh yeah, this is what happened, and then here I come afterwards, like, oh yeah,
Yeah, then you gonna look crazy. Yeah,
yeah,
you doing the right thing. You doing the absolute right thing. And this is a friend of yours, so it's like the shit gotta be true and real. If you really doing this, like I can understand like how hard this is for you to have to do,
yeah,
and how hard it is for you to really sit here and do it.
yeah.
So yeah, this is I see this. I see this growing some really bad legs, big and bad legs. Within the next, today, tomorrow, this is gonna be terrible.
Yeah.
Let's do this one. Okay, come on.
But I'm gonna get off this thing, Dream Doll. I just want to chill out for a little bit. So
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
All right. I appreciate all y'all, man. Shout out to all I ain't even got a chance to talk to Bully yet. Bully ain't even came up yet. But shout out to all my shout out my moderators, Dream Doll, Sophisticated Nunu, the Chicks 1000, aka the Chick 1K, Battalion Bully, Nephew for Real, Audio Crack 22, Flyboy Microphone. Also shout out to Unspoken Crime Mysteries, Unspoken Crime Murders. My boy got 2 channels. Go subscribe to this channel. Man, I appreciate y'all, man. Please go do y'all due diligence and look it up for yourself. That way you'll know that it's real. It's on actually any of the county clerk of courts. It's really there. You can make your own decision. I just had to say what was on my heart. I couldn't hold that shit in, and it ain't for no clout. It wasn't out of no jealousy or no whatever nobody could make up or whatever. It was the right thing to do. And again, like I say, I don't know what he's gonna come out and say or whatever, but just ask yourself this: how did them pictures get in your phone? That's all y'all got to keep asking yourself. How did those pictures get in your phone, man? All right. So I love y'all, man.
We love you too. We appreciate what you're doing and stuff. We appreciate you.
All right. Long live Sack Chaser, long live Juvie, man.
That's right.
Yeah.